Story 1. My dad looked up from his morning coffee, saw me making birthday plans, and said, "Don't get your hopes up for anything special this year, we've already spent too much on your sister's Tesla." When I reminded him it would be my 18th birthday, he laughed and said, "Everyone knows you've always been the least favorite. Might as well skip pretending." I just nodded and left the room. That was last week. Yesterday, as my entire family gathered for my birthday dinner, I slid a large envelope across the table and said, "I got myself something special this year." My father's face drained of color. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me back up and explain how I got here, because the story doesn't start with that envelope. It starts 3 years earlier, when I was 15 and stupid enough to believe that families were supposed to love you unconditionally. The favoritism wasn't subtle. It never had been. My sister Melissa was 23, beautiful in that effortless way that made people stop mid-conversation, and she'd graduated from a prestigious university with honors my parents funded entirely. Me? I was the accident baby, the surprise that came along when my mother was 41 and thought she was done with childbearing. They never said it outright when I was younger, but you can feel these things in the spaces between words, in the way your mother's smile doesn't quite reach her eyes when she looks at you. Melissa got dance lessons, piano lessons, summer camps in Europe. I got hand-me-down clothes and lectures about being grateful for what I had. When she crashed her first car at 17, Dad bought her a newer one within a week. When I asked for a bicycle at 14 so I wouldn't have to walk 3 miles to school, Mom said I needed to learn the value of hard work and exercise. The Tesla incident was just the latest in a lifetime of proof that I ranked somewhere below the family dog in terms of importance. $22,000 for a down payment on a car Melissa didn't need, on top of the monthly payments they'd committed to covering. Meanwhile, I'd been saving every cent from my part-time job at the grocery store, hoping to afford community college tuition because nobody had even pretended there'd be a college fund waiting for me. That morning, standing in the kitchen while Dad delivered his casual cruelty over French roast, something inside me just clicked. Not broke. Clicked. Like a lock finally finding its tumbler after years of trying different keys. I didn't storm out. Didn't cry. Didn't even raise my voice. I just said, "Okay," and walked upstairs to my room. My room. That's generous. It was the converted attic space, the one with sloped ceilings that made standing up straight possible in only half the space, the one that turned into an oven in summer and an icebox in winter. Melissa's room had an ensuite bathroom and a walk-in closet. Mine had a window that stuck and a door that wouldn't lock. I sat on my bed, the springs creaking under me the way they'd been creaking for the 8 years since I'd inherited this mattress from a cousin, and I pulled out my laptop. Not the new one Melissa had gotten for her last birthday. The one I'd bought myself 2 years ago, refurbished, using money I'd saved from returning bottles for the deposit refund. Here's what you need to understand: I wasn't planning revenge. Not then. I was just tired of being invisible except when someone needed a target for their disappointment or a convenient servant for errands they didn't want to run themselves. I opened my browser and started searching for something I'd been thinking about for months: emancipation. The word felt heavy, even just thinking it. But I was 3 months from my 18th birthday. 3 months from legal adulthood. 3 months from being able to walk away and never look back. Except walking away wasn't enough anymore. Not after 3 years of careful observation had taught me something my parents didn't know I knew. Let me take you back 2 years, to the summer I was 16. I'd been doing laundry, because that was one of my assigned chores, washing everyone's clothes, not just my own. I was moving Dad's pants from the washer to the dryer when something fell out of the pocket. A business card. Nothing remarkable about that. Dad was always collecting business cards from networking events and Chamber of Commerce meetings. He ran a commercial real estate development company, the kind that put up ugly strip malls and charged premium rent to chain stores. This card, though. This one was different. It had a phone number written in pen on the back, and underneath, an address. I almost threw it back in with the pants. But something made me pause. Maybe it was the way the handwriting looked feminine, looping and careful. Maybe it was instinct. I took a picture with my phone before tossing it into the dryer. I told myself I was being paranoid. Dad wasn't that guy. Sure, he was dismissive and cold, but he wasn't a cheater. Mom was beautiful, still turning heads at 62, perfectly maintained like one of her prize-winning rose bushes. Why would he risk that? But I kept the photo. And over the next few months, I started noticing things. The late meetings that ran past midnight. The new cologne. The way he started coming home smelling like cigarettes even though he'd quit smoking before I was born. The phone calls he'd take in his car, sitting in the driveway for 20 minutes before coming inside. I'm not proud of what I did next. Actually, that's a lie. I'm not ashamed of it either. I used Mom's laptop one afternoon when she was at her book club, and I logged into the cell phone account. We had a family plan, all our phones under one account that Dad paid for. I couldn't see the content of texts, but I could see numbers. Dates. Times. Duration of calls. There was one number that appeared constantly. Multiple times a day. Calls lasting 30, 40, sometimes 60 minutes. Always during work hours. Sometimes at night, after mom went to bed early with her sleeping pills. I ran the number through every search tool I could find. It came back to a woman named Vanessa Chen, 34 years old, owner of an interior design firm. One of Dad's clients, I realized, when I dug through his company's website. She'd designed the interiors for 3 of his recent projects. Pretty. Ambitious. Young enough to be impressed by a man with money and power, old enough to know exactly what she was doing. I didn't confront anyone. What would be the point? Mom would either refuse to believe it or would blame me somehow for bringing ugliness into her perfect suburban existence. Melissa would tell me I was being dramatic, probably making it up for attention. Dad would deny it, gaslight me, make me feel crazy for even suggesting such a thing. So I documented. Screenshot after screenshot of call logs. I noted patterns, which days he claimed to have late meetings, which days the phone records showed hour-long calls with Vanessa. I cross-referenced his calendar, which synced to the family tablet in the kitchen, with his actual location data, which I could see because we all had that Find My Family tracking app Mom insisted on. The app said he was at the office. His calendar said he was at the office. The call records showed he was talking to Vanessa. But I didn't have proof they were together. Not until I started following him. I know how that sounds. But I want you to understand, I wasn't some obsessed kid looking to destroy my parents' marriage for fun. I was looking for insurance. For leverage. For something that would make me matter, just once, in a family where I was treated like an inconvenient afterthought. I borrowed Mom's car one night, told her I was going to study at a friend's house. Dad's car was parked outside a luxury apartment complex downtown, the kind with a doorman and valet service. I waited 3 hours in that parking garage, my heart hammering every time someone walked past. Around 11, he emerged. Not alone. With her. They weren't touching, but they didn't need to be. You could see it in the body language, the way she laughed at something he said, the way he looked at her like she was the only person in the world who mattered. The way he never looked at Mom anymore. The way he'd never once looked at me. I took photos. Video. Watched them get into his car. Followed them to a restaurant, one of those expensive places where the menu doesn't list prices. Sat in my car while they had dinner, emerged 2 hours later, and then, this was the part that made my stomach turn, went back to the apartment complex. He didn't come home until 3 in the morning. I heard him, because I was awake, staring at the ceiling of my attic room, wondering what kind of person I was becoming. The kind who spied on their father. The kind who collected evidence like ammunition. The kind who was planning something they couldn't quite name yet. Mom never knew he'd been gone. She took her sleeping pill at 9:30 every night like clockwork, and she'd sleep through a tornado. I kept following him. Once a week, sometimes twice, whenever I could borrow the car or claim to be somewhere else. Built up a collection of photos and videos spanning 6 months. Him and Vanessa at restaurants. At her apartment. Once, at a hotel 2 hours outside the city, like he was worried about being seen locally. The thing about secrets is they give you power, but they also eat at you. Every dinner where Dad pretended to be the respectable family man, every time Mom talked about how lucky she was to have such a devoted husband, every time Melissa praised Dad for being so generous with her Tesla payments, I wanted to scream. To throw my phone on the table and show them all what he really was. But I didn't. Because I was waiting for the right moment. For maximum impact. For when it would matter most. My 18th birthday seemed poetically appropriate, don't you think? The week leading up to the birthday, I made my final preparations. I'd been planning this for months, but now it was time to execute. First step, I needed copies of everything. I created multiple flash drives with all the evidence, photos, videos, call logs, location data. I uploaded encrypted copies to 3 different cloud storage services. I wasn't taking any chances that this could be erased or deleted. Second step, I contacted a lawyer. Not a family lawyer or anyone local. I found someone 2 towns over who specialized in family law and offered a free initial consultation. I brought printouts of everything, organized in a neat folder, and laid it out like a prosecutor presenting a case. The lawyer, a woman in her 50s named Patricia Brennan, looked through it all with an increasingly impressed expression. "This is incredibly thorough," she said. "How old are you?" 17. "I'll be 18 in 5 days. She nodded slowly. "And what exactly are you planning to do with this?" "I want to know my options," I said. "Legally speaking." She explained what constituted evidence of adultery in our state, what it might mean for divorce proceedings, how asset division typically worked. She told me that presenting this kind of evidence to expose a parent's affair wasn't illegal, but it would likely destroy my family. She asked if I'd considered the consequences. I had. I'd considered almost nothing else for 2 years. "One more question," I said. "If a divorce did happen based on this evidence, and there were questions about who gets what in terms of assets and property, How does that typically work when there are adult children involved? She explained that adult children weren't usually factored into divorce settlements, but that any college funds or trusts set up for children could become part of the negotiation. She said most courts tried to ensure that promises made to children were kept, even if the marriage dissolved. I thanked her and left. She probably thought I'd reconsider, that I'd talk to a school counselor or a family member first. She didn't understand. There was nobody to talk to. Nobody who'd ever listened before. Nobody who'd ever cared. Third step, I needed witnesses. Not for the affair, I had proof enough of that. But for the years of favoritism, the casual cruelty, the financial disparity. I needed people who'd seen it, who could corroborate that this wasn't just a spoiled kid mad about not getting a car. I reached out to my extended family. Aunt Linda, Mom's sister, who'd always been kind to me in a pitying sort of way. Uncle Robert, Dad's brother, who'd once quietly slipped me $200 for college at a family gathering. My cousin Marcus, who was only a year older than me and had witnessed countless family events where the difference in treatment was obvious. I didn't tell them what I was planning. I just asked questions. Casual ones. Do you remember that Christmas when Melissa got the laptop and I got socks? Did you ever notice how they talked to me differently? Do you think it was weird that they paid for Melissa's entire education but won't help me at all? The responses were telling. Uncomfortable silences. Awkward admissions that yes, they'd noticed. Apologies for not saying anything. Aunt Linda actually cried, said she'd tried to talk to Mom about it years ago but had been shut down, told to mind her own business. I recorded these conversations. Not secretly, I told them I was recording, said I was documenting family history for a school project. They all agreed. None of them suspected what I was really building. A case. A narrative. A story that would be impossible to deny or dismiss. Fourth step, and this was the hardest, I had to make sure my birthday dinner actually happened. Mom had a tendency to cancel family gatherings if they seemed inconvenient. I needed everyone there. So I played the perfect son for that final week. Helpful. Cheerful. Uncomplaining. I even thanked Dad for being honest about not having money for a gift, said I understood that Melissa's needs came first. He looked surprised. Maybe even guilty for half a second. Then he clapped me on the shoulder and said, "Good man. I knew you'd understand. Family has to make sacrifices sometimes." I smiled and nodded. Inside, that lock clicked another notch tighter. Mom, perhaps feeling vaguely guilty about the whole situation, decided to make my birthday dinner special. Nothing expensive, they'd made it clear there was no budget for me, but she'd cook my favorite meal and have everyone over. Melissa would come. Aunt Linda. Uncle Robert and his wife. Cousin Marcus. Even my grandmother, Mom's mother, who was 90 and barely left her assisted living facility anymore. Perfect. An audience. Witnesses. The night before my birthday, I barely slept. Not from anxiety, surprisingly. From anticipation. From the feeling that finally, after 18 years of being invisible, I was about to become very, very visible. I spent the hours organizing the envelope. Printed copies of the most damning photos, though pixelated enough to be decent for mixed company. Printed call logs. Printed location data showing the correlation between Dad's late meetings and his presence at Vanessa's apartment. A timeline I'd created showing the affair had been ongoing for at least 2 years, possibly longer. A copy of our family's financial records, which I'd accessed through Mom's laptop, showing exactly how much had been spent on Melissa over the years versus how much had been spent on me. The disparity was staggering. Over $200,000 difference. And at the very top, a letter. Typed, professional, calm. Addressed to Mom. The letter explained everything. Not cruelly, but factually. It laid out the evidence of Dad's affair. It detailed the years of unequal treatment, the emotional neglect, the casual cruelty. It explained that I was presenting this information not out of spite, but because I deserved better. Because I'd remained silent for too long. Because someone needed to tell the truth in a family built on pretending. The letter ended with a simple statement: "I'm 18 now. I can leave anytime I want. But I thought you all deserved to know who you really are before I go." I sealed the envelope, labeled it birthday gift, and went to bed. For the first time in months, I slept soundly. My birthday fell on a Saturday. The dinner was scheduled for 6 in the evening. I spent the day acting normal, accepting the handful of text messages from friends wishing me happy birthday, responding to Aunt Linda's call with appropriate gratitude. At 5:30, I showered and dressed. Not in anything fancy, I didn't own anything fancy. But I wore my best shirt, the one I'd bought with my own money for a job interview. I wanted to look put together. Serious. Like someone who couldn't be dismissed as a dramatic teenager. I came downstairs at 5:45. Mom was in the kitchen, finishing up the meal. Roast chicken, mashed potatoes, green beans. My favorite, as promised. The smell should have made me hungry, but my stomach was twisted into knots. Not from nerves. From anticipation. Dad was in the living room, watching the news. Melissa had just arrived, breezing in with her effortless energy, hugging Mom and complaining about traffic. She was wearing designer jeans and a cashmere sweater that probably cost more than my entire wardrobe combined. "Happy birthday, little brother," she said, ruffling my hair like I was 12 instead of 18. "Big day, huh? Legal adult now?" "Yeah," I said. "Big day." The rest of the family arrived over the next 15 minutes. Aunt Linda with a card that probably contained $20 and a heartfelt message. Uncle Robert and his wife with an Amazon gift card. Cousin Marcus with a genuine smile and a fist bump. Grandmother in her wheelchair, brought by a care facility attendant who'd stay for dinner at Mom's insistence. We gathered around the dining room table. Mom had actually set it nicely, used the good plates, lit candles. It looked like a normal family celebration. It looked like love. Dad sat at the head of the table, as always. Mom at the other end. Melissa to Dad's right, his favorite child in her designated spot. I was somewhere in the middle, between Aunt Linda and Marcus, where I'd always been. Peripheral. Easy to overlook. Mom brought out the food. Everyone filled their plates. There was small talk, laughter, the usual questions about school and work and life. Dad told a story about a difficult client. Melissa talked about her new job at a marketing firm. Grandmother commented on how tall I'd gotten, as if she hadn't said the exact same thing at every gathering for the past 5 years. Then Mom brought out the cake. Store-bought, because apparently homemade was too much effort, but it had 18 candles and my name and icing. Everyone sang happy birthday. I blew out the candles. Made a wish. You can probably guess what I wished for. Present time. Mom announced with forced cheer. She knew they didn't have anything for me, not really, and she was trying to breeze past the awkwardness. The gift cards came out. The card from Aunt Linda with its $20 bill. A book from Grandmother, something inspirational about finding your purpose. Marcus gave me a gift card to the gaming store, which was actually thoughtful since he knew I'd been saving up for a new console. Mom and Dad presented their gift last. An envelope with my name on it. I opened it already knowing what I'd find. A card. Generic, the kind you grab from the drugstore display 5 minutes before checkout. Inside, a check for $100 and a message in Mom's handwriting, for college expenses. Good luck with your future. Love, Mom, and Dad. $100. For the child they'd spent less than $10,000 on over 18 years while spending over $200,000 on their favorite. For college expenses that would cost tens of thousands of dollars per year. I stared at that check for a long moment. Felt everyone's eyes on me, waiting for my reaction. Waiting for gratitude. "Thank you," I said quietly. Then I folded the check, put it back in the envelope, and set it aside. "Actually, I have something too." I pulled out my envelope. The large one, manila and heavy with its contents. I'd been keeping it on my lap under the table, waiting for this moment. "I got myself something special this year," I said, my voice steady. Calm. I slid the envelope across the table to Mom. "Happy birthday to me." Mom looked confused. Dad's expression started shifting, probably thinking this was some kind of joke or teenage theatrics. Melissa was already looking bored, probably wanting to check her phone. Mom opened the envelope. Pulled out the contents. I watched her face as she looked at the first photo, a shot of Dad and Vanessa leaving the apartment complex together, his hand on the small of her back. Watched the confusion turn to shock, turn to something harder, colder. "What is this?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "Keep looking," I said. "There's more." She did. Photo after photo. The call logs. The location data. The timeline. Everyone else at the table had gone silent, sensing something was very wrong but not understanding what. Dad stood up, his chair scraping loud against the floor. "What do you think you're doing?" "Telling the truth," I said. I looked at him directly, held his gaze. "Something nobody in this family seems interested in doing." He lunged for the envelope, but Mom pulled it away from him, clutching it to her chest. Her hands were shaking. "Robert," she said, her voice breaking. "Tell me this isn't real." "It's taken out of context," he started, but I cut him off. "There's video too," I said. "Saved in multiple places. Timestamped. Geotagged. 2 years worth of evidence. You and Vanessa Chen. Your client. Your mistress." Melissa gasped. Aunt Linda put a hand over her mouth. Uncle Robert looked like he wanted to disappear into the floor. Cousin Marcus was staring at me with wide eyes, like he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. Grandmother, bless her, just said, "Well. That's unfortunate." "You little," Dad started toward me, and for a second I thought he might actually hit me. But Uncle Robert stood up, put himself between us. "Sit down, Robert," he said firmly. "I think you've done enough." Mom was crying now, silently, tears streaming down her face while she continued looking through the evidence. The financial records were near the bottom. When she got to those, her expression changed again. Hardened. $200,000, she read out loud. That's how much more you've spent on Melissa than on your son. Over 18 years. Now wait a minute, Dad said, but his voice had lost its authority. That's not fair. Melissa had more needs, more opportunities. More needs, I repeated. Like a Tesla? Like a fully paid college education? Like designer clothes and European vacations and a sweet 16 party that cost $15,000? I turned to Melissa, who'd gone pale. Do you know what I got for my 16th birthday? A cake. From the grocery store where I work. That I bought myself. I didn't know, Melissa whispered. I didn't realize. Everyone knew, I said, and my voice finally cracked. Not from sadness. From anger. From years of bottled up rage finally finding a release valve. Everyone in this family knew exactly how things were, and nobody said anything. Nobody stood up for me. Nobody cared. That's not true, Mom said, but she couldn't even look at me when she said it. I pulled out another paper from my pocket. The letter from the lawyer, confirming our consultation, outlining what this evidence could mean in divorce proceedings. I placed it on the table. I'm 18 now, I said. I can't be used as a bargaining chip or a custody issue. But I wanted you all to know the truth before I left. I wanted witnesses. I gestured to the extended family, who were watching this unfold like spectators at a car crash. I wanted people who could verify that I'm not making this up, that I'm not being dramatic, that this is real. Where will you go? Aunt Linda asked softly. I've been accepted to 3 universities, I said. All on academic scholarships that I earned myself. Full rides. I'll be leaving next week for the summer program at the first one. This was partly true, I had been accepted, and there were scholarships, though not quite full rides. But I'd been saving money for 2 years, living on nothing, preparing for this moment. I had enough to get started. You can't just leave, Mom said, but there was no conviction in her voice. Watch me. I stood up. Looked at each of them in turn. Dad, whose face had gone from red to white to gray. Mom, clutching evidence of her husband's betrayal. Melissa, finally understanding that her privilege had come at someone else's expense. The extended family, uncomfortable witnesses to a family's implosion. I'm not doing this to hurt you, I said. I'm doing this because I deserve better than being invisible. I deserve better than being the least favorite. I deserve better than being told to be grateful for scraps while someone else gets everything. I turned to leave, but Melissa's voice stopped me. Wait. She stood up, walked around the table to me. Up close, I could see she was crying too. I'm sorry, she whispered. I should have noticed. I should have said something. Yeah, I said. You should have. What can I do? I thought about that. About the years of watching her get everything while I got nothing. About the resentment that had built up, layer upon layer, until it was hard to remember if I'd ever actually loved my sister or just loved the idea of having one. Be better, I said finally. To your own kids, if you ever have them. Break the cycle. That's all. She nodded, tears streaming down her face, and I felt something in my chest loosen. Just a little. Not forgiveness. Not yet. But maybe the possibility of it, someday. I left the dining room. Walked up to my attic room. Grabbed the 2 bags I'd already packed, everything I owned that mattered. My laptop. My clothes. The few photos I had of myself as a kid, the ones that showed I'd existed, that I'd been here, that I'd mattered at least a little bit to someone, somewhere. Behind me, I could hear the chaos erupting. Mom's voice rising, accusations flying. Dad trying to defend himself, making excuses. Melissa crying. The extended family trying to calm everyone down or maybe just trying to escape. I didn't care anymore. Their drama wasn't my drama. Their pain wasn't my responsibility. I'd lived 18 years in their shadow, trying to earn love that was never going to come. Now I was stepping into my own light. I walked down the stairs one last time, bags in hand. Passed through the living room where the family portraits hung, perfect smiling faces in expensive frames. None of them showed the truth. None of them showed the crack running through the foundation of this family, the rot underneath the beautiful exterior. At the front door, I paused. Looked back one last time. Dad was standing in the doorway to the dining room, watching me. For a moment, neither of us spoke. You destroyed this family, he said finally. No, I said. I just showed everyone what it really was. I walked out into the evening air. It was warm, late spring turning to summer, the kind of night that smells like possibility. I threw my bags in the trunk of my car, the beaten-up Honda I'd bought myself with money saved from 2 years of working every shift I could get, and sat in the driver's seat. My phone started buzzing immediately. Texts from Melissa. A call from Aunt Linda. Another text from Marcus. Dude. That was the most intense thing I've ever witnessed. Are you okay? I turned the phone off. Started the car. Pulled out of the driveway of the house where I'd grown up feeling like a stranger in my own life. I didn't know exactly where I was going. I had a hotel room booked for the night, paid for with my own money. Tomorrow I'd figure out the next step. The summer program. The scholarship paperwork. The student loans I'd probably still need. The job I'd already lined up near campus. But tonight, I just drove. Windows down, radio playing something I didn't recognize, the wind whipping through the car like freedom itself. It's been 6 months since that birthday dinner. I'm writing this from my dorm room at university, 3 states away from the family I left behind. The scholarship did come through, along with some financial aid once the financial aid office saw my actual family contribution, 0. Turned out that when you can prove your parents spent hundreds of thousands on one child and nothing on another, universities take that into account for need-based assistance. Mom filed for divorce 3 weeks after my birthday. Aunt Linda called to tell me, said the whole family was in chaos. The evidence I'd provided made it an open and shut case. Dad tried to argue for an equitable split of assets, but Mom's lawyer, she hired a really good one, apparently, used the financial records I'd compiled to show a pattern of financial dishonesty and favoritism that extended to how marital assets were used. The judge wasn't impressed with Dad's arguments. Melissa reached out about a month ago. She's in therapy, she said. Working through some things about her own role in the family dynamic. She offered to help with my college expenses, said she wanted to give back some of what she'd taken. I told her I'd think about it. I'm not ready to accept anything from her yet, but maybe someday. Baby steps. Dad sent me one email. Just one. It said, "I hope you're proud of yourself." I didn't respond. There was nothing to say. The truth is, I don't know if I'm proud or not. What I did was calculated. Manipulative. I waited for the perfect moment for maximum damage, used evidence I'd gathered through means that were borderline invasive, destroyed my family's public image and private peace in one dramatic reveal. But I also think about that 15-year-old kid doing everyone's laundry while his sister got a sports car. I think about the years of being told implicitly and explicitly that I didn't matter as much, that I was worth less, that I should be grateful for neglect because at least it wasn't abuse. I think about my father laughing when I reminded him it was my 18th birthday, telling me I was the least favorite like it was a joke we all shared. And I think, maybe I am proud. Maybe exposing the truth, no matter how ugly, was the right thing to do. Maybe breaking a broken thing is sometimes the only way forward. I still have nightmares sometimes. Not about the confrontation, but about the years before it. About being invisible. About trying so hard to earn love from people who'd already decided I wasn't worth the effort. But I also have dreams now. Real ones, not just the fantasies that got me through high school. I'm studying computer science, and I'm good at it. I have friends who choose to spend time with me, who value my company, who don't compare me unfavorably to someone else. I have professors who've noticed my work and encouraged me to pursue research opportunities. I have a life that's mine. That I built. That nobody handed to me or took away because someone else wanted it more. Last week, I got a letter from grandmother. She's 91 now, and her handwriting is shaky, but the message was clear: you did what you had to do. I'm proud of you. I always saw you, even when nobody else did. Love, Gran. I cried when I read that. First time I'd cried since the birthday dinner. Not from sadness, but from relief. Someone had seen me. Someone had noticed. All those years, I hadn't been completely invisible after all. I keep that letter on my desk now, next to my laptop. Sometimes when I'm studying late at night, stressed about exams or projects or the future, I look at it. Remind myself that I matter. That I always mattered, even when nobody acted like it. The envelope from that birthday dinner, the one that started everything, is locked in a safe deposit box at a bank near campus. Insurance, in case Dad ever tries to come after me legally for defamation or something equally absurd. But also a reminder. Of what I survived. Of what I overcame. Of what I'm capable of when pushed far enough. Would I do it again, if I could go back? Honestly, I don't know. The fallout was bigger than I expected. Aunt Linda told me that half the extended family isn't speaking to the other half, divided over who was right or wrong in the situation. Mom's struggling, apparently, adjusting to life as a single woman after 40 years of marriage. Melissa's therapist bills are adding up. But then I think about 18-year-old me, sitting in that attic room, planning this revenge with shaking hands and a racing heart. I think about how desperate I was to matter, to be seen, to have proof that I wasn't crazy for feeling overlooked and undervalued. And I think, that kid deserved justice. Messy, imperfect, destructive justice, but justice nonetheless. So yeah. That's my story. The birthday gift nobody expected. The revenge that detonated a family. The truth that nobody wanted to hear but everybody needed to know. I'm not the villain in this story, but I'm not quite the hero either. I'm just someone who got tired of being invisible and decided to make some noise. Whether that was right or wrong, whether I went too far or not far enough, that's for other people to decide. I'm too busy building a life worth living to waste time on regret. There's one more thing I should mention. one final detail that puts everything into perspective. Last month, I was checking my email and found a message from an address I didn't recognize. Subject line: "You don't know me, but I know your father." My finger hovered over the delete button, but curiosity won. I opened it. The email was from a woman named Jennifer Hartley. She was 39, a project manager at one of Dad's development companies. And she wanted me to know that Vanessa Chen wasn't the first affair. She wasn't even the second. Jennifer attached photos, emails, evidence of her own relationship with my father, one that had lasted 3 years and ended 2 years before the Vanessa situation started. She'd been silent about it because Dad had threatened her job, threatened to destroy her career in the industry if she said anything. She'd moved on, tried to forget. But when news of the divorce hit the professional circles they both moved in, she'd heard my name mentioned as the one who'd exposed everything. She wanted me to know the full scope of what I'd uncovered. "You did the right thing," her email concluded. "What you did took courage. Your mother deserves to know who she married. I wish I'd been brave enough to do what you did." I sat there staring at that email for an hour. Realized that the affair I'd exposed wasn't an anomaly. It was a pattern. Dad hadn't just betrayed Mom once. He'd been doing it for years, maybe decades. How many other Jennifers and Vanessas were out there? How many other women had he used and discarded, threatened into silence? I forwarded the email to Mom's lawyer. Anonymously, with Jennifer's permission. More ammunition for the divorce proceedings, more proof that this wasn't a one-time mistake but a fundamental character flaw. And I realized something: my revenge wasn't just personal. It wasn't just about being the overlooked kid demanding attention. It was about exposing something rotten that had been poisoning not just our family but other people's lives too. People like Jennifer, who'd been victimized and silenced. Suddenly, the weight I'd been carrying, the guilt about destroying my family, got a little lighter. I didn't destroy anything. I revealed the destruction that was already there, festering beneath the surface, pretending to be normalcy. So when people ask me if I regret what I did on my 18th birthday, if I wish I'd handled it differently, been kinder, been more forgiving, I think about Jennifer. I think about Vanessa, who was probably just as much a victim of Dad's manipulation as anyone else. I think about Mom, spending 40 years married to a man who was living a dozen secret lives. And I think, no regrets. Not anymore. The truth doesn't destroy things. It just shows you what was already destroyed and gives you the opportunity to build something better from the wreckage. I'm building. Every day, piece by piece, a life that's honest and real and mine. A life where I don't have to be invisible. Where I don't have to compete for scraps of affection. Where I matter, not because someone decided to grant me worth, but because I know my own value. That's the real gift I gave myself on my 18th birthday. Not revenge. Liberation. And honestly, that's worth more than any Tesla. But life has a way of throwing curveballs even when you think you've finally got control of the narrative. 2 weeks ago, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. Almost didn't answer it. I've gotten pretty good at screening calls, protecting my peace, keeping the chaos of my old life at arm's length. But something made me pick up. Is this? A woman's voice, hesitant, nervous. Is this the son of Robert Mitchell? My blood went cold. Nobody called me that. Nobody connected me to my father anymore if I could help it. I'd been going by my mother's maiden name on campus, at least informally. Creating distance. Building walls. Who's asking? I said, my voice flat. My name is Sarah. Sarah Mitchell. A pause, heavy with meaning. I think we might be related. The world tilted sideways. I sat down hard on my dorm bed, phone pressed to my ear, trying to process what I was hearing. She was 26. Lived 2 states over. Had grown up knowing she was adopted but only recently got access to her original birth certificate through one of those DNA ancestry services that connect you with biological relatives. The DNA match had led her to Robert Mitchell. Our father. Her father. He doesn't know I exist, she said, voice shaking. My birth mother, she worked for him 27 years ago. She was 19. He was married. She gave me up because she couldn't afford to keep me and because he made it clear he wanted nothing to do with us. I listened as she told me her story. How she'd grown up in foster care, bouncing between homes, always wondering about the parents who'd given her up. How she'd finally scraped together enough money for the DNA test, hoping to find her mother, maybe get some answers. Instead, she'd found a half-brother she didn't know existed and a father who'd abandoned her before she was even born. I saw the news articles, she said quietly. About the divorce. About you. About what you did. That's how I knew it was the right Robert Mitchell. And I needed to know if you were real. If I had a brother out there who might understand. We talked for 3 hours that night. Compared notes. Realized that Dad's pattern of betrayal went back further than anyone had suspected. Sarah's mother had been his secretary, fresh out of high school, vulnerable and naive. He'd pursued her, charmed her, Made promises he never intended to keep. When she got pregnant, he'd given her money for an abortion and told her never to contact him again. She'd kept the baby instead. Given Sarah up for adoption because she couldn't afford to raise a child alone, not at 19 with no support system, and Dad had gone on with his life like none of it had ever happened. Like Sarah had never existed. There might be others, Sarah said. If he's been doing this for 30 years. How many other children might be out there? The thought made me sick. But she was right. The evidence suggested a pattern spanning decades. Jennifer, Vanessa, Sarah's mother, and those were just the ones we knew about. How many other women had there been? How many other secrets was he carrying? Sarah wanted to confront him. Wanted answers, closure, maybe even an apology, though we both knew she'd never get one. Dad wasn't the apologizing type. He was the deny and deflect type, the make yourself the victim type. I should have told her to let it go. To move on with her life, build something better without the toxic influence of our father. That's what I was doing, after all. Building distance. Creating boundaries. Refusing to let his failures define my future. But I couldn't. Because Sarah deserved the truth just as much as I had. Maybe more. She'd spent 26 years wondering why she wasn't wanted, why she wasn't good enough, carrying the weight of abandonment without even knowing the full story. So I told her about the envelope. The evidence. The birthday dinner that blew everything apart. I told her about Jennifer's email, about the pattern we'd uncovered, about Mom's divorce proceedings and Dad's crumbling empire. And then I said something I didn't expect to say, do you want help? We met a week later, halfway between our two cities, at a coffee shop that smelled like burnt espresso and desperation. Sarah was tall, dark-haired, with Dad's eyes, that's the first thing I noticed. The same cold blue that could look right through you. But where his gaze was calculating and cruel, hers was just searching. Looking for connection. For belonging. She'd brought her own evidence. Her birth certificate with his name listed as father. Medical records from her birth. Adoption papers that detailed how much money he'd paid to make the problem disappear, $20,000, cash, with an agreement that Sarah's mother would relinquish all parental rights and never contact him again. She died, Sarah said quietly, stirring her coffee without drinking it. My birth mother. 5 years ago. Cancer. I'd tried to find her before then, but the adoption agency wouldn't give me information until I was 18, and by then she'd moved states, changed her name. By the time I tracked her down, she had 3 months to live. Did you talk to her? I asked. She nodded. Once. In the hospital. She told me everything. About him. About how charming he was, how she believed every word he said. How destroyed she was when he rejected us. She said giving me up was the hardest thing she ever did, but she thought I'd have a better life with people who actually wanted me. Sarah's voice broke. She was wrong. Foster care was. It wasn't better. We sat in silence for a moment, two damaged kids with the same rotten father, trying to figure out what justice looked like. What do you want to happen? I finally asked. I want him to know I exist, she said. I want him to look at me and realize that his choices had consequences. Real consequences. Not just a divorce or a scandal, but a person. A human being who grew up without a father because he decided she was inconvenient. I understood that. Gosh, did I understand that? We made a plan. Not revenge this time, I'd already had my revenge. This was something else. Accountability. Sarah deserved to confront him, face to face, with all the evidence of his abandonment. And I decided I'd be there with her. Not leading this time. Supporting. The confrontation happened last week. We'd tracked Dad to his new apartment. He'd moved out of the family home as part of the divorce settlement, downgraded significantly from the 5-bedroom house to a 2-bedroom condo. Mom got the house, most of the assets, and a hefty alimony payment. Turned out judges really don't like financial infidelity combined with multiple affairs. Sarah knocked on the door. I stood behind her, my presence a backup, a witness, a reminder that she wasn't alone in this. Dad opened the door. Looked at Sarah with confusion, started to say something dismissive, probably assuming she was selling something or canvassing for a political campaign. Then he looked past her and saw me. His expression changed. Went hard and cold. What do you want? He said to me, ignoring Sarah entirely. I'm not here for me, I said. I'm here for her. Sarah stepped forward. Held out her birth certificate, right there in the doorway where anyone could see. My name is Sarah Mitchell, she said, voice steady despite the tears streaming down her face. I'm your daughter. The one you paid $20,000 to make disappear before I was even born. I watched him process this. Watched the calculations happening behind his eyes. Deny? Deflect? Slam the door and pretend this wasn't happening? I don't know what you're talking about, he said, but his voice wavered. He knew. Of course he knew. DNA doesn't lie, Sarah said. She pulled out her phone, showed him the ancestry results, the genetic match that proved beyond doubt they were father and daughter. I exist. I've always existed. You just decided I didn't matter. Something cracked in his expression. Not remorse, I don't think he was capable of that. But maybe fear. Fear that this was one more piece of his carefully constructed life falling apart, one more secret dragged into the light. What do you want? He asked, quieter now. Money? Is this some kind of extortion? I want you to say it, Sarah said. Out loud. That you're my father. That you knew about me. That you chose to abandon me. The seconds stretched out. A neighbor walked past in the hallway, glanced at us curiously. Dad's jaw tightened. He looked at Sarah, really looked at her, maybe for the first time. Saw himself reflected back, undeniable proof of his choices. Yes, he said finally. You're my daughter. I knew your mother was pregnant. I gave her money to deal with it. I thought that would be the end of it. Deal with it, Sarah repeated. You mean kill me? Abort me? Make me disappear? I was young. Stupid. It was a mistake. I'm not a mistake, Sarah said, and her voice was steel now, all the tears dried up, replaced with something harder. I'm a person. A person who deserved a father. Who deserved better than being paid off like a problem to solve. She turned to leave, and I started to follow her, but Dad grabbed my arm. This is your fault, he hissed. All of it. The divorce, the scandal, now this. You destroyed everything. I looked at his hand on my arm. Looked up at his face, at the anger and desperation there. And I felt nothing. No fear. No guilt. No satisfaction. Just a kind of tired acceptance that he would never understand, never take responsibility, never be the father either of his abandoned children needed him to be. Let go of me, I said quietly. He did. Maybe saw something in my expression that told him I was done being intimidated, done being the scapegoat for his failures. You destroyed yourself, I said. I just made sure everyone could see what was already there. Sarah and I walked away together, down the hallway of that sad little condo building, out into the parking lot where the afternoon sun felt too bright, too normal for the weight of what had just happened. Thank you, she said, unlocking her car. For being here. For believing me. For helping me do that. You're my sister, I said, and realized as I said it that it was true. Not because of DNA or shared biology or Dad's failures, but because we'd found each other in the wreckage of his choices. Because we understood each other in a way nobody else could. Because we were both survivors of the same emotional abandonment, fighters for the same recognition and worth. We're planning to stay in touch. Maybe build something resembling a sibling relationship, the kind I never got to have with Melissa, at least not until everything fell apart. Sarah's still processing everything, working through it with a therapist, figuring out what healing looks like when the wounds are decades old. And me? I'm still here. Still building my life, one day at a time, one choice at a time, one boundary at a time. Still learning what it means to matter, to be seen, to exist outside the shadow of someone else's favoritism or neglect. The story doesn't have a neat ending. Real life never does. There are still complications, still pain, still moments when I wonder if I did the right thing or just made everything worse. But I'm learning to sit with that uncertainty. Learning that sometimes there are no perfect choices, only honest ones. And honestly, I sleep better at night knowing I chose truth over silence. Liberation over invisibility. My own worth over their conditional approval. That envelope I gave them on my 18th birthday didn't just destroy a family. It freed me from one. And now, unexpectedly, it's helped me start building a new one person at a time, one honest conversation at a time, one shared truth at a time. Still worth more than any Tesla. Story 2. Your sister's birthday gift is more important than your little computer project. My dad said, barely looking up from writing. A $5,000 check. When I asked if they could spare just $500 for my startup server costs, Mom laughed and said, honey, Lisa's getting into Yale, your app thing can wait. I nodded and said, no problem, I understand. They had no idea I'd signed acquisition papers that morning, selling my little computer project for $12 million. That was 3 months ago. When Forbes published my interview. They couldn't breathe. Look, I need to tell someone this, and it can't be anyone who knows my family. So here goes. My name's Jake, and I destroyed my parents' worldview in under 90 seconds. Not with violence. Not with screaming. Just with a magazine article and the look on their faces when reality caved in around them. But I'm getting ahead of myself. 3 months ago, I was standing in my parents' living room, the house I grew up in, where the family photos on the wall stop including me after age 16, and I was asking for $500. Not a gift. A loan. I had my laptop open, showing them the server costs breakdown, the user growth charts, everything documented and professional. Dad didn't even look up from his checkbook. He was writing a check for $5,000. For Lisa's birthday. My little sister, the golden child, who was turning 21 and getting a real adult celebration as Mom kept calling it. Your sister's birthday gift is more important than your little computer project, Dad said, and the way he said computer project made it sound like I was 12 and asking for money to buy Pokemon cards. I opened my mouth. Closed it. Tried again. I just need 500. The servers are. Mom laughed. Actually laughed, this tinkling sound that made my stomach hurt. Honey, Lisa's getting into Yale for her graduate program. This is a big deal. Your app thing can wait. Your app thing. I'd spent 3 years building CodeStream. 3 years living in a studio apartment that smelled like old pizza and broken dreams, teaching myself advanced programming, networking with investors, beta testing with real users. I'd sacrificed relationships, sleep, and most of my 20s to build something that actually worked. Something that solved a real problem for developers trying to collaborate across time zones. But to them, it was an app thing. No problem, I heard myself say. My voice sounded far away, calm. I understand. Dad finally looked up, surprised I'd given in so easily. You understand this is important, right? Lisa's accomplishment. Yeah. I get it. I closed my laptop. I'll figure something out. Mom smiled, relieved. That's my boy. You know we love you both equally, right? It's just that Lisa's at such a critical point in her academic career. I nodded. Left. Drove home in my beat-up Honda Civic with the check engine light that had been on for 6 months. Here's what they didn't know. That morning, 9 hours before I'd walked into their house, I'd sat in a conference room on the 43rd floor of a downtown skyscraper and signed acquisition papers. A tech giant whose name you'd recognize had bought CodeStream for $12 million. Cash. $8 million up front, $4 million in stock options that would vest over 2 years. The deal had closed at 11 a.m. By noon, my bank account had more money in it than my parents had earned in their entire lives combined. I'd gone to their house anyway. I wanted to see. I needed to know if maybe, just maybe, they'd surprise me. If they'd take me seriously for once. If they'd see me as something other than the disappointing older kid who hadn't followed the traditional path. They hadn't. So I drove home, ate leftover Chinese food straight from the container, and waited. The Forbes interview happened 2 weeks later. The journalist, Miranda Chen, was one of those sharp-eyed reporters who could smell a story. She'd covered the acquisition in a small business brief, but then she'd done something interesting. She dug into my background. Found out I'd built everything while working night shifts at a grocery store. Found out I'd taught myself to code using library computers before I could afford a laptop. Found out my family had no idea what I'd been building. This is the real story, she'd said over coffee, her recorder between us. The guy who did it alone. Who believed in his vision when nobody else did. I'd hesitated. My family's going to read this. Is that a problem? I'd thought about Mom's laugh. Dad's dismissive tone. Lisa's constant stream of when are you going to get a real job? Comments at family dinners. No, I'd said. That's not a problem. The article went live on a Wednesday morning. From night shifts to 8 figures, how one developer built a $12 million exit in his spare time. Complete with photos from the acquisition signing, quotes from the CEO who'd bought my company, and a whole section about my journey. Miranda had done her homework. She'd even found some of my old coworkers from the grocery store who talked about seeing me code on breaks, watching tutorials on my phone between customers. And buried in there, one paragraph, when asked about support from his family, Reed pauses, choosing his words carefully. They had their priorities, he says. And I had mine. My phone started ringing at 7 a.m. Lisa. I let it go to voicemail. Mom called at 7:15. Voicemail. Dad at 7:30. Voicemail. Lisa again. Mom again. Texts started flooding in. From Lisa, Jake, call me right now. From Mom, honey, we need to talk, this is important, please call. From Dad, son, we should discuss this article. Some misunderstandings. I turned my phone off. Went to the gym. Came back. Turned it on. 43 missed calls. 67 text messages. I read through them while eating lunch. Watching the progression was fascinating, like watching someone cycle through the stages of grief in fast forward. Denial, this must be exaggerated. 12 million? That can't be real. Anger, how could you make us look bad like this? What will people think? Bargaining, we've always supported you. Remember when we let you stay in your old room rent-free for 2 months? Depression, what did we do wrong? Why would you embarrass us like this? And finally, acceptance, or at least, the beginning of it, we need to talk. Family meeting. Tonight. I texted back, one message to the group chat, can't tonight. Busy. That was it. Nothing else. You have to understand, I'd spent years trying to get their attention. Years bringing them updates about CodeStream's progress. Showing them user testimonials. Explaining the revenue model. Every time, I'd gotten the same glazed over look, the same polite nodding, the same pivot back to Lisa's latest academic achievement or her boyfriend's family connections or her internship at some prestigious firm. I'd stopped trying a year ago. Just showed up for holidays, smiled through dinners where Lisa held court, and left early with excuses about work. They'd never asked what that work actually was. Now they wanted to talk. My lawyer, Patricia, called that afternoon. Jake, I'm getting calls from someone claiming to be your father. He wants information about the acquisition. I told him I can't discuss client matters, but he's persistent. Let him be persistent, I said. Are you okay? You sound different. I'm fine. Better than fine, actually. There was a pause. The Forbes article was good press. We've had 3 more companies reach out about potential collaboration opportunities. Your post-acquisition career is looking very promising. Great. Email me the details. Jake. Her voice softened. Whatever you're going through with your family, I'm not going through anything. They're going through something. I'm just living my life. Another pause. Okay. Call me if you need anything. I didn't go to the family meeting that night. Instead, I went to dinner with some of my old CodeStream team members. We celebrated at a nice restaurant, the kind I used to walk past and wonder what it was like inside. We ordered expensive dishes. We laughed about the early days, the bugs that nearly killed us, the all-nighters that probably took years off our lives. Marcus, who'd been my first hire, raised his glass. To Jake, who convinced me to leave a comfortable job to work on something crazy. To crazy ideas, I said, and we drank. My phone buzzed throughout dinner. I ignored it. This was my celebration, with people who'd believed in the vision when it was just sketches on a whiteboard and hope in the air. Around 9 p.m., Lisa showed up at the restaurant. I don't know how she found me, probably tracked my location somehow. She walked right up to our table, her face flushed, her eyes bright with something between fury and desperation. We need to talk. Now. The table went quiet. Marcus started to stand, protective, but I waved him down. Lisa, I'm having dinner with friends. Friends? Jake, the family is falling apart. Mom's been crying all day. Dad's locked himself in his study. And you're out eating fancy food like nothing happened? I took a sip of my drink. What exactly happened? You humiliated us. That article made us sound like terrible parents. Did it? I didn't say you were terrible. I said you had your priorities. Same thing. Is it? I set down my glass. Lisa, how much has Mom told you about CodeStream? She blinked. What? CodeStream. My company. What do you know about it? I know it's some tech thing. What problem does it solve? Silence. What programming languages did I use? Who's my target market? What was my revenue model? More silence. You don't know. Because you never asked. None of you did. For 3 years, I tried to share what I was building. For 3 years, every family dinner was about your achievements. Your boyfriend. Your graduate programs. Your future. And that was fine, I'm happy for you. But don't show up here and act like I'm the one who created this situation. Her voice cracked. You made $12 million and didn't tell us. I tried to tell you I needed $500 and got laughed at. 2 weeks after signing the deal. 2 weeks after becoming a millionaire, I stood in our parents' living room and asked for $500 just to see what would happen. And you know what happened? Dad said Lisa's birthday was more important than my computer project. The table was silent. Lisa looked around, suddenly aware of the audience. That's not fair, she whispered. No, I agreed. It wasn't. She stood there for another moment, tears starting to spill over. Then she turned and left. I watched her go, felt Marcus's hand on my shoulder. You okay, man? Yeah, I said. And the strange thing was, I meant it. The next morning, I got a different kind of call. Uncle Frank, Dad's older brother. We'd always gotten along decently. He'd been a software engineer back in the 80s, back when that was still a weird career choice. He'd retired early, invested well, and spent his time fishing and reading. Jake. Hell of an article. Thanks. Your parents are losing their minds. I've noticed. He chuckled, this dry sound. You know what your dad said to me? He said, how could Jake do this to us? And I said, do what? Succeed? And he couldn't answer. Couldn't even articulate what you'd actually done wrong besides not include them in your success. I didn't say anything. Just listened. Between you and me? I'm proud of you. What you built, doing it on your own terms, not asking for handouts. That takes spine. I did ask. That's the thing. I asked 100 times for them to just see me. Really see what I was doing. I know. I watched it. Every holiday, every dinner, you'd try to talk about your work and get shut down. Your mother would change the subject to Lisa's grades. Your father would check his watch. I noticed. Why didn't you say anything? Wasn't my place. But now? Now they're getting a dose of reality, and frankly, they need it. Your mother called me this morning asking if I could talk sense into you. I told her the only sense that needs talking is into them. I smiled despite myself. How'd that go over? About as well as you'd imagine. Look, Jake, I'm not calling to tell you what to do. You're a grown man, clearly capable of making good decisions. I'm calling because I know what it's like to be the family disappointment who turns out to be the family success. It's lonely. Yeah. But it gets better. And eventually, they either come around or they don't. Either way, you'll be fine. Thanks, Uncle Frank. Anytime, kid. Hey, when you're free, let's grab lunch. I want to hear about this code stream thing properly. The technical side, not the Forbes version. I'd like that. We set a date. Hung up. And for the first time in days, I felt something loosening in my chest. The next week was a circus. My parents tried everything. They showed up at my apartment. I'd moved to a nicer place downtown, 2 bedrooms with a view, still modest by new rich standards but a significant upgrade from my studio. I didn't let them up. We talked through the intercom. Jake, please. We just want to talk. We can talk. Right here. This is ridiculous. Let us up. No. I could hear Mom's voice, shaky. We're sorry, okay? We didn't realize what? That I was serious? That I was capable? That I wasn't just wasting time? Dad's voice now, harder. We never said that. You didn't have to. Actions speak louder, right? That's what you always told me growing up. Your actions told me exactly where I ranked. Silence. Jake, Mom again, desperate. You're our son. We love you. I know you do. But love without respect is just pity. And I don't need that. I turned off the intercom. Walked away. Heard them knocking for another 10 minutes before they finally left. Lisa tried a different approach. She wrote me a letter. An actual, physical letter, slipped under my door. I found it when I came home from a meeting with potential investors for my next venture. I sat on my couch and read it. It started with an apology. She was sorry for not seeing what I was doing. Sorry for monopolizing family conversations. Sorry for calling my work an app thing and asking when I'd get a real job. But then it shifted. She wrote about how hard it had been, being the good daughter. The pressure to excel, to meet expectations, to be the success story that justified all the money spent on private schools and tutors and test prep. She wrote about how Mom and Dad's pride in her felt less like love and more like validation of their parenting choices. I know you think I had it easy, she wrote. But the truth is, I was just as trapped. I had to be perfect. You got to be free. I read that line 3 times. She was right, in a way. I'd been dismissed, but I'd also been released. No expectations meant no pressure. No attention meant no scrutiny. I'd been free to fail, which meant I'd been free to try. But still. The difference, I wrote back, yes, I wrote back, because some conversations need the slowness of written words, is that I would have traded my freedom for your chains in a heartbeat. I wanted them to care. I wanted them to see me trying and believe I could succeed. You wanted freedom from their expectations. I wanted to be worthy of expectations in the first place. I mailed the letter. Wondered if she'd respond. She didn't, but 3 days later, she texted, "Coffee?" We met at a neutral cafe, halfway between her apartment and mine. She looked tired. Thinner. Like the weight of being the golden child had finally caught up to her. "I've been thinking," she said, stirring her latte. "About what you wrote. And? You're right. I took for granted that they cared what I did. I didn't realize that having them not care would hurt worse. It's different kinds of pain." "Yeah." She looked up at me. "I'm sorry, Jake. Really sorry. Not just for the interview thing. For years of not seeing you. I appreciate that. Are you going to forgive Mom and Dad? I don't know. Are they sorry, or are they embarrassed?" She winced. "Probably both." That's what I thought. We sat in silence for a while. The cafe hummed around us, conversations overlapping, the espresso machine hissing and gurgling. "For what it's worth," Lisa said eventually, "I told them they screwed up. Like, really screwed up. I said if they wanted a relationship with you, they needed to stop trying to explain away what happened and just own it." "How'd that go?" Mom cried. Dad got defensive. Then they fought about whose fault it was that you felt unsupported. Then they fought about how they shouldn't be fighting. It was a whole thing. Despite everything, I almost smiled. Sounds about right. They want to make it right, Jake. They just don't know how. That's not my problem to solve anymore. Her eyes got shiny. "Does that mean I lost my brother?" "No. The word surprised me, but it was true. You apologized. You listened. You're trying. That counts for something. What about them? We'll see. The breakthrough came from an unexpected place. Dad's work colleague, someone he'd bragged to for years about Lisa's accomplishments, sent him a message. I know this because Dad forwarded it to me, which was bold considering I'd ignored his last 15 texts. The message read, "Hey Tom, saw the Forbes article about your son. Incredible stuff. You must be so proud. I mentioned to my CEO that I knew Jake Reed's father, and he wants to discuss a potential partnership with Jake's new ventures. Could you make an introduction?" Dad's message to me below it, "Jake, could we talk? I'm starting to understand some things." I stared at that text for a long time. Starting to understand. Not I understand. Not I was wrong. Starting to understand. But something in me softened. Maybe it was Lisa's apology. Maybe it was Uncle Frank's support. Maybe I was just tired of being angry. I replied, "Sunday dinner. Your place. But we're doing this my way." Anything. Sunday came. I showed up at 6, rang the doorbell like a guest instead of using my old key. Mom answered, and her face did something complicated when she saw me. "Jake. Thank you for coming." "Mom." We stood there, awkward, until Dad appeared behind her. "Come in, son." The dining room table was set formally. Lisa was already there, looking nervous. They'd cooked my favorite meal, Mom's pot roast with roasted vegetables and homemade rolls. "We wanted to do something nice," Mom said, her voice trembling. We sat. They waited for me to start eating first, which was weird and telling. Like I was a guest. Or a judge. I took a bite. Chewed. Swallowed. "It's good." Mom's whole body sagged with relief. "Jake," Dad started. "We owe you an apology. A real one." I waited. "We didn't take your work seriously. We didn't see what you were building. And when you succeeded despite us, not because of us, we made it about our embarrassment instead of your achievement." He paused. "That was wrong. I was wrong." Mom nodded, tears already falling. "I laughed at you. When you asked for help, I laughed. I don't know what I was thinking. I look back at that moment and I want to shake myself." "Why did you?" I asked. "Laugh, I mean." She wiped her eyes. "Because I was scared. Your path looked so uncertain. So risky. And Lisa's path was clear and safe and everything we understood. When you kept pushing this tech thing, I thought you were going to waste your 20s and have nothing to show for it. I thought I was being realistic. You thought I'd fail." "Yes." Her voice broke. "And I'm so sorry. You proved me spectacularly wrong, and instead of being happy, my first thought was, what will people think when they read that article? How messed up is that?" I set down my fork. "Pretty messed up. We know," Dad said. "Believe me, we know. Frank tore into us. Lisa tore into us. Even people at work have been making comments. You must be so proud of Jake. What an incredible success story. And all I can think is, I almost missed it. I almost missed my son's greatest achievement because I was too busy writing checks for birthday parties." The bitterness in his voice surprised me. He was angry at himself, really angry. "The thing is," I said slowly, "I didn't do all this to spite you. I didn't succeed to prove you wrong, even though that's kind of a nice side effect. I did it because I believed in it. Because I saw a problem and wanted to solve it. Because creating something from nothing felt like the only thing that made sense to me." "We should have seen that," Mom said. "We should have supported that." "Yeah. You should have." Silence fell. Lisa picked at her food. Dad stared at his plate. Mom kept crying silently, tears dropping onto her pot roast. "But," I continued, and they all looked up, "I get it now. Lisa helped me understand. You two put everything into her success because that was the path you understood. Traditional achievement. Degrees in institutions and clear milestones. My path was chaos. No guarantees. No prestigious names on paper. Just me, a laptop, and a dream that probably sounded crazy. It did sound crazy," Dad admitted. "An app for developers? I didn't even know what that meant." "You could have asked." "You're right. I could have." More silence. Then Mom spoke, her voice steadier. "Can we start over? Not pretend the past didn't happen, but move forward differently?" "Maybe," I said. "But things are different now. I'm not coming back every week for dinner. I'm not going to chase your approval anymore. I have a career that's taking off, new projects in the pipeline, people who respect my work. That's not going to stop just because we're rebuilding our relationship." "We wouldn't want it to," Dad said quickly. "Jake, we're not asking you to make us the center of your life. We're asking for a chance to be part of it. On your terms." I looked around the table. At Lisa, who'd fought her own battle to make them see reality. At Mom, whose tears were genuine even if they came too late. At Dad, whose pride had taken a beating and left him humbler. They weren't perfect. This wasn't a movie ending where everything resolved neatly. But they were trying. Okay, I said finally. Here's how this works. Sunday dinners, once a month. We talk about everyone's lives, not just Lisa's achievements or my business deals. Actual conversations. And if I share something about my work, you listen. You ask questions. You try to understand. Deal? Deal, they said in unison. And one more thing. I pulled out my phone. I'm going to show you a presentation. The one I tried to show you 2 years ago about CodeStream. You're going to watch it, and you're going to ask questions, and you're going to really see what I built. Not the Forbes version. The real thing. Mom nodded eagerly. Dad straightened up, paying attention like I'd wanted him to pay attention for years. I pulled up the presentation. Started talking. Explained the problem CodeStream solved, the technical architecture, the user experience design decisions. They asked questions, sometimes dumb ones, but they were trying. Lisa helped bridge the gaps, translating tech terms into language they could grasp. An hour passed. Then my pot roast got cold. Nobody cared. For the first time in years, I felt like my family was actually seeing me. Not the son who didn't follow the traditional path. Not the disappointment who worked at a grocery store. Not the guy with the weird computer hobby. Me. Jake Reed. Founder. Developer. Entrepreneur. Their son. When I finally left, close to midnight, Mom hugged me tight. I'm so proud of you. I should have said that 3 years ago, but I'm saying it now. I'm so proud. Thanks, Mom. Dad shook my hand, then pulled me into an awkward hug. You built something amazing. And you did it yourself. That's real strength. Lisa walked me to my car. So, we good? Getting there. Good enough for me. She smiled. Hey, random question. You still need help with anything? Business stuff, I mean. I'm doing my MBA focus in operations management. If you ever need someone to look over contracts or processes or whatever. You offering to work for me? I'm offering to learn from you. There's a difference. I laughed. Yeah, okay. Send me your resume. You want my resume? I'm your sister. And you want to work with my company. Resume. She grinned. Fair enough. I drove home through empty streets, city lights blurring past. My phone buzzed. Uncle Frank. How'd it go? Better than expected. They're trying. Good. That's all you can ask for. Listen, I told some old colleagues about you. Tech guys from my day. They want to meet, talk shop, maybe mentor you through some of the business side. Interested? Yeah, absolutely. Great. Also, I'm investing in your next venture. Whatever it is. Just saying. Uncle Frank, you don't even know what I'm building yet. Don't need to. You've got the instincts and the drive. That's what matters. Everything else is details. I felt something catch in my throat. Thanks. That means a lot. You earned it, kid. Now go build something else amazing and make me richer. He hung up. I sat in my car outside my apartment building, looking up at my window. 2 months ago, I'd been living in a studio, eating ramen, wondering if anyone would ever take me seriously. Now I had money. Respect. Opportunities. A family that was starting to understand. An uncle who believed in me. A sister who wanted to learn from me. The revenge, if you could call it that, wasn't the Forbes article. It wasn't the shocked looks or the desperate phone calls or watching them scramble to process their mistake. The revenge was this, building a life so successful, so fulfilling, so undeniably mine, that their approval became optional instead of necessary. I didn't need them to validate me anymore. But them wanting to try, wanting to be part of my life on my terms, that felt like winning. Not because I'd hurt them. But because I'd freed myself. The story could end there, and maybe it should. But life's messier than clean endings. 2 weeks after that dinner, I was meeting with investors about my next project, an AI-powered code review system that I'd been prototyping. The meeting went well. Really well. 8-figure funding round kind of well. I called Lisa first. She screamed into the phone, actually screamed with excitement. I'm working with a genius. Oh my gosh, Jake, this is incredible. You haven't even started yet. Doesn't matter. I'm working with my brilliant brother. I'm telling everyone. I smiled. Okay. Calm down. Never. Hey, Mom and Dad are going to lose their minds when they hear. I'll tell them at dinner next month. Next month? Jake, this is huge news. I know. But I'm learning to live my life first and share it with them second. Not the other way around. She went quiet. That's really healthy actually. Therapy's been helpful. You're in therapy? Yeah. Started after the Forbes article. Needed someone to help me process everything. Wow. Good for you, seriously. Maybe I should. You should. I'll send you my therapist's info. She's great. We hung up. I sat in my car, a new car now, nothing flashy, but reliable in mine, and felt the weight of success settle differently than I'd expected. It wasn't triumphant. It was quiet. Solid. Real. The kid who'd coded in the library and worked night shifts and asked his parents for $500 just to see if they'd notice him was gone. In his place was someone stronger. Someone who'd learned that the approval that matters most is your own. My phone buzzed. A message from Dad. Son, I told my colleague about your new venture. He's very interested. Can I pass along your contact info? A year ago, I would have been desperate for that message. Grateful he was finally helping. Now, I just felt calm. Sure, I replied. And Dad? Thanks. Anytime. Proud of you. 3 words. Years too late. But real. I pocketed my phone and drove home through the city I'd conquered quietly, one line of code at a time, while nobody was watching. And maybe that was the real story all along. Not the revenge. Not the vindication. Just a guy who believed in himself when nobody else would, and built something beautiful out of spite and determination and pure stubborn refusal to quit. The Forbes article got me recognition. But I'd already won the only battle that mattered, the one against my own doubt, against the voice that said I wasn't good enough, smart enough, worth enough. I'd won that fight in a studio apartment at 3 a.m., debugging code that wouldn't work, refusing to give up. I'd won it every time I chose to keep building instead of giving in to the easier path of traditional employment and my family's expectations. The 12 million was just the world's way of confirming what I'd already proven to myself. And that, more than any amount of money, more than any article or family reconciliation or investor meeting, was enough. It had to be. Because I'd learned the hard way that building your life on other people's approval is building on sand. The tides come in. Everything washes away. But building your life on your own belief, your own vision, your own refusal to accept limitations? That's concrete. That's foundation. That's real. So yeah, my parents didn't believe in me. Yeah, they chose my sister's birthday over my dreams. Yeah, they laughed when I asked for help and dismissed my work as a hobby until the world told them otherwise. But I still made it. And now, finally, they were starting to see who I'd become. Not who they'd wanted me to be. Not some reflection of their expectations. Just me, Jake Reed. Founder. Developer. The guy who turned a little computer project into a multi-million-dollar exit and a career that was just getting started. Their son. On my terms. And you know what? That was better than any revenge I could have planned. Because the best response to being underestimated isn't anger. It's achievement. And I'd achieved something they'd never be able to take away or diminish or dismiss. I'd proven myself right. 3 months after the Forbes article, I'm sitting in my apartment, working on code for my next venture, and my phone buzzes with a text from Mom. Sunday dinner menu ideas? Want to make your favorites? I smile and reply with some suggestions. Set the phone down. Keep working. The city lights twinkle outside my window. My laptop hums. Code flows across the screen, green text on black background, building something new. And somewhere across town, my parents are probably finally reading the code stream documentation I sent them. Understanding at last what I'd built. Realizing what they'd missed. But that's okay. I'm not angry anymore. I'm just busy. Building the future, one line of code at a time, while the people who doubted me slowly learn to believe. And honestly, that's the sweetest revenge there is. Not making them suffer. Making them watch me soar. But here's the thing nobody tells you about success, it attracts people from your past like moths to a flame. And not always the people you want to hear from. 4 months after the Forbes article, I got an email from Jessica Harmon. High school girlfriend. The one who'd broken up with me senior year because, in her words, I need someone with ambition, Jake. You're too much of a dreamer. Subject line, saw your success. So proud. I stared at that email for a solid 5 minutes. She dumped me at a party, in front of our friends, because I'd told her I wanted to teach myself programming instead of going pre-med like my parents wanted. She'd literally laughed and said, programming? That's not a real career plan. Now she was proud. I deleted the email without responding. But 3 more came over the next week. Each progressively more personal. I always knew you'd do something special. Remember when we talked about our dreams? Would love to catch up sometime. The thing was, I did remember our conversations. I remembered telling her about my ideas for software that could help people collaborate better. I remembered her checking her phone while I talked, bored, waiting for me to finish so we could talk about her college plans. I remembered a lot of things. Lisa noticed I was distracted during one of our work sessions. She'd started helping me with operational stuff for the new venture, and she was actually good at it. Organized. Detail-oriented. All the things I wasn't. What's wrong? She asked, looking up from a spreadsheet. Nothing. Just old ghosts. The ex-girlfriend who keeps emailing you? I stared at her. How did you? Jake, you keep checking your phone with this weird expression. And you mentioned her once, years ago, at Christmas. You said she broke up with you because you weren't ambitious enough. I'm guessing she's seen the Forbes article. Bingo. Lisa closed her laptop. Are you going to respond? No. Why would I? Because part of you wants to prove her wrong too. I opened my mouth to deny it. Closed it. She was right. The thing is, Lisa continued, you don't need to prove anything to her. You already proved it. By succeeding. By building something real. Her reaching out isn't about you, it's about her realizing she made a mistake. Feels good though. Knowing she knows she was wrong. Of course it does. But responding to her, letting her back into your life even just to show off? That's giving her power she doesn't deserve. You're better than that. When had my little sister gotten so wise? I blocked Jessica's email. Moved on. Focused on the work. But the ghosts kept coming. Brad Mitchum, my old manager from the grocery store, reached out through LinkedIn. He'd been one of those managers who made minimum wage jobs even more miserable. Constantly on my case about taking phone calls on break, about being distracted, about not being a team player. His message, hey Jake, Brad from Morrison's here. Heard about your big success. I always knew you had potential. We should grab coffee, I've got some business ideas I'd love to run by you. I showed this one to Marcus during a team meeting. He read it and actually threw his pen across the room. This is the guy who wrote you up for studying coding on your lunch break? The very same. And now he wants your time and advice? Apparently. What are you going to say? I thought about it. The old me would have ignored it, too hurt to respond. The angry me would have written something cutting about how he'd treated me. But the current me? I wrote back, hi Brad. I appreciate you reaching out, but I'm not taking coffee meetings right now. My schedule's pretty packed with a new venture. Best of luck with your ideas. Professional. Brief. Final. Marcus nodded approvingly. That's class. I'm learning. But the most interesting reconnection came from someone I'd almost forgotten, Nathan Park, my old roommate from the studio apartment days. We'd split rent on that tiny place for a year and a half before he'd moved out, frustrated with what he called my obsession with CodeStream. You're throwing away your life on this project, he'd said while packing his boxes. I'm going to law school. Making something of myself. You should think about doing the same. I'd helped him carry boxes to his car. Wished him luck. Felt like a failure for weeks after. Now he called. Actual phone call, not email or text. I almost didn't answer. Jake. His voice sounded strained. I saw the article. I needed to call. Nathan. Been a while. Yeah. Listen, I owe you an apology. A massive one. I hadn't expected that. Okay. When I left, I thought you were wasting your time. I thought I was being the responsible one, the smart one. I was so sure I was making the right choice and you were making a mistake. And now? He laughed, this bitter sound. Now I'm drowning in student loan debt, working at a firm where I bill hours until midnight most days, and I just read about how my old roommate sold his company for $12 million. Life has a sense of humor. Law school's what you wanted though. Was it? Or was it what I thought I was supposed to want? I don't even know anymore. He paused. Look, I'm not calling to ask for anything. I just wanted you to know that I was wrong. About you. About your project. About everything. You stuck with your vision when everyone told you to quit, and you won. That takes guts I didn't have. We talked for an hour. Really talked. He told me about the reality of being a junior associate at a big firm. The politics. The exhaustion. The crushing weight of debt. The creeping feeling that he'd chosen prestige over passion. You ever think about doing something else? I asked. Every day. But I'm trapped. The debt alone. What if you weren't? Trapped, I mean. Jake, I owe $200,000. I'm not trapped hypothetically. I made a decision. Come work for me. Silence. What? I need a legal advisor for the new venture. Someone who understands tech, knows the startup world, can help navigate contracts and partnerships. You'd be perfect. I'm a junior associate. I barely know what I'm doing. You're smart and you understand the pressure of building something. That's more valuable than experience sometimes. I'll pay you market rate plus equity. You can pay down your debt faster and actually do interesting work. Jake, I don't deserve this. I walked out on you. Yeah, you did. But you also just called to apologize without asking for anything. That says something. So, you interested or not? Another long pause. Then, yeah. Yes. Absolutely yes. Good. Send me your resume and give notice at your firm. We'll figure out the details. After we hung up, Lisa looked at me skeptically. You sure about that? No. But he's good people who made a mistake. We all make mistakes. That's very evolved of you. Don't get used to it. I'm still petty about some things. She laughed. Good. I was worried you were getting soft. The next Sunday dinner at my parents' house had a new dynamic. I brought Marcus with me. He'd become my closest friend through the Code Stream days, and I wanted my family to meet the people who'd actually been there. Mom went overboard with the food. Dad grilled Marcus about his background, his role in Code Stream, his plans for the future. But it was different from the interrogations I remembered from my teenage years. Dad was actually interested. Actually listening. At one point, Marcus told a story about our early days. About a time when a critical bug had destroyed a week's worth of work and I'd sat on the floor of my studio apartment, head in my hands, seriously considering quitting. And you know what Jake did? Marcus said, gesturing with his fork. He sat there for maybe 5 minutes. Then he got up, ordered pizza, and said, okay, let's rebuild it better. Just like that. No drama. No giving up. That's when I knew this guy was going to make it. Mom's eyes were shiny. I didn't know about that. There's a lot you didn't know, I said gently. A lot of those moments happened when I couldn't talk to anyone about it because nobody thought it was real work. Dad set down his glass. That must have been lonely. It was. But it also made me stronger. I wish you'd felt like you could tell us. I tried. You weren't ready to hear it. The table went quiet. Then Lisa jumped in. Okay, enough heavy stuff. Jake, tell them about Nathan. I shot her a look, but she just grinned. So I explained about Nathan's call, about hiring him for the legal role. You hired the guy who abandoned you? Dad asked, incredulous. I hired someone talented who made a mistake and owned up to it. Sound familiar? Dad blinked. Then slowly smiled. Point taken. Besides, I continued, success isn't about punishing everyone who doubted you. It's about building something so good that people want to be part of it. Even people who left. Even people who didn't believe. If they're willing to show up and do the work now, that's what matters. Mom reached across the table and squeezed my hand. When did you get so wise? When I stopped caring if you thought I was wise or not. It came out harsher than I meant, but it was true. They needed to hear it. Fair enough, Mom said softly. After dinner, Dad pulled me aside. His study, the room where he'd written that $5,000 check for Lisa's birthday while dismissing my request, felt different now. Smaller somehow. I've been doing a lot of thinking, he said, settling into his leather chair. About that day. About the check. Dad, we've talked about this. Let me finish. Please. He took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes. I wrote that check without even looking at you. I was so focused on making Lisa's day special that I completely ignored what you were asking for. And the worst part? It was only $500. I had it. It wouldn't have hurt us. But I said no because I didn't take you seriously. I know. And then I found out you'd just sold your company. That morning. You came to us hours after becoming a millionaire, and you asked for $500 just to see if we'd say yes. If we'd believe in you even a little bit. Yeah. That's brutal, Jake. That's the kind of thing that breaks families. It almost did. He nodded slowly. I'm going to make this right. I know I can't undo it, but I'm going to try. He opened his desk drawer and pulled out an envelope. Handed it to me. Inside was a check. For $500. What's this? What you asked for. 4 months late, but still. I can't go back and write this check when you needed it. Can't change the fact that I dismissed you. But I can give it to you now, not because you need it, but because you deserved it then. I looked at the check. At his handwriting. At the date, today's date. Dad, this is symbolic. I don't need $500. I know. But I need to give it. And I need you to understand something. Every dollar you made, you earned without us. You don't owe us anything. Not explanations, not a cut, not even forgiveness. But if you're willing to let us be part of your life going forward, we'll show up differently. I promise you that. I folded the check. Put it in my pocket. I'll frame this. As a reminder. Of what? That people can change. That it's never too late to try to make things right. He stood, pulled me into a hug. I'm so sorry, son. For all of it. I know, Dad. I know. Walking out of that house, check in my pocket, Marcus waiting by the car, I felt something shift. The anger that had fueled me for years, that had pushed me through late nights and failures and moments where quitting seemed easier than continuing, it was finally loosening its grip. I didn't need it anymore. The revenge was complete, not because I'd hurt them, but because I'd healed myself. You good? Marcus asked as I got in the car. Yeah. Actually, I really am. Cool. Now can we talk about how your dad grilled me like I was dating you? I laughed, real and full. He's protective. In his weird, delayed way. Better late than never, I guess. Yeah. That's what I'm learning. Better late than never. We drove through the city, past the old grocery store where I'd worked night shifts, past the library where I'd taught myself to code, past the studio apartment where Code Stream had been born. My phone buzzed. A text from Uncle Frank, lunch this week? Bring your pitch deck for the new venture. Got 3 more investors who want in. Another text, from Lisa, thanks for bringing Marcus. He's cool. Also, Mom's crying happy tears in the kitchen. You did good. Another, from Nathan, just gave notice. 2 weeks and I'm all yours. Let's build something amazing. I looked at all these messages. All these people who believed in me now, who wanted to be part of what I was building. And I thought about that day, 4 months ago, standing in my parents' living room, asking for $500 I didn't need, just to see if they'd finally see me. They hadn't then. But they did now. And somehow, against all odds and my own bitterness, that was enough. Not because their approval was what I'd been chasing all along. But because their willingness to grow, to admit fault, to try harder, that was something real. Something worth holding on to. The best revenge isn't making people suffer for doubting you. It's building a life so undeniably successful that their doubt becomes irrelevant. And then, if you're really winning, you let them learn from their mistakes. You give them the chance to be better. Not for them, for you. Because carrying anger is exhausting, and forgiveness, real forgiveness, is the ultimate freedom. I'd learned that the hard way. But I'd learned it. And now, with a framed $500 check waiting to hang on my wall, a new venture gaining momentum, and a family slowly learning to see me clearly, I was ready for whatever came next. Not as the kid who wasn't good enough. Not as the son who got dismissed. But as Jake Reed. Founder. Entrepreneur. The guy who proved everyone wrong by proving himself right. And honestly? That was the best ending I could have asked for. Story 3. My wife kept saying she'd be happier with my brother. So, I handed her the divorce papers I'd already filled out and said, sign here. My wife Emma had this thing she'd say whenever my younger brother Jason was around. I should have waited to meet Jason first. She'd smile like it was charming. Jason would look at his phone. I'd feel something twist in my chest. Just being honest, she'd say. Honesty is important in marriage, right? She said it at my parents' house during Sunday dinner. Jason's so good at fixing things. When's the last time you fixed something around our house? She said it at my dad's 60th birthday party. Your brother actually listens when people talk. Must be nice, she said it at Christmas in front of my entire family. I think I married the wrong brother. Jason's got his life together. My mom's face went tight. My dad set down his fork. My sister Claire stared at Emma like she'd grown a second head. Jason shifted uncomfortably and said he needed to check on the turkey even though it wasn't his house. Emma, I said quietly. Can we not do this right now? She laughed and touched my arm. Oh, come on. Jason knows I'm kidding. Right, Jason? Jason didn't answer. He was already halfway to the kitchen. I tried talking to her about it in the car on the way home. It makes me uncomfortable when you say stuff like that. It makes Jason uncomfortable too. Emma rolled her eyes. Your brother can handle a compliment. Maybe if you were more like him, I wouldn't have to point out the differences. What's that supposed to mean? It means Jason has ambition. He's confident. He takes care of himself. She looked at me. When's the last time you went to the gym? When's the last time you got a promotion? I got a promotion 8 months ago. Jason got his 2 months ago. But she only remembered his. The comments kept coming. At my work holiday party, she spent 20 minutes talking to my coworker about how amazing Jason was. He just made partner at his firm. 32 years old and already partner. Can you believe it? My coworker looked at me. That's great. What do you do? He's in middle management, Emma answered before I could. It's fine. Steady. Not everyone can be a star like Jason. She said it when we ran into my parents at the grocery store. Jason texted me this morning to check how I was doing. So thoughtful, she said it to our neighbors. My brother-in-law is single, ladies. Successful lawyer, great personality, actually knows how to dress himself. She said it to my face almost weekly. Jason would have noticed I got my hair cut. Jason wouldn't forget our anniversary was coming up. Jason actually plans romantic dates with his girlfriends. I started counting. 3 times in January. 5 times in February. 7 times in March. By August, I'd heard her say something about being happier with Jason or wishing she'd met him first or comparing me unfavorably to him 38 times. 38 times my wife told me my brother was better than me. I tried talking to Jason about it privately. We met for lunch and I told him Emma's comments were getting worse. I know, he said immediately. I've asked her to stop. Something cold settled in my stomach. You've asked her to stop? She texts me sometimes. Just random stuff at first. How was your day, congratulations on the promotion, that kind of thing. Jason pushed his food around his plate. Then it got weirder. She'd ask if I was dating anyone. She'd say you didn't appreciate her the way someone like me would. I kept trying to redirect the conversation back to you or tell her she should talk to you about whatever she was upset about. How long has this been going on? 4 months maybe? Jason looked miserable. I should have told you sooner. I kept thinking she'd stop and I didn't want to cause problems. But last week she asked if I'd ever thought about what would have happened if we'd met before you introduced her. My hands were shaking. What did you say? I told her I'm your brother and that's never going to happen. She laughed and said she was just curious. He met my eyes. I stopped responding to her texts after that. I'm sorry. I should have shut it down harder from the start. I went home and opened Emma's laptop while she was at yoga. I knew her password. We'd always known each other's passwords because we had nothing to hide. That's what she always said. Her messages with Jason went back 6 months. Hundreds of them. The early ones were innocent enough. Hey, how's the new job? Congrats on the case you won. Saw your Instagram post about hiking, looked like fun. Then they got more personal. Do you think I'm attractive? Be honest. You can tell me if you think your brother doesn't appreciate me. I feel like you and I have a connection. Do you feel it too? Jason's responses were careful. You're my brother's wife. I think you should talk to him about this. I'm not comfortable with this conversation. But Emma kept pushing. I think about you a lot. Is that weird? Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd met you at that party instead of him. Would you have asked me out? Jason's responses got shorter. Emma, stop. This isn't appropriate. Talk to your husband. The most recent messages were from 3 days ago. Emma had sent, I'm going to be at the gym on 5th Street tomorrow morning if you want to accidentally run into me. We could get coffee after. Jason hadn't responded. I took screenshots of everything. Then I opened her journal that she kept in her nightstand. I'd never read it before because I respected her privacy. I didn't respect it anymore. Page after page about Jason. How he smiled at her at Sunday dinner. How his cologne smelled. How she felt a spark when their hands touched reaching for the same serving spoon. How she fantasized about him leaving one of his girlfriends and realizing Emma was right there waiting. One entry from 2 weeks ago, I think if I keep reminding him I exist, he'll start seeing me differently. He has to feel something. The way he looks at me sometimes. I just need him to see that I'm better suited for him than any of those random women he dates. And better than his boring brother. I photographed every page. Then I called a divorce attorney named Marcus Reed. His office had availability that afternoon. I told him everything. The comments, the texts, the journal entries. I showed him the screenshots. Marcus leaned back in his chair. This is pretty clear-cut emotional affair territory, even if it's one-sided. How long have you been married? 3 years. Any kids? No. Any major shared assets besides a house? We rent. We have a joint savings account and some furniture. Marcus nodded. I can have papers drawn up by end of day tomorrow. The question is whether you want to try counseling first or if you're done. I thought about 38 comments spread over 8 months. I thought about Emma texting my brother asking if he thought about her. I thought about her journal entries calling me boring. I'm done. The papers were ready 2 days later. I picked them up from Marcus's office and brought them home. I filled out my portions and left Emma's blank. Then I slid them into a folder and waited. My parents were having a Labor Day barbecue that weekend. The whole family would be there. Jason, Claire, my aunt and uncle, my parents' neighbors who'd known me since I was 10. Emma spent an hour getting ready. She wore Jason's favorite color. I knew it was his favorite color because she'd asked Claire what it was last month. Claire had told me about it with concern in her voice. We drove to my parents' house in silence. Emma was texting someone. Probably Jason. He'd told me he was still not responding, but she kept trying. The backyard was full of people when we arrived. Jason was standing by the grill with my dad. Emma's whole face lit up when she saw him. She made a beeline across the lawn. I followed with the folder in my hand. Jason. Emma touched his arm. I haven't seen you in forever. Well, Not since last Sunday, but still. Jason stepped back from her hand. Hey, Emma. You look great. Is that a new shirt? She was smiling up at him. I love that color on you. My dad looked between them with a frown. Jason cleared his throat. Thanks. Emma, I think. You know what I was thinking? Emma interrupted. She was speaking loud enough that people nearby were starting to look over. I was thinking about how different my life would be if I'd met you first instead of Emma. I stepped forward. Can we talk? She barely glanced at me. In a minute. Jason, I was saying. I opened the folder and pulled out the divorce papers. Sign here. The entire backyard went quiet. Emma's mouth fell open. Jason's eyes went wide. My dad turned off the grill. What? Emma stared at the papers in my hand. You keep saying you'd be happier with Jason. You keep telling everyone you married the wrong brother. You keep wishing you'd met him first. I held out the papers. So sign here. Go be happy. Emma's face went red. Are you insane? I'm joking. It's just 38 times, I said. You've said it 38 times in the last 8 months. At my dad's birthday. At Christmas. At my work party. At the grocery store. To our neighbors. To my face. I looked at Jason. And apparently hundreds of times in text messages to my brother. Jason closed his eyes. Emma went pale. You went through my phone? I looked at your laptop. And your journal. I pulled out my phone and opened the screenshots. Here's you asking Jason if he thinks you're attractive. Here's you asking if he's ever thought about what would have happened if you met him first. Here's you inviting him to accidentally run into you at the gym. My mother made a small sound. My sister was staring at Emma with her mouth open. Emma grabbed for my phone. That's private. You had no right. I pulled it back. Here's a journal entry from 2 weeks ago where you called me boring and said you're better suited for Jason than any of the women he dates. Oh my goodness. My mom's voice was quiet. Emma. Emma's eyes were filling with tears. You're taking everything out of context. I was just venting. Everyone vents about their spouse sometimes. Venting is complaining about dishes, Claire said. Her voice was cold. This is you pursuing our brother while married to our other brother. I wasn't pursuing him. Emma's voice pitched higher. I was just being friendly. Jason and I are friends. That's all. Jason finally spoke. We're not friends, Emma. You've been texting me inappropriate things for months. I've told you to stop. I've told you to talk to your husband. You kept pushing. You liked the attention, Emma shot back. Don't pretend you didn't. I didn't. Jason's voice was hard. I felt uncomfortable and guilty and I kept hoping you'd stop so I wouldn't have to blow up my brother's marriage by telling him. But I should have told him immediately. Emma looked around the backyard. Everyone was watching her. My mom, my dad, my sister, my aunt and uncle, the neighbors. All of them staring. This is insane. Emma's voice was shaking. You're all overreacting. So I said some nice things about Jason. So what? He's a good guy. I'm allowed to think my brother-in-law is a good person. My dad stepped forward. You told my son, in my house, on Christmas, that you married the wrong one. You compared them in front of the entire family. You made him feel like he wasn't good enough while sitting at my table eating my food. I was joking. It's not a joke when you say it 38 times. My mom's face was tight. It's not a joke when you text his brother asking if he's attracted to you. It's not a joke when you write in your journal that you're waiting for Jason to leave his girlfriend for you. Emma's tears were falling now. You don't understand. He doesn't appreciate me. He forgets things. He doesn't notice when I get my hair done. He doesn't plan romantic dates. So you talk to him about it, Claire interrupted. You work on your marriage. You don't start emotionally cheating with his brother. I wasn't cheating, Emma shouted. I held up the papers again. Sign them or don't. But I'm done. Emma stared at me. You're serious? You're going to divorce me because I think your brother is attractive? I'm divorcing you because you've spent 8 months telling me I'm not good enough. Because you pursued my brother behind my back. Because you wrote in your journal that I'm boring and you're waiting for him to notice you. My voice was steady. Because I deserve better than someone who doesn't want me. Emma's face crumpled. I do want you. I love you. I don't know. I was confused. I made a mistake. 38 times isn't a mistake. Hundreds of texts aren't a mistake. 6 months of journal entries aren't a mistake. I set the papers on the table next to the grill. I'll be at my sister's. You have 3 days to move your stuff out of the apartment. After that, I'm changing the locks. I walked away. Jason caught up with me at the gate. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm so sorry. I should have told you the first time she texted something inappropriate." "I know." I looked at my brother. "I don't blame you. But I need some space from you for a while." Jason nodded. His eyes were wet. "I understand." Claire drove me to her apartment. I sat in her passenger seat and watched the city go by and didn't feel anything. Just numb. "You can stay as long as you need," Claire said. "I'm proud of you, you know. For standing up for yourself." I didn't feel proud. I felt hollowed out. Emma called 17 times that night. I didn't answer. She texted that I was overreacting, that she made a mistake, that she'd do anything to fix it. I turned my phone off. The next morning, my dad called. I almost didn't pick up, but something made me answer. "I wanted you to know your mother and I support you completely," he said. "What Emma did was unacceptable. The way she treated you in our home was unacceptable. We should have said something sooner. It's not your fault, Dad." "I know. But I watched her tear you down month after month and I didn't want to cause problems. I thought you'd handle it privately. I should have pulled you aside and asked if you were okay." He paused. "Are you okay?" "I don't know." "That's honest. I respect that." My dad was quiet for a second. "Your brother's devastated. He thinks he ruined your relationship." "He didn't. Emma did." I told him that. "But he feels guilty for not shutting it down harder from the start. For not telling you immediately when the text got inappropriate." I didn't say anything. "I'm not asking you to forgive him today," my dad said. "Just don't shut him out forever. He loves you. He'd never actually pursue Emma. She was pushing and he was trying to handle it without hurting you, and he made the wrong call." "I know." We hung up and I stared at Claire's ceiling for a long time. Emma showed up at Claire's apartment that afternoon. She pounded on the door until Claire threatened to call the police. Through the door, Emma shouted that I was throwing away our marriage over nothing. That she never touched Jason. That it was all just fantasy that didn't mean anything. "It meant something to me," I shouted back. "Every time you compared us. Every time you said you wished you'd met him first. Every time you made me feel like I wasn't enough." "I'll stop." Emma's voice was desperate. "I'll never mention Jason again. I'll delete his number. I'll do whatever you want. I want a divorce." The pounding stopped. I heard her crying on the other side of the door. Then her footsteps walking away. I went back to the apartment 3 days later with Claire and my dad. Emma's stuff was gone. She'd taken her clothes, her laptop, her books. She'd also taken the coffee maker and half our dishes and some furniture we'd bought together. The place looked empty. Wrong. My dad squeezed my shoulder. "You'll make it your own again." I changed the locks that afternoon. Marcus called the next day to say Emma had hired an attorney and they were contesting the divorce. Her lawyer claimed I was abandoning the marriage without cause and Emma was willing to go to counseling. "Tell them I have documentation of emotional infidelity," I said. "Texts, journal entries, timestamps. And I have my brother willing to testify that she pursued him for months." Marcus was quiet for a second. "That should be sufficient. I'll draft our response." Emma's lawyer backed down 2 days later. Apparently, once they saw the evidence, they advised Emma to settle quietly rather than have everything come out in court. The divorce papers came back signed a week after the barbecue. Emma added a note at the bottom in her handwriting. "I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you. I hope you find someone who appreciates you." I stared at the note for a long time. Then I filed it with the rest of the divorce documents and tried to feel something. Relief. Anger. Sadness. Anything. Still just numb. My first therapy session was 2 weeks later. The therapist's name was Dr. Patricia Moss. Her office had soft lighting and comfortable chairs and she asked me to tell her what brought me in. I told her about the comments. About the 38 times Emma said she'd be happier with Jason. About the texts and the journal and the way she made me feel like I was never good enough. Dr. Moss listened without interrupting. When I finished, she asked, "How long did you believe her?" "What?" "How long did you believe that Jason was better? That you weren't good enough?" I thought about it. The whole time, I guess. I'd hear her say it and part of me would think, she's right. Jason is more successful. He's more confident. He's in better shape. Of course she'd prefer him. Dr. Moss wrote something in her notebook. "We're going to work on that. On recognizing that your wife's comparisons weren't objective truth. They were her projections. Her issues. Her fantasies. They had nothing to do with your actual worth." Over the next few weeks, I started noticing things I'd missed. How I'd stopped going to the gym because Emma would comment that I'd never look like Jason anyway, so why bother? How I'd turned down a promotion opportunity because Emma said she didn't want me working longer hours like Jason did. How I'd stopped talking about my work wins because Emma would find a way to mention Jason's bigger wins. I'd made myself smaller to avoid her comparisons. And she'd just compared me more. Jason reached out a month after the barbecue. He asked if we could meet for coffee. I almost said no. But something made me agree. We met at a place downtown. Jason looked terrible. Thinner. Dark circles under his eyes. I'm not sleeping much, he admitted when I asked. I keep replaying every conversation with Emma. Every text I should have shut down harder. Every time I should have told you what was happening. Why didn't you? Jason rubbed his face. At first, I thought I was misreading things. She'd text something borderline inappropriate and I'd tell myself I was being paranoid. Then it got clearer and I told myself if I just didn't respond, she'd stop. I didn't want to be the guy who accused his brother's wife of coming onto him if I was wrong. What if I told you and you didn't believe me? What if it ruined your marriage for nothing? It ruined my marriage anyway. I know. Jason's voice cracked. I'm so sorry. You deserve to know immediately. I was a coward. We sat there in silence for a while. The coffee shop was busy around us. People laughing, talking, living normal lives while mine felt shattered. I don't blame you for what Emma did, I finally said. She made her choices. She pursued you. She wrote those things. She said those things. I looked at my brother. But I'm angry you didn't tell me. That you let me sit at family dinners while she flirted with you and I had no idea there was more happening in private. I know. I need more time. Before we can be like we were. Jason nodded. Take all the time you need. I'll wait. My mom started calling weekly to check in. She'd ask how I was doing and if I needed anything and she'd avoid mentioning Emma entirely unless I brought her up first. During one call, she admitted something that made my chest hurt. Your father and I almost said something at Christmas. When Emma made that comment about marrying the wrong brother. We talked about it later and your father wanted to pull you aside. But I said it wasn't our place. That you were an adult and you'd handle your marriage however you saw fit. It's not your fault, Mom. I know. But I regret not saying something. I regret making you feel like you had to endure that alone. Claire, on the other hand, was furious with Emma. She'd see me getting lost in thought and she'd launch into tirades about what a narcissist Emma was. How she'd always seemed sweet, but there was something calculated underneath. How she'd flirted with Claire's boyfriend once at a party and Claire had written it off as Emma being friendly. The signs were there, Claire said during one of her rants. We all just made excuses because it was easier than causing drama. The divorce was finalized 8 weeks after I handed Emma those papers at the barbecue. Marcus called to tell me the judge had signed everything. It was over. Emma got to keep her car and her personal belongings. I kept the furniture she'd left and stayed in the apartment. We split the savings account 50-50, which came out to $6,000 each. The whole process was cleaner than I expected because Emma didn't fight once she realized the evidence made her look terrible. I didn't feel relief when Marcus called. I felt tired. A few days after the divorce finalized, my dad called and asked if I wanted to come over for dinner. Just him and Mom. No Jason, no Claire, no extended family. Just us. I drove over on a Saturday evening. Mom made pot roast, my favorite. We ate at the kitchen table instead of the formal dining room and it felt comfortable. Safe. I'm proud of you, my dad said halfway through the meal. I know the last few months have been hell. But you stood up for yourself. You didn't let Emma convince you that you were overreacting or being too sensitive. You knew your worth. I'm not sure I did know my worth, I admitted. I'm still figuring that out. My mom reached across the table and squeezed my hand. You'll get there. 3 months after the divorce, Emma texted me. I almost didn't read it. But curiosity won. The message was long. She apologized again. Said she'd been in therapy and realized she'd been trying to fill some void in herself by fantasizing about Jason. That it wasn't really about Jason at all. He just represented something she thought she wanted. Success. Excitement. Attention. She said she sabotaged our marriage because she was scared of being happy. That she pushed me away before I could leave her first. She ended with, I know this doesn't fix anything. I just wanted you to know I understand now what I did wrong. I hope you're doing okay. I read it twice. Then I deleted it without responding. Dr. Moss and I talked about the message in our next session. She asked how it made me feel. Nothing, I said. Maybe a little sad for her. But mostly nothing. That's growth, Dr. Moss said. You're not responsible for fixing her or understanding her motivations. She hurt you. You left. Her self-awareness now doesn't change what happened. I started dating casually around the 4-month mark. Nothing serious. Coffee dates. Dinner. Trying to remember what it felt like to have someone look at me without comparison. One woman I went out with a few times asked why my last relationship ended. I gave her the basics. My ex-wife developed feelings for my brother. She seemed uncomfortable. We didn't go out again. The next woman I dated was more understanding. She'd been through her own messy divorce. We saw each other for a few weeks before mutually agreeing we were better as friends. But it felt good to connect with someone who didn't make me feel inadequate. Jason and I started texting again around month 5. Nothing deep. Just checking in. How's work? Did you see the game? Mom says hi. We met for lunch one Saturday. It was less awkward than the coffee shop had been. We talked about work, about Claire's new boyfriend, about Dad's plans to renovate the garage. Are we okay? Jason asked when we were leaving. We're getting there. His whole face relaxed. That's more than I deserve. You're my brother. You made a mistake. You didn't betray me the way Emma did. We started having lunch every few weeks after that. Slowly rebuilding. 6 months after the divorce, my boss called me into her office. I thought I was in trouble. Instead, she offered me a senior management position. More responsibility. Significant raise. Leading a team. You've really come into your own the last few months, she said. Your confidence has improved. Your leadership skills. I'm impressed with your growth. I accepted the promotion and walked back to my desk trying not to cry. Emma's voice echoed in my head. Jason's confident. He takes care of himself. When's the last time you got a promotion? I'd gotten one 8 months before she started comparing us. And now I'd gotten another one. Without her there to minimize it. That evening, I called Claire to tell her. She screamed so loud I had to pull the phone away from my ear. I'm taking you out to celebrate, she announced. We're getting the expensive sushi. Over salmon and tuna. Claire asked if I'd heard that Emma was dating someone new. I hadn't. She's apparently with some guy who works in finance. According to Mom's friend who saw them at a restaurant, Emma kept comparing him to her ex-husband. Saying he's so much more successful and attentive. I set down my chopsticks. She's doing it to someone else? Sounds like it. Claire shook her head. Some people never learn. I thought about that for the rest of the evening. How Emma hadn't learned anything. How therapy hadn't actually fixed whatever was broken in her that made her tear people down. How she'd just found a new target. I felt sorry for her new boyfriend. And grateful I wasn't him anymore. Around the 8-month mark, I ran into Emma at the grocery store. I saw her first and considered leaving. But I had a cart half full of food and I wasn't going to abandon it because my ex-wife was in the produce section. She saw me when I was reaching for apples. Her whole body went stiff. Hey, she said. Hey. We stood there awkwardly. She looked different. Thinner. Her hair was shorter. I heard about your promotion, she said. Congratulations. Thanks. I'm seeing someone new. He's nice. Works in finance. I heard. I hope you're happy. Emma's eyes got wet. I'm sorry. For everything. I know I already said that, but I need you to know I mean it. I know you do. Do you hate me? I thought about the question. Did I hate her? I used to. Those first few weeks after the barbecue, I'd hated her so much I couldn't sleep. But now? No, I said honestly. I don't hate you. I'm just indifferent. Emma flinched like I'd slapped her. Indifferent is worse than hate. Maybe. I put the apples in my cart. I should go. Wait. She grabbed my arm, then immediately let go. Do you think you'll ever forgive me? I already have. But forgiveness doesn't mean wanting you back in my life. It just means I'm not angry anymore. I walked away and left her standing there. My hands shook a little pushing the cart, but I felt lighter than I had in months. Dr. Moss and I talked about the grocery store encounter in our next session. She asked if seeing Emma had brought up old feelings. Not really, I admitted. Mostly I felt relieved. Relieved that I'm not with her anymore. Relieved that I don't have to hear comparisons to Jason or anyone else. Relieved that I get to build a life that's mine. That's significant progress. Jason and I went to a basketball game together that next week. Just us, no family, no pressure. We ate overpriced hot dogs and yelled at the referees and it felt almost normal. This is nice, Jason said during halftime. I've missed this. Me too. Are we good? he asked. Really good? I looked at my brother. At the guilt that still lived in his eyes. At the careful way he talked to me, like I might shatter. Yeah, I said. We're really good. Stop punishing yourself. Emma made her choices. You tried to handle it without hurting me. You made the wrong call, but your intentions weren't malicious. Jason's eyes got wet. Thank you. We watched the second half and I felt something settle in my chest. My brother and I were going to be okay. A year after I handed Emma those divorce papers at my parents' barbecue, Claire threw me a freedom party. She invited my parents, Jason, some friends from work, and a few college buddies I'd reconnected with. Everyone brought food. Dad grilled. Mom made her famous potato salad. Jason brought beer and kept apologizing for bringing the cheap stuff, even though it was fine. My boss showed up with her husband and spent 20 minutes telling embarrassing stories about my first week in the senior management role. My college roommate Dave told stories about the stupid things we did freshman year. Claire gave a speech about how proud she was that I'd stood up for myself. A year ago, my brother was married to someone who made him feel small, Claire said, raising her glass. Someone who compared him constantly to other people and made him doubt his worth. Today, he's thriving. New promotion. New apartment that's actually decorated the way he likes. New confidence. I'm proud of you. Everyone drank to that. I felt my throat get tight. Later, after most people had left, I sat on my parents' back porch with my dad. The same porch where I'd handed Emma those papers. Where everything had ended and begun at the same time. How are you really doing? Dad asked. I'm good. Actually good, not just saying it. I can tell. You look lighter. Happier. I thought about the past year. The divorce. The therapy. The slow rebuilding of my relationship with Jason. The promotion. The new apartment where I'd hung artwork I liked without anyone commenting that the colors were wrong. The dates with women who didn't compare me to anyone. The sleep that came easier. The confidence that grew slowly, day by day. I am happier, I said. Emma did me a favor, I think. By being so obvious about wanting Jason. By saying it so many times I couldn't pretend anymore. If she'd been subtler, I might have stayed. Might have spent years feeling inadequate without understanding why. Dad nodded. Some people destroy you slowly. Emma destroyed you fast. And that made it easier to see you needed to leave. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the sounds of Claire and Jason laughing inside. Did you ever hear what happened with Emma? Dad asked. Claire mentioned she's dating someone. That she's comparing him to me the same way she compared me to Jason. That's what I heard too. Dad shook his head. Some people are so broken they just keep breaking other people. I thought about Emma at the grocery store. The way she'd looked at me like she wanted something. Forgiveness. Absolution. For me to say it wasn't that bad. But it was that bad. And I'd forgiven her without absolving her. Without saying her behavior was acceptable or understandable or something I had to carry anymore. I hope she figures it out someday, I said. For her sake and whoever she's with. That's generous. Not really. I just don't want to waste energy hating her. She's not worth it. Dad smiled. Now that sounds like someone who's actually moved on. Inside, Jason was helping Claire clean up. I watched them through the window. My brother who'd made a mistake but owned it. My sister who'd supported me without question. My parents who'd backed me even when it meant admitting they should have spoken up sooner. I had good people in my life. People who wanted me to be happy. People who didn't make me feel like I had to earn their love by being someone else. Emma had tried to convince me Jason was better. That I wasn't enough. That I should be grateful she stayed despite my inadequacies. But the truth was simpler and harder. She wasn't capable of seeing anyone's worth, including her own. So she created hierarchies and comparisons and fantasies where someone else was always better. Where happiness was always just out of reach with the wrong person. I'd escaped that. Built something new. Something real. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from a woman I'd been seeing for a few weeks. Nothing serious yet, but promising. She was funny and kind and she looked at me like I was interesting instead of insufficient. The text said, "How's the party? Still on for dinner Tuesday?" I typed back, "Party's great. Tuesday sounds perfect." Simple. Easy. No comparisons. No games. Just someone who wanted to spend time with me. I put my phone away and went inside to help clean up. Jason handed me a trash bag and Claire pointed at the plates stacked on the counter. We worked together, the three of us, and it felt right. A year ago, I'd stood in this same backyard and handed my wife divorce papers in front of everyone. It had felt dramatic and terrifying and necessary all at once. Now I stood in this same backyard and felt at peace. The divorce was the best decision I'd ever made. Not because Emma was a monster. But because staying would have slowly convinced me I was less than I actually was. I was enough. I'd always been enough. I just needed to get away from someone who couldn't see it. As I drove home that night, past the grocery store where I'd run into Emma, past the coffee shop where Jason and I had started rebuilding our relationship, past the lawyer's office where I'd filed those papers, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Content. Genuinely, completely content with who I was and where I was going. Emma had said she'd be happier with Jason. I'd called her bluff. And in doing so, I'd found something better than her version of happiness. I'd found myself. Story 4.
My father forced me into a fake coma for months to collect sympathy and donations, then claimed I was delusional when I woke up and told the truth. He vanished after the trial. Yesterday, he sent me flowers with a card that said, "Ready for round 2?" My first memory after my mother died is my father crying at her funeral. Not the quiet, dignified tears you see in movies, but loud, body-shaking sobs that made everyone rush to comfort him. I was 7 years old, and I remember thinking how brave he was to show his feelings like that. I remember the way people surrounded him, patted his back, promised to help however they could. I didn't realize then that I was watching a performance. A preview of what would come. For the first few years after Mom died, Dad was everything a single father should be. He packed my lunches, came to my soccer games, helped with homework. Sure, he talked about Mom a lot, maybe more than was healthy, but everyone said grief had no timeline. The other parents admired how devoted he was, how he put his career as a pharmaceutical sales rep on hold to focus on raising me. What I didn't know was that he'd been fired for stealing sample medications. That the putting his career on hold was actually unemployment he couldn't admit to. That the life insurance money from Mom was running out faster than anyone knew. Everything changed 2 weeks after my 12th birthday. Dad had been acting strange for days, making phone calls in hushed tones, measuring things in the house that didn't need measuring. On a Tuesday afternoon, he called me downstairs to help him move some boxes in the basement. "Watch that bottom step, kiddo," he said. "It's been loose. I keep meaning to fix it." I started down the stairs, and then his hand was on my back. Not pushing hard, just a firm pressure that sent me forward. I tumbled down the concrete steps, my head cracking against the floor at the bottom. The last thing I heard before everything went dark was my father's voice, panicked and loud. "Oh gosh. Hannah. Someone call 911. But I'd seen his face for just a second before I fell. He wasn't panicked. He was focused. Determined. Like he was working. I woke up to beeping. Steady, rhythmic beeping that seemed to come from inside my skull. My eyelids felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds, but I managed to crack them open just slightly. Hospital room. White ceiling. The smell of antiseptic. And my father's voice, low and urgent, just outside the door. "Another week at least. Yes, I understand the risk, but the donations are still coming in. The news segment airs tomorrow night. We need her to look. Look, I know what I'm doing. Just keep her under until I say otherwise." I tried to move, to call out, but my body wouldn't respond. The medication, whatever they were giving me, had me trapped inside my own body. The door opened. My father walked in, followed by a man in a white coat. "Ah, Dr. Reeves," Dad said, his voice transformed back into the grief-stricken father everyone knew. "Any change?" "Not yet, Mr. Chen. Her vitals are stable, but she remains unresponsive. I must say, keeping her in a medically induced coma at this stage is necessary," my father interrupted smoothly. "You saw the brain scans? The swelling. We can't risk her waking up with permanent damage. Whatever it costs, I don't care. She's all I have left." Through my barely open eyes, I saw Dr. Reeves nod, though he looked uncomfortable. "Of course. I'll adjust her medication." They thought I was fully unconscious. They didn't see my eyes were open a crack, didn't realize I could hear every word. As Dr. Reeves left, my father sat down beside my bed. He took my limp hand in his, and I felt him lean close. "You're doing great, Hannah," he whispered. "The GoFundMe is up to $150,000. Local businesses are planning a charity 5K. They're calling me the devoted father who never leaves his daughter's side. Just a little longer, okay? Then we'll figure out what to do with you. His hand tightened on mine, painfully. You always were too smart for your own good. Just like your mother. Then he stood up, walked to the door, and when the nurse came in, he was crying again. Those perfect, heartbreaking tears. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. My body was a prison, and my father held the key. The days blurred together after that. I drift in and out of consciousness, sometimes aware of my surroundings, sometimes lost in the medication haze. When I was lucid, I listened. I heard my father give interviews to local news stations, his voice breaking as he described finding me at the bottom of the stairs. She's my whole world, he'd say. I'd do anything for her. I heard nurses talking about what an amazing father he was, how he never left my side, how he slept in the hospital room every night. I heard Dr. Reeves expressing concerns to my father about keeping me sedated so long, and my father's smooth responses, always with a medical term or two that he'd obviously researched, always ending with, "I trust your expertise, doctor, but I couldn't forgive myself if we woke her too soon and she suffered permanent damage." And I heard my father on the phone late at night, when he thought I was completely under, talking to someone named Marcus about investments, about offshore accounts, about legacy planning. "The news coverage has been incredible," he said one night. "I'm thinking we could stretch this another month, maybe 6 weeks. Then we'll have the miracle awakening right before Christmas. Perfect timing for a book deal." A book deal? He was planning to write a book about his devoted fatherhood while I survived a coma. I wanted to die. Actually wanted the medication to stop my heart, to end this nightmare where I was trapped in my own body while my father profited off my suffering. But then something changed. A new nurse started working the night shift. Her name was Keiko, and she was different from the others. She didn't immediately fall for my father's grieving widower act. I noticed her watching him when he didn't realize it, her eyes narrowed, skeptical. One night, about 3 months into my coma, Keiko was checking my vitals when my father was out getting coffee. I'd been trying for weeks to move, to show any sign I was aware, but the medication kept me paralyzed. This time, I focused everything I had on my right hand. Just one finger. Just one small movement. My index finger twitched. Keiko froze. She looked at my hand, then at my face. "Hannah? Can you hear me?" I tried again. Another small twitch. She immediately checked my chart, her expression darkening as she read through the medication log. Then she looked toward the door, and when she turned back to me, she leaned close. "I'm going to help you," she whispered. "But you need to trust me. Don't try to show awareness when anyone else is here, especially your father. Can you twitch once for yes?" I twitched. "I've been suspicious about your medication levels for weeks. They're way too high for someone who should be waking up. I think someone's keeping you under deliberately. Is it your father?" One twitch. "Yes." Her face went pale. "Oh my. Okay. Okay, I need to be careful about this. He's got Dr. Reeves convinced you need to stay sedated. But I'm going to start documenting everything, and I'm going to reduce your medication when I can do it without anyone noticing. This is going to take time. Can you hold on?" One twitch. Over the next 2 weeks, Keiko became my lifeline. She'd reduce my medication during her shifts, letting me drift closer to consciousness. During those times, she'd talk to me, tell me about the outside world, about the news coverage of my case, about the hundreds of thousands of dollars people had donated. "Your father's become quite the local celebrity," she said one night. "There's talk of a TV movie. He's been meeting with producers." She also started documenting everything. Photos of my medication levels, recordings of Dr. Reeves's orders versus what my vitals suggested I needed, even footage she'd secretly taken of my father on his phone, laughing and planning his comeback tour as he called it. "I was a forensic nurse before I came here," Keiko told me during one of her shifts. "I know what medical abuse looks like. And I know how to build a case." But we were running out of time. One night, I heard my father talking to Dr. Reeves. "I think we should start the waking process next week. We've gotten great coverage, and the timing's perfect with the holidays coming up. The Christmas miracle angle will be irresistible to media." My stomach dropped. When I woke up, I'd have to pretend I didn't know what he'd done. That I didn't remember those whispered phone calls, the plans, the truth. Or I could tell the truth and pray someone believed me. Keiko made the decision for me. The night before my scheduled awakening, she significantly reduced my medication. I felt consciousness returning like a tide, slow and then all at once. My eyelids fluttered. My fingers moved. My throat made sounds. My father was asleep in the chair beside my bed when my eyes fully opened. I looked around the room, testing my voice. Hello? The word came out raspy, weak, but it was there. My father jolted awake. For just a second, I saw panic flash across his face. Then it was replaced by joy, tears already forming. Hannah. Oh my goodness, Hannah. Nurse. Someone. She's awake. People rushed in. Doctors, nurses, all of them checking me, asking questions. My father stood behind them, watching me with an expression that looked like love to everyone else. But I could see the calculation in his eyes. The warning. Dr. Reeves shined a light in my eyes. Hannah, do you know where you are? Hospital, I managed. Do you know what happened? I looked past him at my father. I thought about Keiko's warnings, about how I should be careful, should wait until she'd finished building her case. But I was so tired of being silent. So tired of being trapped. He pushed me, I said. The room went quiet. What was that, sweetie? A nurse leaned closer. My father pushed me down the stairs. Then he kept me in a coma to collect donations. My father's face crumpled. Oh, honey, no. No, no, no. You're confused. You fell. You had a terrible accident. You pushed me? I heard you. On the phone. Talking about keeping me under. About the GoFundMe. About the book deal. Dr. Reeves exchanged glances with the other doctors. My father moved forward, taking my hand. To everyone watching, it looked like a father trying to comfort his confused daughter. To me, it felt like a threat. Hannah's obviously disoriented, he said, his voice thick with manufactured concern. Dr. Reeves, isn't this normal? After such a long coma? Confusion, false memories? Dr. Reeves nodded slowly. It can be, yes. The brain sometimes creates false narratives to explain gaps in memory. No, I said, louder now. I'm not confused. I heard him. He was talking to someone named Marcus about investments. He said the news coverage was incredible. He said, Sweetie, there is no Marcus, my father interrupted gently. I think the medications might be causing some hallucinations. Dr. Reeves, should we be concerned about this? I watched it happen in real time. The way the doctor's expressions shifted from alarm to concern to pity. The way they started looking at me like I was a confused child waking from a bad dream, not a victim telling the truth. Let's give her some time to adjust, Dr. Reeves said. It's not uncommon for coma patients to experience confabulation, especially after such significant trauma and extended sedation. Mr. Chen, I'd suggest we keep her for observation for a few more days. Of course, my father said. Whatever she needs. After everyone left, my father sat beside my bed. We were alone for the first time since I'd woken up. That was very foolish, Hannah, he said quietly. His tears were gone now. His voice was cold. You have no proof. No one will believe you. You just woke up from a months-long coma. Obviously you're confused. Keiko knows, I whispered. His expression hardened. The night nurse? The one who's been reducing your medication against doctor's orders? I noticed, you know. I'm not stupid. She'll be reported to the medical board. By the time I'm done, she'll be lucky if she doesn't lose her license. He leaned closer. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to recover from your confusion. You're going to apologize for your false accusations. You're going to do interviews with me about your miraculous awakening and thank everyone for their generous donations. And if you don't, I'll make sure everyone knows about your history. What history? He smiled. The mental health issues you've been hiding. The journals I found where you wrote about wanting to hurt yourself. The concerning behavior your teachers reported. The medication I had to secretly give you because you refused treatment. That's not real. I never. Do you have proof it's not real? Because I have documents. Medical records. Emails to your mother before she died about my concerns. All dated, all backed up, all very convincing. He'd done it again. Just like with the coma, he created an entire false history to trap me. The question is, he continued, what's more believable? That a devoted father pushed his daughter down the stairs and kept her in a coma for money? Or that a troubled girl woke up confused and started making wild accusations against the man who saved her life? I wanted to scream. To fight. But my body was weak, my mind still foggy from months of forced sedation. He patted my hand. Rest up, sweetheart. We have a lot of interviews scheduled once you're feeling better. The local news wants to do a follow-up story. And there's a producer very interested in our story. This could set us up for life. He walked toward the door, then paused. Oh, and Hannah? That nurse you trust so much? She's working her last shift tonight. I filed a formal complaint about her medication tampering. She won't be bothering us anymore. The next few days were a nightmare. My father had anticipated everything. When Keiko tried to come to my room, security turned her away. When I tried to tell other nurses what happened, they gently explained that confusion was normal, that I shouldn't worry, that my father was taking such good care of me. Dr. Reeves ran cognitive tests that my father had clearly prepared for. Questions about my childhood, my mother, events from before the accident. For every truth I told, my father had a slightly different version that made me sound confused. Hannah remembers her mother died when she was 7, Dr. Reeves would note. Actually, she was 6, my father would correct gently. Hannah sometimes misremembers dates. It's something we've worked with a therapist about. Little by little, he was building a narrative of a girl who couldn't trust her own memory. But he'd underestimated Keiko. 4 days after I woke up, 2 police detectives showed up at the hospital. They wanted to speak with me alone. My father objected immediately. My daughter is still recovering. She's been experiencing confusion, false memories. I don't think it's appropriate to question her in this state. We're not here because of your daughter's statement, one detective said. We're here because a forensic nurse filed a formal complaint about suspected medical abuse. We have some questions about Hannah's medication levels and the timeline of her coma. I watched my father's face carefully. The mask almost slipped. I don't understand, he said. Dr. Reeves managed all of Hannah's care. I simply followed his recommendations. Dr. Reeves is also being questioned, the other detective said. Sir, we're going to need to see your financial records. All accounts, including the GoFundMe donations and any offshore accounts registered in your name. That's when I saw it. Real panic. Not the performed grief, not the manufactured concern. Actual fear. I'd like to speak to my lawyer, my father said. The detectives nodded. That's your right. We'll be in touch. After they left, my father didn't look at me. He just stood at the window, his jaw clenched. You called her, he said finally. Somehow you contacted that nurse and told her to go to the police. I didn't have to, I replied, my voice stronger now. She's a forensic nurse. She knew what to look for. He turned to face me, and for the first time since my mother died, I saw him without any mask at all. No grief. No love. Just cold calculation. This isn't over, he said. I have lawyers. Good ones. And I have community support. Everyone in this town loves me. They've seen how devoted I've been. They won't believe I could do something like this. Keiko has evidence. Medical records. Recordings. Recordings obtained without consent. Possibly inadmissible. And medication levels could have been necessary. Dr. Reeves will testify that he made those decisions based on my brain scans. What brain scans? There was no swelling. There was no reason to keep me under that long. He smiled. Are you sure? Because Dr. Reeves has scans showing significant trauma. Very concerning images that justified extended sedation. The floor dropped out from under me. You faked brain scans? I didn't fake anything. Dr. Reeves provided the medical evidence necessary to justify your treatment. If those scans turned out to be misrepresented, well, that's on him, not me. He was going to throw Dr. Reeves under the bus. Let the doctor take the fall while he played the victim, the father who trusted the wrong medical professional. But over the next few weeks, As I regained my strength and started physical therapy, I learned that Keiko had been even more thorough than my father realized. She hadn't just documented my medication levels. She'd installed hidden cameras in my room that captured my father's late-night phone calls. She'd contacted the person named Marcus, who turned out to be a financial advisor my father had hired to help hide the donated money. She'd reached out to other nurses who'd worked with Dr. Reeves and found a pattern of suspicious cases. Most importantly, she'd found something else. Something that changed everything. She'd found my mother's medical records from before she died. My mother hadn't died of natural causes like I'd been told. She died of an overdose. Accidental, according to the official report. But Keiko found evidence that suggested otherwise. Medications in her system that she wasn't prescribed. A life insurance policy my father had taken out on her just months before her death. They exhumed my mother's body. The tox screens came back showing the same sedatives my father had been having Dr. Reeves give me. The investigation expanded. And suddenly, my father wasn't dealing with medical fraud charges anymore. He was looking at murder. The trial took 8 months. During that time, I lived with my mother's sister, Aunt Grace, who'd been searching for me since she'd heard about my accident. She'd been estranged from my father, which I learned was because she'd accused him of being financially abusive to my mother. He isolated her from the family, Grace told me. Made her think we didn't love her. I tried to get through to her, but he was so controlling. When she died, he wouldn't let me see you. Said you blamed me for not saving your mother. Another lie. Another manipulation. At the trial, the evidence piled up. Financial records showing my father had been in debt before my mother died. Emails between him and Marcus discussing how to hide the donation money. The faked brain scans that Dr. Reeves admitted to creating under pressure. Keiko's recordings of my father planning his book tour. And the testimony from medical examiners about my mother's death. Dr. Reeves took a plea deal and testified against my father. He admitted that my father had researched medications, had suggested ways to keep me sedated longer, had even written some of the medical justifications that Reeves signed off on. He was very convincing, Reeves said on the stand, looking broken. He presented as a devoted father who wanted the best for his daughter. By the time I realized what was happening, I was in too deep. He had evidence that I'd falsified records. He threatened to destroy my career if I didn't continue. My father sat through it all with the same pleasant expression, occasionally dabbing at his eyes, playing the wrongfully accused victim until the very end. The jury convicted him on all charges. Murder in the second degree for my mother. Attempted murder, fraud, child abuse, medical battery for what he did to me. And multiple fraud charges related to the donations. 60 years in prison. No possibility of parole for 30. When the verdict was read, my father finally dropped the act. He turned to look at me in the gallery, and his expression was pure hatred. "This isn't finished, Hannah," he said before the bailiffs led him away. "Not even close." I didn't understand what he meant. He was going to prison for the rest of his life. It was over. Except it wasn't. 2 months after the sentencing, my father escaped during a prison transfer. They found the transport van abandoned, the guards drugged but alive, and my father gone. The FBI got involved. U.S. Marshals. But weeks passed with no leads. My father had vanished. I tried to move on with my life. I was 16 now, living with Aunt Grace, going to therapy 3 times a week to deal with the PTSD. The physical recovery from the coma had been hard, months of physical therapy to regain full mobility. But the psychological recovery was harder. I had nightmares about being trapped in my body, unable to move or speak while my father made plans above me. I had panic attacks when I felt too tired, terrified that someone had drugged me again. I couldn't trust easily, couldn't believe people when they said they cared about me. But slowly, with Grace's help and therapy, I started to heal. I threw myself into school, determined to become a nurse like Keiko. She visited me regularly, became a mentor and friend. She was facing her own legal battles, lawsuits from the hospital for her unauthorized evidence gathering, but she said it was worth it. "Some rules are worth breaking," she told me. "You needed someone to fight for you." I'm glad I could be that person. I graduated high school early. Got into a good nursing program. Started dating someone kind and patient who understood when I needed space, When the nightmares got bad, when I couldn't handle certain medications or medical procedures because of the memories. 5 years passed. 5 years of therapy, of building a life, of learning to feel safe again. 5 years of looking over my shoulder, waiting for my father to reappear. And then yesterday happened. I came home from my shift at the hospital where I was doing my clinical rotation. I was tired, ready to collapse into bed, when I saw them. Flowers on my doorstep. Beautiful, expensive roses. The kind my mother used to love. My hands shook as I picked up the small card tucked among the blooms. The handwriting was familiar. Neat, precise, controlled. Ready for round 2? I've gotten much better at planning. Your cousin Sarah is lovely, by the way. She reminds me so much of you at that age. Dad, I dropped the flowers. Called 911 with shaking hands. Called Keiko. Called the U.S. Marshals. They came immediately, but we all knew what the flowers meant. My father hadn't been hiding for 5 years. He'd been planning. And now he'd found a new victim. My 13-year-old cousin, Sarah, Aunt Grace's daughter from her second marriage. The girl I'd been helping with homework. The girl who'd helped me learn to trust family again. The girl who'd called me this morning to say a nice man had been talking to her at the park, asking about her family, saying he knew me. He said he was your father, Sarah had said. But I thought your dad was in prison? I told her to stay away from strangers, not to talk to anyone she didn't know. But I hadn't told her the whole truth about what my father was capable of. I'd wanted to protect her from that darkness. Now he was going to use her to hurt me all over again. The FBI set up surveillance. They traced the flowers to a shop 3 states away, paid for in cash. They started protection details for Sarah and Grace, for me, for everyone my father might try to use against me. But I knew my father. He'd been planning this for 5 years. He wasn't going to make it easy. The question was, what did round 2 mean? Was he going to try to put Sarah in a coma like he did to me? Was he going to try to hurt me directly? Or was this all just psychological warfare, a way to make me live in fear for the rest of my life? I didn't sleep last night. Every shadow looked like him. Every sound made me jump. The safety I built over 5 years crumbled in seconds. This morning, I got another message. This time a text from an unknown number. You took everything from me. My freedom, my reputation, my future. Now I'm going to take everything from you. Starting with the people you love. Then your sanity. Then your life. The only question is what order I choose. Sleep well, Hannah. Or try to. I'll be watching. I showed it to the FBI. They traced it to a burner phone, already destroyed. I'm writing this because I need people to know the truth. If something happens to me, if my father succeeds in whatever he's planning, I need there to be a record. My father is a monster. He's intelligent, charming, and completely without conscience. He murdered my mother for insurance money. He kept me in a medically induced coma for months to collect donations and sympathy. And now he's free, he's planning something worse, and I don't know how to stop him. The FBI says they're doing everything they can. Keiko is helping coordinate security. Aunt Grace has moved Sarah to a safe house. But I know my father. He's patient. He's meticulous. He'll wait for the perfect moment, the perfect opportunity. And then he'll strike. I just don't know when, or how, or who he'll hurt first. All I know is that this time, I won't be trapped in my own body, unable to fight back. This time, I'm awake. I'm aware. And I'm ready. But so is he. And I'm terrified that this time, one of us won't survive. Update: 3 days later, Sarah is missing. She was in the safe house with 2 federal agents. They stepped outside to check the perimeter, following protocol. They were gone for less than 3 minutes. When they came back, Sarah was gone. No signs of forced entry. No sounds of struggle. Just her phone left on the bed with a message typed out. Come find her, Hannah. Let's see if you're as smart as you think you are. You have 48 hours before I put her under. Clock's ticking. Dad, the FBI is treating this as a kidnapping. But I know it's more than that. My father wants me to find him. He wants me to come to him. This is what he's been planning for 5 years. He's turned this into a game, with Sarah's life as the prize and my trauma as the playing field. Keiko is beside me as I write this. Don't go after him alone, she's saying. Let the professionals handle this. But I know they won't find her in time. My father is too careful, too prepared. He's been planning this for years while the FBI had cold leads. I'm the only one who knows how he thinks. I'm the only one who understands the depths of his cruelty. I have to go. I have to find Sarah before he does to her what he did to me. And I have to end this, once and for all. If you're reading this and I don't post again, you'll know what happened. You'll know that I tried. That I fought back. That I wasn't silent anymore. The flowers are still sitting on my kitchen table. I picked them apart, looking for clues, for anything that might tell me where he is. Inside one of the roses, I found a small piece of paper. Coordinates. They lead to a place I recognize. An abandoned pharmaceutical warehouse on the edge of town, where my father used to work before he was fired. The FBI says it's a trap. That I shouldn't go. But Sarah has been missing for 12 hours. The clock is ticking. And my father is waiting. I'm going. Keiko tried to stop me, but I reminded her that sometimes rules are worth breaking when someone needs you to fight for them. Now it's my turn to be that person for Sarah. I'm not the same terrified 12-year-old girl my father pushed down those stairs. I'm not the helpless patient trapped in a medically induced coma. I'm a nurse now. I know medications. I know how to fight. And I know exactly what my father is capable of. Whatever happens next, I'm ready. Or at least, I'm trying to be. Final update. I'm alive. Sarah is alive. And my father is dead. I need to write this down while it's still fresh, while I can still remember every detail. The FBI says it will be part of the official record, but I need my own account. I need to process what happened in that warehouse. I went to the coordinates alone, despite everyone's warnings. I knew it was a trap, but I also knew my father would be expecting the FBI, would have contingency plans for any official response. He wouldn't expect me to come alone. The warehouse was exactly as I remembered it from when I was little, when Dad used to bring me to his office on weekends. Rows of empty shelves, broken windows letting in cold air, the smell of rust and decay. Sarah was in the center of the main floor, unconscious on a hospital gurney. 4 lines ran into her arm, connected to bags of clear fluid. Her chest rose and fell steadily, mechanically. He'd already sedated her. "Hello, Hannah?" My father stepped out from behind a concrete pillar. He looked different than I remembered. Thinner, harder, with a beard and graying hair. But his eyes were the same. Cold. Calculating. "You came alone. Good. I wasn't sure you would." I kept my distance, the pepper spray Keiko had given me hidden in my pocket. "Let her go. This is between you and me." He laughed. "Is that what you think? That this is about revenge? About punishing you for ruining my life?" He shook his head. "Hannah, you misunderstand me. You always have." "Then what is this about?" "Legacy." He moved closer to Sarah, checking her 4-line. "Your mother was weak. She was going to leave me, take you away, ruin everything I'd built. I couldn't let that happen. So I solved the problem. You murdered her. I made a difficult choice. Just like I'm making now." He looked at me. "You and Sarah are both young, healthy, sympathetic. The double tragedy of a father losing both his daughter and his niece to a mysterious illness? The GoFundMe would raise millions. The book deal alone would set me up for life." My blood ran cold. "You're going to kill us both. Eventually. But first, I'm going to put you back to sleep. Keep you both under for months, maybe a year. Document my devoted care. Become a symbol of fatherly love and sacrifice." He smiled. "I've had 5 years to perfect the plan. This time, there won't be any nosy nurses. No evidence. Just a tragic story and a very wealthy, very sympathetic father." He pulled out a syringe, moving toward me. "Now, we can do this the easy way, or the hard way. But either way, you're going back to sleep, Hannah. For good this time." I backed up, my hand closing around the pepper spray. "The FBI knows I'm here. They're probably outside right now." "No, they're not. I've been monitoring their communications. They're at a false location I fed them through a leaked phone call. We have at least 30 minutes." He lunged forward. I pulled out the pepper spray and fired, but he'd anticipated it. He blocked with his arm, grabbed my wrist, twisted until I dropped the canister. "You're predictable, Hannah. Just like your mother." We struggled. He was stronger, but I was younger, faster, and I had 5 years of physical therapy and self-defense training that he didn't know about. I managed to knee him in the stomach, break free, run toward Sarah. But he'd planned for that too. As I reached the gurney, trying to pull out her foreline, I felt a sharp pain in my neck. He'd injected me. No, I gasped, feeling the medication already working. The same familiar fog, the same loss of control. "Shh," he said, catching me as I fell. "It's okay. This time it's a better formula. Faster acting, harder to detect. You'll just go to sleep, and when you wake up, you won't wake up at all." He laid me on a second gurney beside Sarah. My body was already going numb, my vision blurring. "I want you to know something before you go under," he said, setting up in 4-line for me. "I didn't push you down those stairs because I needed money. I could have found other ways to solve my financial problems. I pushed you because you reminded me too much of your mother. Smart, observant, always questioning. I couldn't have that. So I eliminated the problem." He smiled as he inserted the 4th needle into my arm. "This time, I'm doing it right. No witnesses. No evidence. Just 2 tragic victims and a devoted father figure." I tried to speak, but my tongue wouldn't work. The medication was pulling me under, just like before. But this time, I'd prepared. Before leaving for the warehouse, I'd done something my father would never expect. I'd taken a medication that Keiko had helped me prepare, something that would slow my metabolism, make me resistant to sedatives. It wouldn't stop them from working, but it would buy me time. As my father turned away, confident I was unconscious, I focused on staying aware. Fighting the fog. Keeping my mind active even as my body went limp. I heard him making phone calls. Setting up the next phase of his plan. I heard him talking about where he'd keep us, how he'd stage the discovery, what story he'd tell. And I heard something else. The distant sound of sirens. My father heard them too. He swore, grabbing his phone. They shouldn't be here yet. How did they? The tracking device. In my bra, where Keiko had sewn it. A backup plan my father hadn't known about. The FBI was coming. But my father was already moving. He grabbed a different syringe, something darker, deadlier looking. "If I can't have this, neither can you," he said, moving toward Sarah first. "At least this way, you'll be together. Just like you and your mother." I couldn't let him reach her. I couldn't. I focused everything I had on my right hand. Just like in the hospital, all those years ago. One finger. One movement. My hand twitched. Closed around the 4th line. Pulled. The needle came out of my arm. Without the constant flow of sedative, the medication Keiko had given me started working better. I could move, just barely. My father turned, saw me stirring. His face twisted with rage. "You should be unconscious." He came at me with the syringe. I rolled off the gurney, my body heavy and uncoordinated, but moving. He grabbed my hair, yanked me back, raised the syringe toward my neck. The warehouse doors exploded inward. FBI agents flooded in, weapons drawn, shouting commands. "Drop the weapon. Drop it now." My father didn't drop it. Instead, he pulled me up, using me as a shield, the syringe pressed against my throat. "Stay back," he screamed. "Stay back or I'll kill her. I'll kill them both." "Mr. Chen, put down the syringe. There's no way out of this." "There's always a way out." He was unraveling, the mask completely gone now. I planned for this. I planned for everything. But he hadn't planned for one thing. He hadn't planned for me to learn from what he'd done to me. To study medications. To understand how they worked. The syringe he'd meant for Sarah, the one he was holding to my throat, had a specific mixture. I could tell by the color, the viscosity. It was a lethal dose of potassium chloride, meant to stop the heart instantly. And I knew something he didn't. Potassium chloride causes agonizing pain when injected intravenously, but it needs to reach the bloodstream to be lethal. I had seconds to make a choice. I jerked my head to the side, hard. The syringe penetrated my neck, but into the muscle, not the vein. The burning pain was immediate and terrible, but it wasn't lethal. My father realized his mistake immediately. He tried to pull the syringe out, to try again, but the FBI agents were already moving. One of them tackled him from the side, sending them both crashing to the ground. In the chaos, the syringe fell, rolled across the concrete floor. My father fought like a wild animal, scratching, biting, desperate. He broke free for just a moment, dove for the syringe, got his hand around it. And in his panic, his rage, his complete loss of control, he jabbed it into the first thing he could reach. His own thigh. Intravenously. I watched his face change as he realized what he'd done. Watched the terror replace the rage. No, he gasped. No, 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 the potassium chloride worked fast. His heart began to seize. He clutched his chest, his face going red, then purple. The FBI agents called for medical, started CPR, but we all knew it was too late. My father died on the floor of that warehouse, killed by the very method he'd planned to use on me and Sarah. The EMTs got to Sarah in time. They reversed the sedation, and she woke up in the hospital with no memory of the ordeal. No trauma beyond the fear of being taken. I wasn't so lucky. The potassium chloride in my neck muscle caused nerve damage. I spent 3 weeks in the hospital, another 2 months in physical therapy. I still have a scar, a permanent reminder of that night. But I'm alive. Sarah's alive. And my father is finally, truly gone. The FBI investigation revealed the full extent of his planning. He'd been living in Central America, had found a new identity, had been slowly moving assets around to prepare for his comeback. He'd been watching me for months, studying my routine, learning about Sarah. The pharmaceutical warehouse had been set up as the perfect crime scene. He'd stolen medical equipment from multiple sources, created false paper trails, even had a backup plan to flee the country if things went wrong. But he hadn't planned on me fighting back. He'd still seen me as that helpless 12-year-old girl, trapped in her own body. He'd forgotten that I'd spent 5 years learning how to fight. It's been 6 months since that night. 6 months of therapy, of healing, of learning to feel safe again. I finished my nursing degree. I'm working in the pediatric ICU now, specializing in coma patients. I watch those kids closely, make sure their medication levels are appropriate, make sure no one is keeping them under for the wrong reasons. I'm dating Keiko now. It started as friendship, as mentorship, but grew into something more. Something built on trust and understanding and the knowledge that sometimes love means fighting for someone even when it's hard. Sarah is doing well. She's in therapy, processing everything, but she's resilient. Strong. She wants to be an FBI agent when she grows up, to help catch people like my father. Aunt Grace is talking about writing a book, a real one, about what happened. About how we survived. She keeps asking if I want to co-author it. I'm not sure yet. Part of me wants the world to know the truth, to understand what we went through. Another part just wants to move forward, to leave the past behind. But today, I received something in the mail that made me think maybe I should tell our story. It was a letter from a woman in Oregon. Her husband had been keeping her teenage daughter over-medicated, preparing to put her in a coma for a medical GoFundMe. The daughter had seen a news article about my case, recognized the signs, and got help before it was too late. Your story saved my daughter's life, the mother wrote. Thank you for being brave enough to speak up. Maybe that's why I need to share this. Not for revenge, not for closure, but because somewhere out there, another child might be going through what I went through. And they need to know they're not alone. That they can fight back. That they can survive. My father wanted to silence me, to trap me in a nightmare where I couldn't speak or move or fight back. But I found my voice. I fought back. I survived. And I'm not silent anymore. If you're reading this and you recognize any of these signs, if someone in your life is being kept sedated longer than necessary, if someone is profiting from another person's illness in ways that don't add up, speak up. Tell someone. Document everything. Find your Keiko, someone who believes you and will fight for you. Because monsters like my father rely on silence. On victims being too scared or too trapped to speak up. And the only way to stop them is to break that silence. So this is me, breaking it. This is me saying I survived. I'm here. I'm loud. And I'm never going to be silent again.
Story 5. My girlfriend told her family I was just a hobby until someone better came along, right in front of me at Thanksgiving. I smiled, nodded, and excused myself. 3 months later, her sister called begging me to come back because she's been crying every night since she found out I got engaged to her childhood best friend. Look, I'm not the kind of guy who believes in fate or cosmic justice or any of that nonsense. But sometimes life hands you a script so perfect, so beautifully twisted, that you almost have to wonder if someone upstairs is laughing their head off watching it all unfold. Let me tell you about the Thanksgiving dinner that changed everything. Her name was Madison. 26, blonde, the kind of pretty that knew it was pretty and wielded it like a weapon she'd been sharpening since middle school. We'd been dating for 2 years, 2 full years of me thinking we were building something real. I'd met her family a dozen times, spent Christmas with them, helped her dad fix his deck last summer while he told me stories about Madison as a kid. I thought I was part of the fabric of their lives. I was so catastrophically wrong. The thing about Thanksgiving 2024 is that it started normal. Too normal. Madison's mom, Carol, had outdone herself with the spread, turkey that actually looked like the ones in magazines, 3 types of stuffing, sweet potato casserole with those little marshmallows on top that get perfectly golden. The house smelled like butter and cinnamon and that particular kind of warmth that makes you think about building a life in places like this. I'd brought wine, the expensive kind that Madison had mentioned her dad liked, and a bouquet of fall flowers for Carol. I was wearing the sweater Madison had bought me, the navy one she said made my eyes look darker. I was playing the part perfectly because I didn't know it was a part. I thought it was just my life. Madison's family was all there. Her dad, Tom, already loosening his belt at the head of the table. Her younger sister, Brianna, who was 22 and studying something with marketing in the title at State. Her Aunt Susan and Uncle Rick. And then there was Emily. Emily Chen had been Madison's best friend since they were 7 years old. She'd been at every birthday party, every graduation, every major milestone I'd heard about in Madison's stories. I'd met her maybe 5 times over the 2 years, always briefly. She was quiet, wore glasses that made her look perpetually thoughtful, worked as a graphic designer for some agency downtown. The kind of person who smiles politely and fades into the background of group photos. She was sitting diagonal from me at the table, picking at her green beans, contributing the occasional comment that people would nod at and then move past. I remember thinking she seemed tired. There were shadows under her eyes that makeup couldn't quite hide. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The meal was going fine. Great, even. We were on our second helpings, that comfortable stage where everyone's loosened up but nobody's uncomfortable yet. Tom was telling some story about a fishing trip, and I was laughing in the right places, nodding, playing the engaged boyfriend who fits right into the family tapestry. Then Brianna, Madison's sister, asked the question. So, Maddie, when are you guys going to make it official? Jake's been around forever. Mom's already planning the wedding in her head. She said it teasingly, the way family does when they think they're being playful. Carol actually blushed a little and swatted at Brianna with her napkin. I felt my face warm up too, but in a good way. In a this is happening way. Madison took a sip of water. Set down her glass with a small clink. And then she laughed. Not a happy laugh. Not an embarrassed laugh. A dismissive one. Oh, Brie. Jake's not. I mean, he's not the endgame guy. He's more like. She waved her hand vaguely, searching for words. He's a placeholder. A hobby until someone more suitable comes along. The table went quiet in that way that feels like someone turned off the sound in a movie. I could hear the grandfather clock in the hallway ticking. Could hear someone's fork scraping against a plate somewhere down the table. I must have misheard. That was my first thought. The wine, the noise, something had gotten confused in translation between her mouth and my ears. But then I looked at her face. She wasn't joking. She wasn't even looking at me. She was looking at her sister with this expression that was half fond exasperation, half genuine explanation. Like she was clarifying something obvious that Brianna should have already understood. I mean, Jake's sweet, Madison continued, and the word sweet landed like a slap. But he's a high school teacher. He drives a Honda Civic. That's not exactly the life I had planned, you know? He's been nice to have around. Convenient. But I'm not trying to settle for nice and convenient. I'm waiting for extraordinary. She said it so casually. So matter-of-factly. Like she was discussing whether to order chicken or fish at a restaurant. The thing that really broke something inside me was that nobody contradicted her. Not her mom. Not her dad. Not her sister. Brianna actually nodded a little, like this made perfect sense. Carol reached over and patted Madison's hand sympathetically, as if Madison was the one who needed comforting for being stuck with me. Emily dropped her fork. It clattered against her plate loud enough that a few people glanced over, but then the conversation was already moving on, Tom clearing his throat and asking if anyone wanted more cranberry sauce. I sat there with my hands in my lap, my face burning, and I realized something crystalline and horrible. Everyone at this table already knew. This wasn't news to them. This was just Madison finally saying out loud what had been the family understanding all along. I was the placeholder boyfriend. The hobby. The thing Madison did to pass time while she kept her eyes open for something better. 2 years. 730 days of my life spent building what I thought was a foundation, and it turned out I'd been building on sand that everyone could see except me. I excused myself. Said I needed to use the restroom. Nobody seemed surprised. Madison barely glanced up. I went to the bathroom, locked the door, and looked at myself in the mirror. My face was red. My hands were shaking. And behind my eyes, I could feel this pressure building, this horrible cocktail of humiliation and rage and grief that wanted to come pouring out in some ugly, messy way. But I didn't let it. Instead, I splashed cold water on my face. Dried my hands carefully. Straightened my collar. And then I made a decision that I knew, even in that moment, was going to change the trajectory of everything. I wasn't going to make a scene. I wasn't going to yell or confront or demand explanations. I was going to do something so much worse. I was going to disappear. When I came back to the table, I was smiling. Not a big smile, that would have been suspicious. Just a small, pleasant expression that suggested everything was fine. I sat down, ate a few more bites of turkey, contributed to the conversation about holiday shopping. Madison didn't seem to notice anything different. Why would she? I was the placeholder, the hobby. Placeholders don't have feelings that need managing. After dinner, during dessert, I pulled out my phone and typed a single text message while people were distracted by the pumpkin pie. Thank you for 2 wonderful years, Madison. I hope you find everything you're looking for. I didn't send it yet. I wanted to wait for the right moment. We left around 9. Madison drove. She always drove to her parents' house because I'd have wine. She was chattering about how her mom had outdone herself this year, about how Brianna needed to stop bringing up engagement because it was tacky. You weren't too bored, were you? She asked at a red light, glancing over at me. Not at all, I said. It was enlightening. She smiled, missing the weight in that word entirely, and turned up the radio. When we got back to her apartment, I'd been staying there more nights than my own place for the past 6 months. I waited until she went to take a shower. Then I gathered my things. Not dramatically. Not in a rush. Methodically. My toothbrush from the bathroom. My charging cables from the nightstand. The spare shirts I kept in her closet. The book I'd been reading on her coffee table. 2 years of accumulated presents, and it all fit in the gym bag I kept in her hall closet. I left my key on the kitchen counter. Right next to the expensive coffee maker I'd bought her for her birthday. Then I sent the text. And I left. My phone started ringing before it even made it to my car. I declined the call. It rang again. Declined. A text came through, Jake, what are you talking about? Then another, this is ridiculous. Come back. Let's talk about this. Then another, you're being childish. This is because of what Brianna said, isn't it? You're overreacting. I blocked her number. Then I blocked her on every social media platform I could think of. Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat. I deleted the photos of us from my accounts. Every trace of Madison from my digital life, gone in the time it took to drive across town to my own apartment. When I got home, my actual home, the place I'd been treating like storage for 6 months, I sat on my couch in the dark and felt nothing. Not sad. Not angry. Just empty in a way that felt almost peaceful. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. Jake, this is Carol. Please call Madison back. Whatever happened, you two need to talk about it like adults. I blocked that number too. Another buzz. Jake, it's Brianna. Maddie is freaking out. What's going on? Blocked. I turned off my phone and went to bed. The next day was Friday. I didn't turn my phone on until I got to school, Jefferson High, where I taught American history to 11th graders who thought history was boring until I showed them it was just people making spectacular mistakes over and over. 47 missed calls. 63 text messages from various numbers I didn't recognize. 2 voicemails from Madison that I deleted without listening to. An email to my school address from her with the subject line, please. I deleted it unread. First period, I taught the Battle of Gettysburg with more energy than I'd had in months. Something about the previous night had burned away some fog I didn't know had been clouding me. The kids noticed. Taylor Simmons, who usually slept through first period, actually raised her hand to ask a question. At lunch, my phone rang from the school office line. It was Madison. She'd called the school claiming to be my sister with a family emergency. The secretary, Mrs. Patterson, was apologetic but suspicious. She didn't sound like your sister, Mrs. Patterson said. And didn't you tell me once your sister lives in Seattle? She does, I confirmed. That wasn't her. Should I be worried, Mr. Reeves? No, ma'am. Just a misunderstanding with an ex-girlfriend. Mrs. Patterson's eyebrows went up at the ex part, but she didn't press. That's the thing about working at a high school, everyone's used to drama, even the adult variety. That weekend, I did something I should have done years ago. I downloaded a popular app and started swiping. Not because I was ready to date. Not because I wanted a relationship. But because I needed to remind myself that Madison wasn't the only option. That suitable was a moving target depending on who was drawing the bullseye. I also called a realtor. My lease was up in 2 months, and I'd been putting off looking for something bigger, something more permanent. Because Madison kept hinting that maybe we should move in together officially, get a place that was ours. Now I was done waiting for invitations to my own life. The realtor, an energetic woman named Sandra who wore too much perfume but had a gift for finding hidden gems, showed me a place the following Tuesday. Small house, 2-bedroom, walking distance from the school. It had a backyard with enough space for a garden and a basement that could become a proper home office. This one won't last, Sandra said, and I believed her. I'll take it, I said, and I meant it. Madison showed up at my apartment on Wednesday. I know because my neighbor, old Mr. Chen, texted me. He'd gotten suspicious after seeing her bang on my door for 20 minutes and had stationed himself as an unofficial guard. She left, his text read. But she looked angry. Lock your door tonight. Thanksgiving came and went, then the first week of December. The missed calls tapered off. The messages slowed to a trickle, then stopped altogether. I figured Madison had moved on, found some other placeholder to keep her occupied while she hunted for Mr. Extraordinary. I was wrong about that part. But I'll get there. What I did during that month was something I should have been doing all along. I lived. I went out with friends I'd been neglecting. I started training for a half marathon because why not? I reorganized my entire apartment. I bought new sheets that Madison had never touched. I cooked elaborate meals for one and didn't feel pathetic doing it. And I matched with Emily Chen on the app. I almost swiped left when her profile came up. Not because of who she was, but because of who she was connected to. But then I read her bio, which was funny and self-deprecating and nothing like what I'd expected, and I thought, what the heck? We matched. She messaged first. Well, this is awkward. I laughed out loud in my living room. Wrote back, is it though? I haven't talked to Madison since Thanksgiving. For what it's worth, what she said was horrible. I left right after you did. That surprised me. You left? Told them I had a migraine. Couldn't stand to sit there pretending everything was fine. I'm sorry I didn't speak up at the table. I was shocked speechless. We messaged back and forth for 3 days before I suggested coffee. Neutral territory, public place, nothing that looked like a date because it wasn't. It was just two people who'd witnessed the same train wreck comparing notes. She showed up at the coffee shop early, already had a table in the back corner. She looked different than I remembered, more put together, more present. Or maybe I was just actually seeing her for the first time. I ordered you a black coffee, she said as I sat down. Madison used to complain that you were boring because you didn't get the fancy drinks. I raised an eyebrow. She complained about me? Constantly. Emily wrapped her hands around her own mug, something caramel and complicated. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but I spent 2 years listening to her pick apart everything about you while simultaneously refusing to break up with you. It was exhausting. Why didn't you say something? Because she was my best friend. Because I thought maybe I was being too harsh. Because. She paused, looking down into her drink. Because watching her treat you like that made me realize I'd been letting her treat me the same way for 20 years. We talked for 3 hours. She told me about growing up in Madison's shadow, about always being the sidekick, the less pretty friend, the one who made everyone else look better. About how she'd finally started seeing a therapist in October who'd helped her realize that maybe her oldest friendship was actually kind of toxic. I told her about the Thanksgiving dinner. About the realization that I'd been auditioning for a role I was never going to get. About the strange relief of just walking away. She's been losing her mind, you know, Emily said as we were getting ready to leave. Calling me constantly. Showing up at my apartment. She can't understand why you won't talk to her. Has she apologized? Not once. She keeps saying you misunderstood. That it was taken out of context. That you're being sensitive. Then there's nothing to understand. Emily smiled at that, a real smile that reached her eyes. Can we do this again? Not as weird not dates, but as actual friends who enjoy each other's company? I'd like that. We did. We met for coffee again that Sunday. Then for a museum visit the following week. She wanted to see some graphic design exhibit, and I'd never been good at saying no to learning new things. Then dinner at a Thai place she loved. Then a bookstore where we spent 2 hours in different sections before comparing our hauls. Somewhere in there, it stopped being friendship recovery and started being something else. Something quieter and steadier than what I'd had with Madison. Emily didn't talk about the future like it was a prize she was waiting to claim. She talked about it like it was something we were both building, brick by careful brick. It was mid-January when she kissed me. We were in my new house, I'd just closed on it, and she'd helped me unpack boxes all afternoon. We were sitting on the floor of my living room surrounded by books that needed to find shelves, and she just leaned over and did it. "I've wanted to do that since the second coffee date," she said afterward, her face flushed. "Why didn't you?" "Because I needed to make sure this wasn't just about her. That I wasn't just the rebound, the revenge plot, the thing you were doing to get back at Madison." "Is that what you think this is?" "No," she said quietly. "But I needed to be sure you knew that too." I kissed her again to prove it. We were official by February. Not in a loud way, Emily wasn't loud about anything. But in the way that mattered. Her toothbrush appeared in my bathroom. Her shoes by my door. Her laugh in my kitchen while I cooked breakfast. She was everything Madison wasn't. Patient where Madison was demanding. Thoughtful where Madison was impulsive. Interested in who I actually was instead of who I could be shaped into. And the crazy thing? I was happy. Genuinely, surprisingly happy in a way I hadn't been in years. Maybe ever. I didn't think about Madison much during those months. She'd become background noise, a chapter I'd closed so firmly that the book stayed shut. Emily mentioned her occasionally. Apparently Madison had been texting her nonstop for weeks before Emily finally told her to stop, but those mentions were brief and didn't carry weight. Until March. I'd been planning it for 3 weeks. I'd called Emily's parents to ask permission, old-fashioned, maybe, but they'd always been kind to me, and I wanted to do it right. I'd gone to 4 different jewelry stores before I found the ring that felt right, simple, elegant, a sapphire instead of a diamond because Emily had once mentioned she thought diamonds were suspiciously expensive rocks. I'd planned a whole elaborate proposal, but in the end, it happened on a random Tuesday night. We were in my backyard, I'd been working on that garden, and Emily had been helping me plant tomatoes, and she had dirt on her nose and was laughing at something stupid I'd said. And I realized I didn't want to wait for the perfect moment because this was the perfect moment. This was every moment with her. I didn't even go inside for the ring. I proposed right there, kneeling in the dirt with my garden gloves still on, and she said yes before I even finished asking. We were engaged for 2 days before Emily told her parents. 3 days before she posted anything on social media, a simple photo of her hand with the ring, captioned "I said yes to forever." I didn't think about who else might see it. The call came at 9:30 on a Friday night. I was grading papers at my desk, Emily was reading on the couch, and her phone buzzed with an unknown number. She answered it absently. "Hello?" Then her face changed. Went pale in a way that made me sit up straight. "Brianna?" She stood up, moved toward the window like she needed space. "Slow down. What are you?" She listened for a long moment. I could hear a voice on the other end, high and frantic, but couldn't make out words. "I'm not doing this," Emily said finally, her voice harder than I'd ever heard it. "What happened between Jake and Madison is not my responsibility to fix. If she's upset, that's something she needs to work through herself." More frantic talking from the other end. "No," Emily said firmly. "No, I'm not going to feel guilty about this. She made her choices. We made ours. I'm hanging up now." She did. Then immediately blocked the number. "That was Madison's sister," she said, still staring out the window. Apparently Madison saw the engagement post. "She's been crying for 3 days straight. She's devastated. Her family is worried about her. And somehow, they think it's our job to make her feel better." I got up, crossed the room, wrapped my arms around her from behind. "Are you okay?" "I'm furious," she said quietly. "She spent 20 years treating me like a supporting character in her story. Spent 2 years treating you like you were disposable. And now that we're happy, she wants to make it about her pain." "What did Brianna want?" "She wanted you to call Madison. Talk to her. Help her understand. She said Madison never meant what she said at Thanksgiving. That it was taken out of context. That you left before she could explain." "There's nothing to explain." "That's what I told her." Emily turned in my arms to face me. "But they're going to keep calling. You know that, right? Her whole family is going to try to guilt us into feeling bad about this. Then we block them all. What if they show up? Then we close the door." She smiled a little at that, but her eyes were worried. I knew this would happen eventually. But I thought we'd have more time before the fallout. The next call came from Carol. I answered it. I figured better to deal with it once than to let it fester. "Jake, honey." Her voice was syrupy with false warmth. "I just wanted to reach out and see how you're doing." "I'm doing great, Carol. Thanks for asking." "Oh. Good. That's good." She sounded surprised. "I heard about your engagement. Congratulations." "Thank you. It's just so sudden, isn't it? You and Emily." Madison mentioned you two didn't really know each other that well. Madison mentioned a lot of things that weren't accurate. Silence on the other end. Then, Jake, honey, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Madison didn't mean what she said at Thanksgiving. She was stressed, she spoke carelessly, but she never wanted to hurt you. She's been absolutely destroyed since you left. I'm sorry to hear that, I said, and I meant it in the way you're sorry anyone is suffering, even if they brought it on themselves. But that's not my problem anymore. Don't you think you owe her a conversation? After 2 years? Carol, I gave her 2 years. She called me a hobby. A placeholder. Said I wasn't suitable. She said that in front of her entire family, and nobody disagreed. Nobody defended me. You all just nodded along like it made perfect sense. We were caught off guard. You'd known all along. That's what made it worse. It wasn't news to any of you. It was just the first time she said it out loud in front of me. Madison loves you. Madison loves the idea of having someone who loves her. That's not the same thing. I kept my voice even, calm. I hope she finds what she's looking for. But she's not going to find it by trying to pull me back into something that was never real to begin with. You're making a mistake. No, I said. I'm correcting one. I hung up. Blocked the number. Emily was watching me from the doorway. That sounded intense. It was necessary. The messages kept coming over the next week, but we handled them the same way. Block, delete, move forward. Madison's Aunt Susan tried to add me on LinkedIn with a message about professional courtesy. Blocked. Tom sent an email to my school address. Deleted unread. Brianna created a fake Instagram account to DM Emily. Blocked and reported. It was Madison herself who finally showed up. It was a Saturday morning, 3 weeks after the engagement announcement. I was in the garage working on building shelves, something I'd been teaching myself from YouTube videos, when I heard Emily's voice from inside the house, sharp and firm in a way that made me put down the drill. I came in through the kitchen to find Emily at the front door, which was open just enough for me to see Madison on the porch. She looked terrible, and I say that objectively, not cruelly. Her hair was unwashed, pulled back in a messy knot. Her face was blotchy and swollen. She was wearing sweatpants and an old college hoodie I recognized because I'd borrowed it once. You can't be here, Emily was saying, her body blocking the doorway. I need to talk to him. Madison's voice was raw, desperate. Please, Em. Just 5 minutes. No. I drove an hour to get here. I need to explain. There's nothing to explain. He's standing right there. Madison was looking past Emily now, her eyes locked on mine. Jake, please. Please just listen to me for 5 minutes. I moved to stand beside Emily, my hand resting on the small of her back. A united front. 5 minutes, I said. Not because I owed it to her, but because I wanted this finished. Truly finished. We stood in the doorway, none of us moved to invite her in, and Madison started talking. I didn't mean it, she said, tears already streaming down her face. What I said at Thanksgiving. I was showing off. Being stupid. I was trying to seem cool and aloof in front of my family, and I said something horrible that I didn't mean. Why would you say something you didn't mean? Because I'm an idiot. Because I thought it made me sound. I don't know, desired? Like I had options? But Jake, you were the option. You were always the option. I just didn't realize it until you were gone. You called me a hobby, Madison. A placeholder. You said I wasn't suitable for the life you wanted. I was wrong. So completely wrong. These past 4 months without you have been torture. I can't sleep. I can't eat. All I do is think about how much I messed up. That sounds difficult, I said, and I meant it. But it doesn't change anything. How can you say that? How can you just throw away 2 years like they meant nothing? I'm not the one who threw them away. Her eyes flickered to Emily, and something ugly crossed her face. You moved on pretty quick though, didn't you? My best friend. You couldn't find anyone who wasn't directly connected to me? I found someone who respects me, I said simply. That's all. This is revenge. This is just you trying to hurt me by dating her. Emily laughed, actually laughed. Madison, not everything is about you. Jake and I connected because we're both recovering from being treated poorly by people who claim to love us. We understand each other. That's got nothing to do with revenge. You've been waiting for this, Madison said, her voice turning bitter. You've been jealous of me since we were kids. You finally found a way to take something that was mine. He was never yours, Emily said quietly. You made that very clear. Madison looked back at me, her expression crumbling. Jake, please. Don't marry her. She's not right for you. You know she's not. We're right for each other. We were building something. We were building something on ground that only I thought was solid. You were always looking for the exit. I'm not anymore. I see now what I had. What I lost. Please, just give me another chance. Let me prove I've changed. Madison, I said her name gently, but firmly. I hope you do change. I hope you figure out what you really want and find someone who can give it to you. But that person isn't me. Not anymore. Maybe not ever, really. You're going to regret this. Her voice shifted, hardened. Both of you. You think this is going to last? You think she's better than me? I think we're done here, Emily said, and started to close the door. Madison stuck her foot in the gap. She's settling, Jake. Don't you see that? She's settling for you because she couldn't get anyone better. Just like you're settling for her because you're mad at me. We're calling the police, Emily said calmly. You need to leave. Something in Emily's tone must have gotten through, because Madison pulled her foot back. She stood on the porch for another moment, looking between us like she couldn't believe this was really happening. I loved you, she said to me, her voice breaking. No, I said. You loved what I could do for you. There's a difference. She turned and walked back to her car, that BMW her dad had bought her for graduation, and drove away. Emily closed the door and locked it. We stood in the entryway for a moment, not speaking. I'm sorry, I finally said. For what? For bringing all this into your life. The drama. Her showing up here. Jake. Emily took my face in her hands. She's been part of my life for 20 years. This is me finally getting her out of it. If anything, thank you for giving me the courage to draw that boundary. You think she'll come back? Probably. But we'll handle it. Together. She was right about that part. Madison did try again, showed up at the school once, which got her escorted off campus by security after I explained the situation to Principal Martinez. Sent a dozen letters to the house, which we collected unopened and documented in case we needed a restraining order. Created fake social media accounts to try to contact both of us, which we blocked and reported. But each attempt was weaker than the last. More desperate. Less certain. By June, they'd stopped altogether. Emily and I got married in August. Small ceremony, just close friends and her family. We didn't send Madison an invitation, but we both knew she'd hear about it. The wedding was perfect, sunny without being too hot, Emily in a simple dress that made her look like something out of a dream, vows we wrote ourselves that made half the guests cry. We honeymooned in Ireland, spent 2 weeks driving through the countryside and staying in bed and breakfasts where nobody knew us or our history. It was the first time in months that I felt like we could just breathe. When we got back, there was a letter waiting on our doorstep. Plain white envelope, no return address. Emily's name and mine written in handwriting I recognized. We don't have to open it, Emily said, holding it like it might explode. Yes we do. Better to know what we're dealing with. She opened it carefully, unfolded a single sheet of paper covered in Madison's looping script. Jake and Emily, it read. I owe you both an apology. A real one, not the self-serving kind I tried before. What I said at Thanksgiving was cruel, immature, and inexcusable. What I did afterward, showing up, harassing you, trying to manipulate you into coming back, was even worse. I've spent the last few months in therapy trying to understand why I treated you both so poorly. Why I spent 20 years taking Emily for granted and 2 years taking you for granted, Jake. The answer isn't flattering. I was insecure. I was selfish. I thought love was something you earned by being perfect instead of something you built by being real. I'm working on it. I'm getting better. But that's my journey, not yours. I hope you're happy together. I hope you build something beautiful. And I'm sorry for everything I did to try to prevent that. This will be the last time you hear from me. Emily read it twice, then handed it to me. I scanned through it, trying to detect hidden manipulation, some trap we weren't seeing. But it just seemed honest. Sad. Final. What do you think? Emily asked. I think she means it. And I think it doesn't change anything. No, Emily agreed. It doesn't. We went inside, had dinner, talked about normal things like grocery lists and whether we should adopt a dog. The letter stayed on the counter for a few days before Emily finally threw it away. I thought about it sometimes over the next few months, Madison's apology, the closure it was supposed to provide. But I realized I didn't need closure from her. I'd already found it in the life I was building with Emily. In the house we were filling with memories. In the quiet certainty of waking up next to someone who saw me as more than a placeholder. The funny thing about moving on is that it doesn't happen all at once. It's not like flipping a switch where one day you care and the next day you don't. It's more like water wearing away stone, gradual, almost imperceptible, until one day you realize you've gone an entire week without thinking about the person who once occupied so much space in your head. For me, that realization came in October, about 14 months after the Thanksgiving disaster. Emily and I were at a farmer's market on a Saturday morning, one of those perfect fall days where the air smells like apples and wood smoke and possibility. She was examining heirloom tomatoes with the kind of serious concentration she brought to everything, debating colors and firmness with the farmer who clearly found her intensity both amusing and refreshing. I was standing back, holding our reusable bags, watching her, and I had this sudden crystalline moment of gratitude. Not just for Emily, but for everything that had happened. For Madison's cruelty at that dinner table. For the humiliation that had felt so crushing in the moment. For every blocked phone call and desperate message and uncomfortable confrontation. Because without all of that, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have learned the difference between someone who loves you and someone who loves having you around. I wouldn't have discovered that the person who fits your life isn't always the person who looks best in the photos. You're staring, Emily said, glancing back at me with a smile. Just thinking. About how I almost missed this. All of this. She understood immediately, she always did. Set down the tomatoes and crossed back to me, ignoring the farmer's expectant look. Rose up on her toes and kissed me right there in the middle of the crowded market. You didn't miss it though, she said. You chose it. There's a difference. That same month, my principal called me into her office on a Monday morning. Principal Martinez was in her late 50s, had been running Jefferson High for 12 years, and had a reputation for being direct to the point of bluntness. I liked her for it. Sit down, Jake. She gestured to the chair across from her desk. We need to talk about next semester. My first thought was budget cuts. Schools were always fighting over funding, and history departments weren't exactly the first priority. Mr. Henderson is retiring, she continued, referring to the current department head. He's been here 32 years, and he's decided he's done dealing with teenagers who think the Civil War happened in the 1960s. I laughed. Henderson was notorious for his rants about historical illiteracy. I want you to take over the position, Martinez said. Department head. It comes with a pay bump, more planning periods, and the authority to reshape the curriculum. I know you've only been here 5 years, but you're the best teacher in that department. The kids actually care about your classes. That's rare. I must have looked stunned because she smiled. You can take some time to think about it, but not too much time. I need an answer by Friday. I said yes that afternoon. Didn't need the extra days. Emily had been encouraging me for months to go for leadership positions when they opened up, telling me I was too good at what I did to stay in the same role forever. When I told her that night, she actually teared up. I'm so proud of you, she said, and the way she said it, like my success was her success, like my wins were our wins, that was the moment I realized what partnership actually meant. Madison had always treated my accomplishments as background noise to her own narrative. Emily treated them as cause for celebration. We went out to dinner at the Italian place downtown, the one with the red checkered tablecloths and the owner who sang opera while making pasta. We ordered too much food and lingered over wine, the one exception to my usual no alcohol rule, reserved for special occasions, and talked about what the future might look like. Department head now, what's next? Emily teased. Principal? Superintendent? Secretary of Education? Let's start with surviving my first faculty meeting as the guy in charge, I said. Then we'll plan world domination. Speaking of plans. She got that look she got when she was working up to something. My lease is up in January. We'd been splitting time between my house and her apartment since the wedding, never quite committing to making one place our official home. It had worked fine, but there was something incomplete about it. Like we were still hedging our bets even though we'd already gone all in. Move in with me, I said. Officially. Let's stop pretending we need two places. You sure? It's a big step. Emily. We're married. We should probably live together full time. She laughed at that, the sound bright and free. Okay. Yes. Let's do it. November came around again. A year since everything had imploded. I thought it might feel heavy, that anniversary, but it didn't. It just felt like another day. Another week. Another month of building something that felt solid and true. Emily suggested we host Thanksgiving at our place, her parents and mine, nobody from Madison's orbit. Just the people who'd supported us from the start. I was hesitant at first, worried about recreating the holiday that had become synonymous with disaster in my mind. But Emily had a way of reclaiming things, of taking moments that had been poisoned and making them clean again. We're going to make new memories, she said. Better ones. The kind where nobody calls anyone a placeholder. So we did. We spent days preparing. Emily made lists and timelines, her design brain turning Thanksgiving into a project with phases and milestones. I cooked most of the food, trying recipes I found online and only moderately panicking when things didn't turn out exactly like the photos. Thanksgiving Day arrived clear and cold. Our parents showed up within minutes of each other, bearing pies and wine and that particular kind of parental pride that makes you feel simultaneously grown up and like you're still figuring things out. My mom pulled me aside while I was checking the turkey. You look happy, she said. Simple observation, but weighted with everything unsaid. I am. Good. You deserve it. You always did, but I don't think you believed it until recently. She was right about that. Madison had been so good at making me question my worth that I'd internalized it, carried it around like a truth instead of recognizing it as her projection. Dinner was chaotic and loud and perfect. Emily's dad told terrible jokes that somehow got laughs anyway. My mom and Emily's mom bonded over their shared love of mystery novels. Everyone ate too much and nobody said anything remotely cruel or dismissive. During dessert, 3 kinds of pie because we couldn't decide, Emily's mom asked about wedding photos. We'd gotten them back from the photographer a few weeks earlier, had been slowly going through them, picking favorites. "Let me grab the album," Emily said, disappearing into our office. She came back with this gorgeous leather-bound book, and we passed it around the table. There were photos of us getting ready, of the ceremony, of the reception. Photos of us laughing, crying, dancing. Photos that captured the joy of the day in a way that felt almost too intimate to share. My dad lingered on one picture, me and Emily during our first dance, her head on my shoulder, both of us smiling like we had a secret. "This is what it's supposed to look like," he said quietly. I knew what he meant. He'd met Madison a few times, had always been polite but never warm. I'd thought at the time he was just being overprotective. Now I realized he'd seen what I'd been too close to see. After everyone left, Emily and I collapsed on the couch, exhausted and full in content. "That was a good Thanksgiving," she said. "The best one I've ever had." "Better than last year's?" I pulled her closer. "Last year's got me here. So in a way, I'm grateful for it too. But yeah, this one was better." We fell asleep there on the couch, Murphy curled up on the floor beside us, the house quiet except for the sound of the dishwasher running through its cycle. December brought early snow and the chaos of the end of semester. My students were stressed about finals, and I spent extra hours after school running study sessions and reviewing essays. The promotion to department head wouldn't officially start until January, but Henderson had already started pulling me into planning meetings, showing me the ropes. "The key," he told me over coffee one afternoon, "is to remember that teachers are like students. They respond to respect, clear expectations, and the occasional bit of grace when things go sideways." I took notes, asked questions, tried to absorb 3 decades of wisdom in the space of a few weeks. Emily, meanwhile, had landed a major client, a tech startup that wanted her to redesign their entire brand identity. It was the kind of project that could define a career, and she was pouring herself into it. Our house became covered in sketches and color swatches and mood boards. "Is this too corporate?" she'd ask, holding up designs. I teach teenagers about manifest destiny. "I'm not your target audience for tech branding. But you have opinions. You always have opinions." So I'd give them, and sometimes she'd incorporate them and sometimes she'd nod politely and do something completely different. It was the dance of 2 people working in separate worlds but coming together at the end of each day to share what they'd built. On Christmas Eve, we were at my parents' house for dinner when my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. I almost ignored it, probably spam, but something made me check. It was a photo. Madison and the lawyer boyfriend at what looked like a holiday party. They were dressed up, his arm around her waist, both of them smiling at the camera. No message, just the photo. I showed it to Emily. "She's trying to make you jealous," Emily said immediately. "Is it working? Is it?" I looked at the photo again. Madison looked beautiful, she always did. But there was something performative about it. The smile that was just a little too big. The way she was angled toward the camera instead of toward him. The image felt staged, meant to prove something rather than capture something real. "No," I said honestly. "I just feel sorry for him." Emily deleted the photo and blocked the number. We didn't talk about it again that night. Didn't let it take up space in our celebration. But later, lying in bed in my childhood room, my parents had insisted we stay over. I thought about that photo. About what Madison was trying to communicate by sending it. "Look, I've moved on. Look, I'm happy. Look, you didn't break me." Except the very act of sending it proved the opposite. If she'd truly moved on, she wouldn't need to show me. Wouldn't need to prove anything. She'd just be living her life, indifferent to whether I knew about it or not. That was the difference between us now. I wasn't sending her photos of my happiness. Wasn't trying to prove I'd won some imaginary competition. I was just happy. Quietly, unremarkably happy in a way that didn't need an audience. Emily and I are coming up on our first anniversary now. We got the dog, a golden retriever mix named Murphy who's terrible at fetch but excellent at napping in inconvenient places. We're talking about kids, maybe in a year or 2. I got promoted to department head at the school. Emily's design work was featured in a national magazine. The magazine feature was a big deal. They'd done a whole spread on up-and-coming designers, and Emily was one of 5 featured. The photo of her at her desk, surrounded by her work, with that look of intense concentration she got when she was creating, I had it framed and hung in my office at school. My students noticed. "Is that your wife, Mr. Reeves?" Taylor Simmons asked one day after class. "It is. She's pretty. And famous now, I guess?" "She's talented. The famous part is just people catching up to what I already knew." Taylor smiled at that. "You're like, Really into her, huh? Yeah, I said. I really am. That's the thing nobody tells you about finding the right person. It's not about fireworks or drama or grand romantic gestures. It's about being really into someone on a random Tuesday when they're explaining design theory and you don't understand half of it but you love watching their face light up anyway. It's about being proud of them in ways that have nothing to do with you. Madison never understood that. She was always looking for extraordinary in the sense of impressive, enviable, worth showing off. She missed that extraordinary is actually in the ordinary moments strung together, the inside jokes, the comfortable silences, the way someone knows you need coffee before you've fully woken up. Life is good. Better than good. Sometimes I see Madison's social media in that accidental way that happens when someone you have mutual friends with does something public. She's dating someone new, a lawyer, I think, someone who fits the suitable category she was always chasing. He looks nice enough in the photos. She looks happy, or at least she's performing happiness in the way people do online. I hope it's real for her. I genuinely do. Not because I still care in that way, but because the alternative, her being miserable forever, doesn't serve anyone. But mostly, I don't think about her at all anymore. That whole chapter feels like it happened to someone else, some earlier version of me who didn't know what he deserved. This version knows. This version chose the person who chose him back. The person who sees suitable as anyone who makes you laugh at stupid jokes and holds your hand during scary movies and shows up every day determined to build something real. The revenge, if you can even call it that, wasn't in dating Emily. Wasn't in getting engaged or married or living well. The revenge was in simply moving on. In refusing to let Madison's narrative, that I was the placeholder, the hobby, the not quite enough, define me. Because here's what I learned from that horrible Thanksgiving dinner: when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. And when someone shows you that you're just a placeholder in their story, write yourself into a better one. Emily and I are writing that story together now. One ordinary, extraordinary day at a time. And Madison? She's not even a footnote anymore. Just a lesson I'm grateful I learned before I wasted more than 2 years on someone who was never going to see my worth. The real ending isn't about revenge or payback or cosmic justice. It's simpler than that. It's about choosing yourself when nobody else will. About walking away from people who treat you like an option. About finding someone who treats you like a priority from day one. That's the story I tell when people ask how Emily and I got together. Not the dramatic Thanksgiving disaster. Not the block numbers and the showing up at houses. Just the simple truth: I met someone who saw me clearly, and I saw her clearly back, and we decided that was enough to build a life on. Everything else is just noise that faded into silence. Story 6. My girlfriend posted an Instagram story ranking her exes by who treated her best. I was dead last with the caption, "Current guy tries hard but 2/10 TBH. I saw it while picking up the custom photo album I'd made for our anniversary, 400 photos spanning 3 years, and a $20,000 engagement ring I was planning to use to propose to her that night. I didn't confront her. I just returned the ring and burned the album, canceled our weekend trip, and changed my relationship status to single. When she called panicking, I said, "Hope you find a 10/10 this time," hung up, sent her a picture of the burning album and the ring she could have had. Her best friend texted me yesterday, "She's been calling your name in her sleep every night and refuses to wake up for anyone but you." Look, I need to tell someone about this before I lose my mind completely. What I did 3 weeks ago either makes me the most savage person alive or the biggest idiot who ever walked this earth, and honestly, I'm still not sure which one it is. Her name was Olivia. Is Olivia. Whatever. 3 years, 2 months, and 16 days together. Not that I was counting obsessively or anything, but when you're planning to propose to someone, you tend to remember these details. You know what else you remember? The exact moment everything you thought you knew turns into ash in your hands. It was a Tuesday. I remember because Tuesdays were our day. Started back in year 1 when we realized we both had Tuesdays off and turned it into this whole thing. Coffee at that place on Maple Street, then whatever adventure we felt like. Sometimes the botanical gardens, sometimes just wandering bookstores for hours. Stupid, simple stuff that makes you think you've found your person. That particular Tuesday, I was supposed to pick up something special. 3 months of work, countless hours sorting through my phone and old hard drives, organizing memories. I'd hired this woman who did custom photo albums, the kind that are basically works of art. Leather-bound, hand-stitched pages, each photo carefully placed and captioned. 400 photos spanning our entire relationship. The first one of us together at that Halloween party where she dressed as a pirate and I went as a ridiculously bad vampire. The coffee shop pictures. The road trip to Portland where we got lost for 6 hours and laughed the entire time. Her 25th birthday when I surprised her with tickets to see her favorite band. Everything. The album cost me $800. Worth every penny, I thought. It was going to be part 1 of a 2-part anniversary gift. Part 2 was waiting in a velvet box in my jacket pocket. $20,000. Let that sink in for a second. I'm not rich. I'm a graphic designer at a mid-sized firm, make decent money but nothing crazy. I've been saving for 18 months. Skipped vacations, ate instant ramen more nights than I care to admit, took on freelance projects until my eyes burned. My little sister thought I was insane when I showed her the ring. That's a down payment on a house, she said. I just smiled. It's Olivia, I told her, like that explained everything. It did explain everything. Or I thought it did. I parked outside Samantha's studio at 2:30 in the afternoon. Sam's this artist who does the photo albums out of her converted garage, and she'd texted me that morning with 3 exclamation points, ready for pickup. You're going to cry when you see it. I was already emotional thinking about Olivia's reaction. I'd planned the whole evening. Dinner reservations at Marcello's, the Italian place where we had our first real date. Then a walk through Harbor Park where I'd propose under the oak tree she loved, the one with the branches that spread out like an umbrella. I checked my phone before going inside. Just habit, you know? Opened Instagram while waiting for Sam to answer her door. And there it was. Olivia's story. Posted 23 minutes earlier. A screenshot of some ranking template, one of those things that was probably going around as a trend. Ranking my exes by who treated me best. My stomach dropped before I even read it. There were 6 names on the list. I recognized most of them from stories she'd told me. Tyler at number 1 with a gold star emoji. Set the bar, honestly. Then Marcus at number 2. Close second, treated me like a queen. Then 3 other guys I'd heard about in passing. And there, at the very bottom, was current guy. Not my name. Current guy. With the caption, tries hard but. 2/10 TBH. 2 out of 10. Tries hard but. I stood there on Sam's porch, phone in my hand, and the world just sort of tilted sideways. You know that feeling when you suddenly can't remember how to breathe properly? When your body forgets it's supposed to do that automatically and you have to manually tell your lungs to expand and contract. Sam opened the door. Hey! Come see this masterpiece. She was beaming, proud of her work. I followed her inside on autopilot. She had the album laid out on her work table under a spotlight. It really was beautiful. The leather was this deep burgundy color Olivia loved, and Sam had done this intricate pattern on the cover that looked like vines growing into a heart shape. Open it, Sam urged. I did. The first page was the Halloween photo. We looked so young. So happy. My vampire teeth were crooked and she was laughing at something I'd said. I could almost hear the music from that party, smell the cheap fog machine someone had set up. I turned the pages slowly. Our whole relationship, documented in careful detail. The handwritten captions I'd provided for each section. Inside jokes. Important dates. The evolution of us from strangers at a party to people who couldn't imagine life apart. Except apparently, she could imagine it. Could imagine it and rank it and post it publicly for everyone to see. 2 out of 10. Tries hard but. What do you think? Sam was watching my face. It's perfect, I said. My voice sounded normal. Calm. Exactly what I wanted. I have it boxed up for you. The protective sleeve too. This baby will last decades if you take care of it. She was already wrapping it carefully, chattering about the paper she'd used, some special archival quality thing. I paid her. Thanked her. Carried the box to my car. Set it in the passenger seat where Olivia usually sat. Then I pulled up Instagram again, just to make sure I'd really seen what I thought I'd seen. Maybe I'd misread it. Maybe it was a joke I didn't understand. Nope. Still there. Current guy. 2/10. And now there were comments rolling in. Her friends laughing, using crying laughing emojis. Girl, you're savage. Not the current guy catching strays. Someone named Brittany wrote, he seems sweet though? Olivia had replied, sweet doesn't mean good TBH. Sweet doesn't mean good. 3 years. 400 photos. $20,000 in my pocket. I sat in that car for probably 20 minutes, just staring at nothing. My phone kept buzzing. Text from my mom asking if I was nervous about tonight. My best friend Jake sending me a good luck gif. My sister checking in, you got this, big bro. She's going to say yes. Was she? Would she have said yes? Would she have taken that ring, posted it all over social media with some cute caption, while secretly thinking I was a 2/10? Would our wedding photos have ended up in another album someday, or would I have just been another name on another list? I started the car. Didn't go home. Drove straight to the jewelry store instead. Marcus was working the counter, same guy who'd sold me the ring. His face lit up when he saw me. Hey. Big day, right? How are you feeling? I need to return this, I said, pulling out the velvet box. His smile faltered. Oh. Is there? Is something wrong with it? We can resize it, or if the cut isn't quite right, it's perfect. I just need to return it. There was this long pause where he just looked at me. I could see him trying to figure out what to say, How to handle this. He'd spent hours with me picking out this ring. Knew the whole story. Knew I'd been saving forever. Are you sure? I mean, sometimes people get cold feet, but I'm sure. He processed the return. Asked if I wanted store credit. I took cash. The whole transaction took maybe 15 minutes but felt like hours. When I walked out of there, my pocket was heavy with money and my chest was completely empty. Next stop, home. I lived alone in a one-bedroom apartment, which right then felt like the best decision I'd ever made. At least I didn't have to worry about a shared lease or moving out or who got the furniture. I walked in, set the album box on my kitchen counter, and just looked at it for a while. Sam's beautiful work. Hours of her time. Hours of my time collecting and organizing everything. All that love and effort and care, documented and preserved. For what? I picked up the box and walked out to my apartment complex's courtyard. There's a fire pit out there that residents can use. Nobody was around. Tuesday afternoon, everyone at work. I set the album in the center of the pit. Found some old newspapers, some kindling someone had left in the storage box. I should have felt something, right? Hesitation? Regret? Some kind of emotional barrier before destroying something I'd put so much into? But I didn't. I felt nothing. I lit the newspaper, watched it catch. The flame spread to the kindling, grew stronger. Then I placed the album on top. The leather caught slowly at first. The pages started to curl. I watched our Halloween photo blacken and disappear. Watched Portland vanish. Watched her birthday, her graduation, her face laughing at my stupid jokes, all of it turned to smoke and ash. My phone rang. Olivia. I declined the call. It rang again immediately. Declined. Text message, hey babe, where are you? Aren't we supposed to get ready for dinner soon? The album was really burning now, flames licking up around the cover. I took a photo of it. The fire, the remnants of our relationship going up in smoke, clearly visible in the image. Then I took another photo of the cash from the returned ring, fanned out in my other hand. $20,000. I sent both photos to Olivia. Then I typed, hope you find a 10/10 this time. My phone immediately started blowing up. Calls. Texts. What are you doing? Is that the album? Are you insane? Call me back right now. This isn't funny. I changed my relationship status to single. Logged out of Instagram. Went back inside and started canceling things. Dinner reservation. Weekend trip I'd booked to that cabin she'd been wanting to visit. I even canceled the flowers I'd ordered to be delivered to her work tomorrow. Then I turned off my phone and went to bed. It was 4 in the afternoon, but I didn't care. I was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. When I woke up, it was dark out. My phone was still off. I'd slept for 14 hours straight, the kind of dreamless sleep that feels like being erased from existence for a while. I made coffee. Ate some cereal. Took a shower. Did all the normal human things while feeling completely abnormal. Finally turned on my phone. 147 notifications. Texts, calls, voicemails, Instagram DMs, Facebook messages. I scrolled through some of them. Olivia had called 63 times. Left 28 voicemails. The first ones were angry. Are you serious right now? You can't just destroy things because you're upset. This is so immature. I can't believe you're acting like this. But they evolved. Got desperate. Please talk to me. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. It was just a stupid joke, everyone was doing it. Please answer your phone. I didn't mean it like that. You're scaring me. Please. The last one, left at 3 in the morning, was just her crying. No words. Just sobbing into the phone for 45 seconds before hanging up. Her best friend Kennedy had texted too, dude, what did you do? Olivia is losing it. She's been throwing up all night. She won't stop crying. My mom, honey, Olivia called me. She's very upset. What happened? Call me please. Jake, bro, your Instagram. What's going on? You good? My sister, what happened to the proposal? Mom said Olivia is freaking out. Are you okay? I didn't respond to any of them. Instead, I made breakfast. Scrambled eggs, toast, orange juice. Sat at my kitchen counter eating slowly, methodically. My apartment was quiet except for the sound of my fork against the plate. For the first time in 3 years, I had a Tuesday completely to myself. No coffee date. No adventure plans. No one expecting me to be anywhere or do anything. It felt strange. Not good, not bad. Just strange. Like wearing someone else's clothes. My phone rang again. Olivia. I watched it vibrate across the counter until it stopped. 30 seconds later, a text, I know you're seeing these. Please just talk to me for 5 minutes. 5 minutes and then if you never want to see me again I'll respect that. Please. I typed back, you ranked me. Publicly. While I was picking up an anniversary gift I spent 3 months making. While I was carrying an engagement ring. You called me current guy and gave me a 2/10. What exactly is there to talk about? The response came immediately, it was a stupid trend. Everyone was doing it. I didn't think you'd see it. Oh, so it's better that you publicly humiliated me as long as I didn't find out? That's your defense? No. That came out wrong. I just meant it wasn't serious. It was just for laughs. You know what's funny? I actually laughed when I saw it. Right there on Sam's porch, holding an album full of our entire relationship, I laughed. Because for a second I thought maybe you were joking. Maybe it was some kind of inside joke I'd forgotten about. But then I read the comments. Saw your friends laughing. Saw you responding to them. And I realized you weren't joking. You were just being honest for once. That's not fair. Fair? You want to talk about fair? I spent 18 months saving for a ring I'll never give you. Ate ramen and turned down trips with friends and worked myself half to death on freelance projects because I wanted to give you something perfect. Something worthy of you. Meanwhile, you were ranking me against your exes and I came in dead last. Below Tyler who cheated on you. Below Marcus who forgot your birthday 2 years in a row. But sure, let's talk about what's fair. There was a long pause. Then, can I come over? Please. We can't do this over text. No. Why not? Because I don't want to see you. Another pause. Longer this time. Then, I love you. I stared at those 3 words on my screen. 3 words I'd said to her hundreds of times. 3 words I'd meant every single time. 3 words that now felt completely meaningless. Goodbye, Olivia. I blocked her number. Blocked her on Instagram, Facebook, everywhere. Then I blocked Kennedy and her other close friends too, the ones who'd been commenting on that post, laughing along. My phone was finally quiet. I spent the rest of that week in a weird kind of limbo. Went to work, did my job, came home. Didn't tell anyone what happened. My boss asked if I was okay since I seemed distracted. I said I was fine. My coworkers asked about the proposal. I said we'd postponed it. Eventually people stopped asking. Jake finally cornered me at the coffee shop near our office. Literally sat down at my table without asking and said, "Okay, spill. What happened?" So I told him. Showed him the screenshot I'd saved of her Instagram story before I blocked her. Watched his expression go from confused to shocked to angry. Are you kidding me right now? She posted this? Publicly? While I was picking up her anniversary gift. The album you'd been working on for months. That one, yeah. And you had the ring with you. In my pocket. Jake sat back in his chair. Oh my, he caught himself. Dude. What did you do? Returned the ring. Burned the album. Sent her photos. Blocked her everywhere. Savage. Was it? I keep going back and forth. Like, was it too much? Should I have talked to her first? Given her a chance to explain? Explain what? How she thinks you're a 2/10. How she was comfortable posting that for everyone to see. Jake shook his head. No way, man. That's not something you accidentally post. That's not a typo or a moment of poor judgment. That's her real feelings, just finally said out loud. That's what I keep thinking. Like, maybe I should thank her for showing me before I proposed. Imagine if I'd done it. Imagine the photos of that moment, me on one knee, her crying happy tears, everyone congratulating us. And the whole time she'd be thinking I'm a 2/10. Would she even have said yes? The question hit me like a punch. I don't know. I really don't. Maybe she would have, just because breaking up with a guy proposing to you in public would be awkward. Maybe I would have gotten a pity yes. You dodged a bullet, dude. Then why do I feel so terrible? Jake didn't have an answer for that. Neither did I. Week 2 was harder. The reality started sinking in. This wasn't just a fight. This wasn't something we'd work through. It was actually over. 3 years, gone. All the plans we'd made, the future we talked about, vanished. I'd catch myself almost texting her about something stupid. A funny sign I saw, a song on the radio, a meme she'd like. Then I'd remember and the phone would feel like a brick in my hand. My mom called. Olivia's mother reached out to me. She says Olivia is very depressed. Won't leave her room. Barely eating. Okay. Okay? That's all you have to say? What do you want me to say, Mom? That I'll take her back? Pretend I never saw what she really thinks of me? I want you to tell me what happened. Your father and I are very confused. We thought you two were happy. So I explained. Again. The story, the ranking, the timing. My mom was quiet for a long time after I finished. Oh, honey. Yeah. What she did was very hurtful. It was. But burning the album. That was hurtful too. Maybe. But it was my money, my time, my effort. I get to decide what happens to it. Of course. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying. Hurt people hurt people. And now you're both hurt. The difference is I didn't hurt her on purpose. I didn't publicly mock her. I didn't rank her against other people. I just responded to finding out the person I wanted to marry thinks I'm a 2/10. Mom sighed. You're right. I'm sorry. I just hate seeing you like this. Like what? Broken. Was I broken? I didn't feel broken. I felt angry. Betrayed. Sad. But not broken. Broken implied something that couldn't be fixed, and I'd be fine. Eventually. Probably. I'm okay, Mom. Really. I just need time. If you need anything. I know. Thanks. My sister was less sympathetic. Called me up and went straight for the jugular. So you're really just done? No conversation, no second chance, nothing? What conversation do we need to have? She made her feelings clear. It was a dumb social media post. People post stupid stuff all the time. Not about their partners. Not ranking them against exes. And definitely not giving them a 2/10 while the partner is literally in the process of planning a proposal. Okay, yes, the timing was awful. But don't you think you overreacted? Burning the album? That's intense. You know what's intense? Spending 18 months saving for a ring. Working 70-hour weeks so I could afford to give her the proposal she deserved. Putting together an album of our entire relationship, every important moment carefully documented. And then finding out she thinks I'm the worst boyfriend she's ever had. That's intense. She didn't say worst, she ranked me last. Below people who objectively treated her poorly. What's the difference? My sister was quiet for a moment. I don't know. I guess I just thought you two would work it out. You seemed so sure about her. I was sure. Right up until I wasn't. Do you still love her? The question caught me off guard. Did I? Could you just turn off 3 years of love like a light switch? I don't know, I admitted. I loved who I thought she was. But who I thought she was wouldn't have done this. So maybe I just loved an idea of her that never really existed. That's depressing. Yeah. It really is. Week 3 was when Kennedy sent the message that's been haunting me ever since. I hadn't blocked her as thoroughly as I'd thought. She got through on Facebook Messenger, probably because I never use it and forgot it existed. Look, I know you probably don't want to hear from me. But I need to tell you something about Olivia. I almost didn't respond. But curiosity won out. What? She's not okay. Like really not okay. She moved back in with her parents because she couldn't function in her apartment. Everything reminded her of you. She's been calling your name in her sleep every night. Her mom has to wake her up because she gets so upset. She won't eat. She's lost 12 pounds. She just lies in bed staring at the wall. And you're telling me this because? Because I think you should know. I think you should see what this is doing to her. What it's doing to her. Kennedy, what about what she did to me? I know. That post was messed up. We all told her it was messed up. But she deleted it immediately after you sent those photos. She's been trying to apologize for weeks now. I don't want her apologies. Apologies don't undo what she said. They don't change what she actually thinks of me. But that's the thing. That's not what she thinks of you. She was just being stupid, trying to be funny or edgy or whatever. You know how she gets sometimes. No, I really don't. Apparently I didn't know her at all. That's not true. You knew her better than anyone. That's why she's falling apart without you. She refuses to wake up for anyone but you. Her mom is seriously worried she's going to hurt herself. That stopped me cold. What do you mean hurt herself? I mean she's depressed. Really, really depressed. Just stares at her phone waiting for you to unblock her. Sleeps all day because when she's awake she has to face what she lost. She didn't lose me. She threw me away. There's a difference. Is there? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you both lost each other. I didn't respond to that. Just left her on read and closed the app. But her words stuck with me. She refuses to wake up for anyone but you. What did that even mean? That she was so depressed she didn't want to be conscious? That she was sleeping her life away rather than dealing with reality? And why was Kennedy putting that on me? Like I was responsible for Olivia's mental health after what she did? Except, I did still care. That was the problem. I wanted to not care. Wanted to be completely over it, completely moved on, completely unbothered. But I wasn't. The thought of her suffering made my chest tight. Made me want to reach out, check on her, make sure she was okay. Which was stupid. She was the one who hurt me. She was the one who posted that ranking. She was the one who thought I was a 2/10 while I was planning to spend the rest of my life with her. But she was also the person who used to fall asleep on my shoulder during movies. Who made me laugh harder than anyone. Who knew exactly how I liked my coffee and would make it for me on mornings I was running late. Who cried in my arms when her grandfather passed away and told me I was the only person who made her feel safe. How do you reconcile those two versions of the same person? Jake came over that night with takeout. We didn't talk about Olivia at first, just ate and watched basketball and pretended everything was normal. But eventually he asked, "You doing okay?" Kennedy messaged me. "Oh?" Says Olivia's a mess. Not eating, sleeping all the time, calling my name in her sleep. Jake set down his food. "And how do you feel about that?" "Confused. Guilty. Angry that I feel guilty. It's a whole mess." "You're allowed to feel bad for her and still know you made the right choice." "Am I, though? Because it feels like those two things can't coexist. Either I'm justified in what I did and she deserves to feel terrible, or I overreacted and I'm the bad guy here. Why does it have to be one or the other? Why can't you both have been hurt? She hurt you with that post. You hurt her with your response. Now you're both dealing with the consequences." "But I didn't start this." "No, you didn't. But you chose how to respond. You could have talked to her first. Could have confronted her, asked her to explain, given her a chance to apologize and fix it. Instead you went nuclear. I'm not saying that was wrong. But it was a choice. I hadn't thought about it like that. In my mind, I'd been acting in pure reaction. She did something terrible, I responded accordingly. Cause and effect. But Jake was right. I'd made choices. Conscious, deliberate choices about how to handle it." "So what are you saying? That I should talk to her?" "I'm saying you need to figure out what you actually want. Not what you think you should want, not what's the most justified reaction, but what will let you move forward. Because right now you're stuck. And so is she." What did I want? I thought about this for days. Really thought about it. Did I want her back? Did I want closure? Did I want to stay angry forever? Did I want to forgive her? Did I want an apology? The truth was complicated and uncomfortable. Part of me did want her back. Wanted to rewind time to before that post, before the album, before the ring. Back to when we were just us, happy and in love and not worried about rankings or social media or public humiliation. But I couldn't unhear what she'd said. Couldn't unsee that post. Even if she apologized 1,000 times, explained it was just a joke, proved she didn't mean it, there would always be this seed of doubt. This tiny voice asking, but what if she did mean it? What if that's how she really feels and she's only sorry she got caught? And maybe even worse, what if I could never fully trust her again? What kind of relationship is that? Always wondering, always questioning, always waiting for the other shoe to drop? On day 24 of our breakup, I unblocked her number. Didn't reach out, just unblocked it. Told myself I was just removing barriers, creating the possibility of communication if I decided I wanted it. She texted within minutes. How did she know? Had she been trying to reach me this whole time, discovering she was blocked, and was just waiting for it to change? "You unblocked me." I did. Does that mean you'll talk to me? I don't know yet. I miss you. So much it physically hurts. I can't sleep without dreaming about you. Can't eat without remembering all our dinners together. Can't exist in my own life because everything reminds me of you and how badly I messed this up. Kennedy told me you've been struggling. Struggling is putting it mildly. I've never felt like this before. Like I lost a limb. Like part of me is just missing and I don't know how to function without it. Is that why you're texting me? Because you feel bad? I'm texting you because I love you. Because I made the biggest mistake of my life and I don't know how to fix it. Because that stupid post was a joke that wasn't funny and I hurt you and I'm so sorry. You called me current guy. Not even my name. Just current guy, 2/10. Do you understand how that felt? Reading that while I was about to pick up an anniversary gift? While I had an engagement ring in my pocket? I know and I hate myself for it. I've played it over in my head 1,000,000 times. If I could take it back, if I could delete it before you saw it, if I could go back and never post it at all. But you did post it. And that means somewhere in your head, you thought it was okay. You thought it was true or funny or worth sharing. You looked at that ranking and thought, yeah, this accurately represents how I feel. No. I didn't think about it at all. That's the problem. I was just mindlessly following a trend, not thinking about how it would look or who would see it or what it meant. It was thoughtless and cruel and I'm so sorry. Thoughtless. That might actually be worse, you know? That you didn't even care enough to think about how it would affect me. There was a long pause. I could see the 3 dots indicating she was typing, then they'd disappear, then come back. Finally, you're right. That is worse. I should have thought. I should have considered your feelings. I should have been protective of what we had instead of careless with it. I failed you. I know that. And I know sorry isn't enough. But it's all I have. I set my phone down. Paced around my apartment. This was the conversation I'd been both wanting and dreading. Having it felt like touching a wound that hadn't healed yet. I loved you, I typed back. Past tense, notice that. I loved you so much I was willing to give you everything. Every part of me, every plan for my future, every dream I had. I loved you enough to save for a year and a half for a ring. Enough to spend months making you the perfect gift. Enough to plan a proposal I thought would make you happy. And you loved me enough to rank me last. That ranking was meaningless. A stupid internet trend that I didn't think through. It doesn't reflect how I actually feel about you. Then how do you actually feel about me, Olivia? Because from here, it looks like you took me for granted. Like you knew I'd always be there, always trying hard, always doing everything I could to make you happy. And maybe that got boring, maybe that became something you could mock with your friends. The guy who tries too hard. You don't try too hard. You're perfect. You're thoughtful and kind and you remember little things and you make me laugh and you're everything I ever wanted. I was an idiot. I was careless with something precious and I broke it and I don't know if it can be fixed but I want to try. Please let me try. My phone rang. Her name on the screen. I stared at it for 3 rings, 4, 5. Then I answered. Hello? Hi. Her voice was smaller than I remembered. Fragile. Thank you for answering. I'm not promising anything. I know. I needed to hear your voice. I've been going crazy without it. We were both quiet for a moment. I could hear her breathing, slightly uneven like she was trying not to cry. Kennedy says you're not doing well, I said finally. I'm not. But that's not your problem to fix. Isn't it? According to everyone, I'm the one who caused this by overreacting. No. No, don't do that. Don't take responsibility for my actions. I caused this. I hurt you and you responded and now we're both hurting. That's on me, not you. Your mom had to wake you up? Silence. Then, quietly, I keep having these dreams where everything is fine. Where we're still together and planning our future and you're looking at me the way you used to. And then I wake up and remember and it's like losing you all over again. So yeah, sometimes I don't want to wake up. Sometimes I'd rather stay in the dreams where I didn't ruin everything. Something in my chest cracked. Olivia. I know. I know it's pathetic. I know I did this to myself. But knowing that doesn't make it hurt less. It doesn't make me miss you less. It doesn't change the fact that I lost the best thing in my life because I was careless and stupid. What do you want from me? A chance. Just one chance to prove I'm not who I was in that moment. That I'm the person you fell in love with, who loves you more than anything, who would never intentionally hurt you. But you did hurt me. Intentionally or not, the damage is the same. I know. And I can't undo it. But I can spend every day making up for it if you let me. I can show you that you're not a 2/10, you're a million out of 10. That you're everything. I closed my eyes. This was the moment, right? The decision point. Forgive her and try again, or stay strong and move on. Simple choice. Except nothing about this felt simple. I need time, I said. Okay. How much time? I don't know. More than 24 days. Maybe more than 24 months. I don't know if I can get past this, Olivia. I don't know if I can trust you again. Can I ask one thing? What? Don't close the door completely. Stay in touch. Let me show you I'm serious about changing. You don't have to forgive me right now or ever. Just don't shut me out entirely. I thought about this. Thought about what Jake said about being stuck. About what I actually wanted versus what I thought I should want. Okay. I won't shut you out. But I'm not making any promises. We're not getting back together. We're just talking. Thank you. That's more than I deserve. Yeah, it probably is. We talked for another hour. Not about the ranking or the breakup, just about life. She told me about her job, I told her about a new project at work. It felt almost normal, except for the giant elephant in the room that neither of us wanted to acknowledge again. When we hung up, I felt confused more than anything. Not better exactly, but not worse either. Just uncertain about everything. The next few weeks were strange. We texted occasionally. Nothing heavy, just small updates. She'd send me a funny video, I'd tell her about something Jake said. Slowly, carefully, we rebuilt some kind of communication. But it wasn't the same. How could it be? There was this careful distance between us now, this awareness that we were both being cautious. Like two people circling around broken glass, trying not to cut ourselves again. My mom was cautiously optimistic. You're talking to her? Sort of. Is that good? I don't know, Mom. I really don't. Well, don't rush anything. Trust takes time to rebuild. My sister was less subtle. So are you getting back together or what? Or what, probably. But you're talking. We're talking. That doesn't mean anything. It means you haven't completely written her off. She was right. I hadn't. Some part of me was still holding on to the possibility that maybe, somehow, we could fix this. That the 3 years of good could outweigh one moment of bad. But another part of me kept remembering that moment in Sam's studio. The feeling of seeing that post. The absolute gut punch of realizing the person you love most doesn't value you the way you value them. That's the thing nobody tells you about betrayal. It's not just the immediate pain. It's the echo of it that follows you. Every time she said something nice now, part of me wondered if she meant it or if she was just trying to get back in my good graces. Every compliment felt suspect. Every I love you came with an asterisk. One night, about 6 weeks after everything fell apart, she asked if we could meet in person. I don't know if that's a good idea, I said. Please. Just coffee. Somewhere public. I need to see you. I need to say some things face to face. Against my better judgment, I agreed. We met at a neutral coffee shop, neither of our usual places. She was already there when I arrived, sitting at a corner table, and when she saw me she stood up like she wasn't sure if we were supposed to hug or shake hands or just sit down. We sat down. She looked different. Thinner, like Kennedy had said. Tired. There were circles under her eyes and her hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail instead of the careful styling she usually did. Hi, she said. Hi. Thanks for meeting me. Sure. Awkward silence. This was the person I used to be able to talk to about anything, and now we couldn't even manage small talk. I've been thinking a lot, she started. About what happened. About why I did it. About what was going on in my head that made me think that post was okay. And I think I was scared. Scared of what? Of how good things were. Of how much you loved me. Of the possibility that you might propose and I'd have to be ready for that kind of commitment. She twisted her napkin nervously. That sounds insane, right? Being scared of a good relationship? A little, yeah. I've never had what we have. Had. Have? I don't even know what tense to use anymore. But my previous relationships were all kind of terrible in different ways. Tyler cheated. Marcus was self-absorbed. The others were just not serious. And then there was you. You, who was perfect. Who treated me better than I ever thought I deserved. And it terrified me. So you sabotaged it? Not consciously. But maybe? Maybe some part of me thought if I proved you weren't perfect, if I convinced myself you were just okay instead of amazing, it wouldn't hurt as much when things inevitably fell apart. Except things didn't inevitably fall apart. You made them fall apart. I know. Her eyes were wet. I created the exact scenario I was afraid of. Self-fulfilling prophecy or whatever. I was so scared of losing you that I did the thing that guaranteed I'd lose you. I didn't know what to say to that. Part of me felt sympathetic. Part of me felt angry that she was trying to explain away what she'd done with psychology. The thing is, I said slowly, I understand being scared. I understand having doubts or fears or whatever. But there are ways to handle that. You talk to your partner. You go to therapy. You work through it. You don't publicly humiliate them on social media. You're right. I'm not trying to excuse it. I'm just trying to explain where my head was. It doesn't make it okay. Nothing makes it okay. So where does that leave us? I don't know. Where do you want it to leave us? I asked you first. She smiled despite herself, just a tiny bit. I want you back. I want another chance. I want to prove that I can be the partner you deserve. But I also know that's asking a lot. Maybe too much. Yeah, it might be. Can I ask you something? Okay. Do you still love me? Even a little? I thought about lying. Thought about saying no, making it clean, ending this once and for all. But I couldn't. Yeah. I do. And I kind of hate myself for it. You shouldn't hate yourself. Love doesn't just disappear because someone hurts you. That's not how it works. Maybe it should be. Maybe. But it's not. We sat there drinking our coffee, not quite together but not quite apart either. Existing in this weird limbo space we'd created. I'm not ready to jump back in, I told her. I'm not ready to pretend everything's fine and go back to how things were. I understand. But maybe we could try to build something new. Not what we had before, but something different. Something that accounts for what happened. What would that look like? I have no idea. Slower, probably. More honest. More willing to talk about the hard stuff instead of posting it on Instagram. She winced. I deleted all my social media. All of it. I don't trust myself with it anymore. That surprised me. Olivia had always been active online, carefully curating her image, posting constantly. All of it? Every account. I realized how toxic it was. How much it was making me perform instead of just live. How it created this space where I could be cruel without thinking about it because it didn't feel real. But you were real. Your pain was real. And I never want to do that again. That's a big change. I'm trying to make big changes. Not for you, exactly. For me. But also because I never want to be the person who could hurt someone like I hurt you. We talked for another 2 hours. About everything and nothing. About therapy she'd started. About the articles I'd been reading about forgiveness and trust. About whether people can really change or if we're all just the same people making the same mistakes in different ways. When we left, she asked if she could hug me. I hesitated, then nodded. It felt familiar and foreign at the same time. She smelled the same, felt the same in my arms. But everything around us had changed. "Thank you for giving me this," she whispered. "I know I don't deserve it. Maybe not. But I'm doing it anyway." I drove home feeling lighter somehow. Not fixed, not healed, but maybe on the path to both. That was 2 weeks ago. We've seen each other a few more times since then. Always in public, always with clear boundaries. She's been patient in a way I didn't expect. Not pushing, not demanding more than I can give. Jake thinks I'm crazy for giving her another chance. My sister thinks I'm brave. My mom just wants me to be happy, whatever that means. I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe we'll figure out how to rebuild what we had. Maybe I'll never be able to fully trust her again and this will all fall apart. Maybe we'll become something entirely new that works better than before. The album is gone, obviously. Can't undo burning it. Part of me regrets that now. Not because I want to give it to her, but because it was our history. Our story. And I destroyed it in a moment of pain and anger. The ring money is sitting in my savings account. Sometimes I think about what else I could do with $20,000. Trip around the world, maybe. Down payment on a house. Investment in my future. But mostly it just sits there, a reminder that some gifts never get given. Olivia asked me recently if I still have nightmares about that day. I do. Dreams where I'm standing in Sam's studio holding the album, but when I open it, all the photos are gone. Just blank pages. Or dreams where I'm proposing but the ring keeps falling through my fingers no matter how hard I try to hold on to it. She has nightmares too. Says she dreams about the moment she posted that ranking, except in the dream she can see me seeing it, can watch my face change, and she's screaming at herself to delete it but she can't. We're both haunted by the same moment from different angles. Last night, she asked me something that's been on my mind ever since. If you could go back, knowing everything you know now, would you still pick up the album that day? Would you still check Instagram? Or would you rather not have known? I thought about it for a long time. I think I'd rather know, I said finally. Better to know the truth and have to deal with it than to propose to someone who secretly thought I was a 2/10. I never thought that. Not really. That post wasn't truth, it was just carelessness. How am I supposed to know the difference? I guess you can't. That's the thing about trust. It's always a leap. Always a choice to believe the best of someone even when you have reasons not to. She's right. Trust is a choice. And every day I have to choose whether to keep choosing it. Some days are easier than others. Yesterday was her birthday. 26. Last year I'd planned a surprise party, got all her friends together, made a photo montage that played during dinner. This year I just sent a text, "Happy birthday." She replied, "Thank you. Miss celebrating with you. Maybe next year." You think there'll be a next year? I don't know. But I'm not ruling it out. That's where I'm at right now. Not ruling it out, but not counting on it either. Existing in uncertainty, which turns out to be harder than either fully moving on or fully forgiving. Kennedy says Olivia's doing better. Eating again, sleeping without nightmares most nights. Got a new job she's excited about. Seeing a therapist regularly. Building a life that doesn't revolve around waiting for me to decide our future. That's good. She should have a life outside of this mess. I'm trying to build one too. Picked up some new hobbies. Started rock climbing with Jake. Reading more. Actually using that vacation time I've been hoarding. Remembering who I was before I became half of a couple. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I think about that album burning. All those photos turning to ash. Our entire history reduced to nothing because of one stupid post. And I wonder if I overreacted. If the punishment fit the crime. If I let anger and hurt drive me to destroy something irreplaceable. Other times I think about that moment in the car, seeing that post, feeling my entire world shift. And I know I responded exactly how anyone would. With hurt. With rage. With the need to make her understand what she'd done. We're meeting for dinner next week. Real dinner, not just coffee. At a restaurant we've never been to together, so there's no history weighing it down. She asked if it was a date. I said I didn't know what it was. Just dinner. Just two people who used to be everything to each other, trying to figure out if they can be anything at all. I still have the screenshot of her ranking saved on my phone. Haven't deleted it. Sometimes I look at it when I'm feeling soft toward her, when I'm thinking about giving her another real chance. It reminds me why we're here. Why we fell apart. Current guy. 2/10. Tries hard but. Those words are burned into my brain more permanently than any photo album could be. But so are other words. Other memories. Her laugh. The way she used to look at me. The life we were building together before everything fell apart. I don't know if those good memories outweigh the bad. I don't know if they ever can. What I do know is that I made a choice that day outside Sam's studio. A choice to burn it all down rather than try to salvage anything. And now I have to live with that choice, just like she has to live with hers. Maybe that's the real lesson here. We all make choices. Some out of love, some out of hurt, some out of fear. And we don't always get to know if they were the right ones until years later, when we can see how everything played out. For now, I'm just taking it one day at a time. One conversation at a time. One choice at a time. And hoping that somehow, eventually, the choices start leading somewhere good. Because the alternative, staying stuck in this moment forever, watching that album burn on repeat in my mind, seems unbearable. So I keep moving forward. Keep talking to Olivia. Keep trying to figure out if love can survive being ranked last. If trust can be rebuilt from ashes. If two people who hurt each other this badly can find their way back to something resembling whole. I'll let you know how the dinner goes. If I'm being honest, I'm terrified. Terrified of getting hurt again. Terrified of hurting her again. Terrified of finding out that some things, once broken, can't be fixed no matter how much you want them to be. But I'm also hopeful. Maybe foolishly so. Because underneath all the pain and anger and confusion, there's still this tiny voice that remembers what we had. What we could have again. What we might be able to build if we're both willing to do the work. So yeah. That's where I am. That's my story. The guy who burned an album and returned a ring and broke both their hearts in the process. The 2/10 guy who's trying to figure out if second chances are real or just another way to hurt yourself twice. Wish me luck. I think I'm going to need it. Story 7. For 11 years, my family gathered every Memorial Day to toast my brother's silver star. While I sat quietly in the corner, "To our hero," my father would say, his voice breaking with pride as my brother stood tall in his perfectly pressed uniform. When I once mentioned I'd served in the same battle, my brother laughed and said, "Filing paperwork doesn't count, little sis." I just nodded and poured another drink. That was last year. Yesterday, during the annual ceremony, a gray-haired veteran I'd never met limped to the microphone, scanned the crowd, and said, "So I need to tell you something that's been eating me alive for over a decade, and yesterday it finally exploded in the most spectacular way possible." I'm still shaking as I type this. My hands won't stop trembling, and I've rewritten this opening 4 times because I keep getting angry all over again. My brother is a fraud. There. I said it. And yesterday, in front of 73 people including our parents, 3 of our extended family members, neighbors who've known us since childhood, and half the veterans from our county, the truth came out in a way that was so perfectly orchestrated I still can't believe it happened. But let me back up, because you need to understand how deep this goes. 11 years ago, my older brother Marcus came home from deployment with a silver star pinned to his chest and a story that made grown men weep. The official citation said he'd single-handedly held off enemy forces while evacuating wounded soldiers under heavy fire. Saved 6 lives, they said. Showed extraordinary valor in the face of overwhelming odds. My parents had it framed. It hangs in their living room, right above the fireplace where everyone can see it the moment they walk in. Every Memorial Day since then has been the Marcus show. The whole extended family drives in. Mom cooks for days beforehand, this massive spread that could feed a small army. Dad sets up the backyard with folding chairs and a podium he built specifically for these gatherings. There's a banner. An actual banner that reads "Honoring Our Heroes" with Marcus's name embroidered beneath it in gold thread. Mom commissioned it from some specialty shop 3 towns over. And every single year, the ceremony plays out the same way. Dad stands at the podium, voice thick with emotion, and recounts Marcus's heroism. He reads from the citation, stumbling over the words because he's crying too hard to see straight. Mom dabs at her eyes with the same flowered handkerchief she's used for 11 years. The relatives murmur in appreciation. The neighbors clap. The veterans salute. Then Marcus stands up. He's always wearing his dress uniform, perfectly pressed, every crease sharp enough to cut. He gives this speech about sacrifice and duty and brotherhood. About how he was just doing what any soldier would do. About how the real heroes are the ones who didn't make it home. It's beautiful. It's moving. It's complete garbage. And me? I sit in the back corner, nursing a glass of lemonade, and I smile and nod and keep my mouth shut. Because that's what I've done for 11 years. That's what I did even when Marcus started embellishing the story, adding details that never happened. That's what I did when he wrote a book about his experience that became a local bestseller. That's what I did when the high school invited him to speak to students about courage and leadership. I stayed silent because I loved my family, and because speaking up would have destroyed them. Because what good would it do to shatter their pride? Because maybe, I told myself, my memory was wrong. Maybe I'd gotten confused about what really happened that day. Except I wasn't confused. I know exactly what happened because I was there. Not filing paperwork like Marcus always jokes. Not safe on some base somewhere. I was there, in the sand and the blood and the screaming, and I know what Marcus did. Or more accurately, what he didn't do. See, here's what nobody in my family seems to remember, or maybe what they've just conveniently forgotten. I enlisted 2 years before Marcus did. I was infantry. I deployed to the same region, served in the same battalion, was in the same engagement where Marcus supposedly earned his medal. The same one where I earned mine, actually, though nobody ever asks about that. When Marcus came home with his silver star, I'd already been back for 6 months with a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star with Valor device tucked in a drawer. I didn't talk about my service much. It felt private, heavy, not something to parade around. But I mentioned it once, casually, during one of Dad's toasts. I was there too, you know, I'd said quietly. Same battle. The table went silent. Everyone looked at Marcus, not me. And Marcus, my dear older brother, laughed. Actually laughed, this dismissive chuckle that made my face burn. "Come on, little sis," he said, and I could hear the condescension dripping from every word. "You know you were doing administrative stuff. Filing paperwork doesn't count as being in the battle." Dad had patted my hand, this gentle, pitying gesture. "It's sweet that you want to support your brother, honey. We're all proud of your service too." Mom smiled. "You both served, and that's wonderful. But Marcus's situation was different. And that was that. Nobody asked follow-up questions. Nobody wondered why I'd have a Purple Heart if I'd been safely filing papers. Nobody thought to check records or ask other veterans or do anything that might disturb the narrative they'd built around Marcus the hero. So I went back to my corner and my lemonade, and I watched Marcus soak up the praise year after year. I watched him give interviews to the local paper. I watched him get a job with a defense contractor based almost entirely on his veteran status and his medal. I watched him date and dump a string of women who were drawn to the uniform and the story. I watched, and I seethed, and I said nothing. Until last year, when things started to shift. It was at the 10th anniversary ceremony. Bigger than usual. Dad had invited some actual combat veterans from the VFW, guys who'd served in various conflicts. One of them, a Vietnam vet named Jim with kind eyes and weathered hands, sat next to me during Marcus's speech. I could feel him getting tense as Marcus talked. His jaw clenched. His fingers drummed against his knee. When Marcus finished and everyone applauded, Jim leaned over to me. "Your brother?" he asked quietly. "Yeah." That was all he said, but the way he said it made my stomach flip. Like he knew. Like he could smell something off about the whole production. After the ceremony, I found Jim by the refreshment table, loading a plate with Mom's potato salad. "Can I ask you something?" The words tumbled out before I could stop them. "If you thought someone was lying about their service, would you call them out?" Jim studied me for a long moment. "That's a serious accusation." "I know." "You got proof?" I shook my head. "Just my memory. And maybe some records, if I knew where to look." "Your memory of what?" So I told him. Not everything, but enough. I told him I'd been there, that Marcus's version didn't match what I remembered, that I'd watched him take credit for actions I wasn't sure he'd performed. Jim listened without interrupting. When I finished, he was quiet for a while, chewing thoughtfully on a carrot stick. "Here's the thing about stolen valor," he finally said. "It's not just lying. It's theft. It's stealing honor from people who earned it, who bled for it, who died for it. And the reason it keeps happening is because good people stay quiet." He looked at me directly. "Good people like you. I can't prove anything." "Can't, or won't?" He pulled a business card from his wallet and pressed it into my hand. "You want to know the truth? Really know it? There are ways to find out. Official channels. People who investigate this stuff. But you gotta be sure, because once you open that door, there's no closing it." I kept the card. Looked at it every day for a month. Threw it away twice and dug it back out of the trash both times. And finally, 3 months ago, I made the call. The man who answered was named Richard Chen, and he worked for a military records verification service that dealt with stolen valor cases. He was professional, thorough, and blunt. "I need to be clear," he told me during our first conversation. "If your brother legitimately earned that silver star, this investigation will confirm it and you'll need to make peace with being wrong. If he didn't, and we can prove it, the consequences for him will be severe. Legal, professional, social. His life as he knows it will be over." I understand. Do you? Because you're his sister. You're about to potentially destroy your relationship with your entire family. I'd thought about that every day for 11 years. I understand. Okay then. Let's start with what you remember. Over the next 3 months, I gave Richard everything I had. My own service records. The names of other soldiers who'd been there. Detailed accounts of what I'd witnessed that day. Timestamps, locations, tactical situations. He took it all and disappeared into the bureaucratic maze of military documentation. I didn't hear from him for 8 weeks. When he finally called back, his voice was different. Harder. "We need to meet in person," he said. "Can you come to DC?" I drove 6 hours the next day and met him in a coffee shop near the Pentagon. He had a folder. Thick, stuffed with papers, tabs sticking out at various intervals. Your brother was there, Richard said without preamble. That part's true. He was in the general area during the engagement in question. But the actions described in his Silver Star citation? They were performed by someone else. He slid a document across the table. They were performed by you. The coffee shop tilted. I gripped the edge of the table, staring at the paper. It was a citation. My citation, from that day. Except it had been filed under a different administrative code, routed through a different chain of command, and ultimately lost in the chaos of a battalion reshuffling. I earned a Bronze Star, I whispered. You earned a Silver Star, Richard corrected. Or you should have. The Bronze Star was a clerical error, a substitute award issued when they couldn't locate the proper paperwork. Someone in the administrative chain messed up the names. Happens more often than you'd think in combat zones. And Marcus? Richard's expression went cold. Your brother submitted witness statements claiming he performed the actions you actually performed. He had 3 soldiers back up his story, guys who either weren't there or were too far away to see what really happened. By the time anyone might have caught the discrepancy, you'd already been processed out with your Bronze Star and he'd been awarded the silver. The paper trail was a mess. Nobody connected the dots. He stole my valor. Saying it out loud made it real in a way it hadn't been before. He literally stole my valor. Yes. Can you prove it? Richard opened the folder and started pulling out documents. Witness statements from soldiers who'd actually been near me during the engagement, ones Richard had tracked down personally. Medical records showing Marcus had been treated for a minor concussion that day, was evacuated to a field hospital, and wasn't anywhere near the action during the critical time frame. GPS data from equipment that showed positions. Radio logs with timestamps. Photos. Tactical reports. It was all there. An entire case, documented and cross-referenced and absolutely damning. I can do more than prove it, Richard said quietly. I can fix it. Your Silver Star can be properly awarded. Your brother's will be revoked. And if you want to press charges for stolen valor under the Stolen Valor Act, you have grounds. I stared at the evidence spread across the table. 11 years of lies, documented in black and white. What happens if we do this? Honestly? It'll be ugly. Your brother will face potential criminal charges. Definitely lose his job. The book he wrote? That'll be exposed as fiction. Your family will implode. The media might pick it up. It'll be a mess. And if we don't? Richard met my eyes. Then he gets away with it. He keeps living his lie, keeps accepting praise for your actions, and you keep sitting in that corner drinking lemonade and pretending it's fine. I didn't even have to think about it. I want to fix it. You're sure? I've been sure for 11 years. I just needed proof. Richard nodded and started gathering the documents. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Your family has that Memorial Day ceremony coming up, right? In 2 weeks. Perfect. We're going to need a stage. The plan Richard outlined was audacious, dramatic, and utterly perfect. He'd contacted one of the soldiers whose testimony he'd collected, a man named David Brennan who'd been right next to me during the engagement. David was retired now, living 2 states over, but he remembered everything about that day. He remembered me carrying wounded soldiers under fire. He remembered Marcus cowering in a disabled vehicle. And he was willing to come forward. David will attend the ceremony as a guest, Richard explained. He'll wait until after Marcus gives his speech. Then he'll ask for the microphone and tell the truth. In front of everyone. Just like that? Just like that. Clean, public, undeniable. And I'll be there with documentation for anyone who wants to see proof. It was risky. It was aggressive. It was exactly what needed to happen. The 2 weeks leading up to Memorial Day were torture. I had to act normal, attend family dinners, smile at Marcus's jokes, help mom plan the menu. Every moment felt like walking on broken glass, waiting for someone to notice something was wrong. Marcus was in rare form, extra animated because this was the 11th anniversary. Apparently 11 years was significant enough to warrant an even bigger celebration than usual. He'd invited a reporter from the regional newspaper. He'd had new photos printed, blown-up action shots that he'd claimed were from the deployment, though I was pretty sure they were stock military photos he'd found online. Dad was building a second podium. Mom had ordered a cake shaped like a medal. I felt sick. The day before the ceremony, Richard texted me, "Everything's set. Brennan arrives tomorrow morning. Don't lose your nerve." I texted back, "Not a chance." Memorial Day dawned bright and hot. The kind of weather that makes your shirt stick to your back and turns grass brittle under your feet. I arrived at my parents' house early to help set up, hauling chairs and tables while Marcus held court in the kitchen, regaling everyone with a new story I'd never heard before about disarming an explosive device. That was new. That definitely hadn't been in any previous version. "You're quiet today," Honey, Mom observed as we arranged folding chairs in neat rows. Everything okay? Just thinking about service, I said, which was true enough. About what it really means. She smiled and patted my cheek. You're such a deep thinker. Your brother's more of a man of action, but we need both types in this world. I almost laughed. Almost. Instead, I just nodded and went back to arranging chairs. People started arriving around noon. The usual crowd, plus some new faces. Veterans from the VFW, the newspaper reporter, some of Marcus's co-workers. And blending in seamlessly with the other older vets, a gray-haired man with a pronounced limp and kind eyes. David Brennan. We didn't acknowledge each other. Couldn't risk it. But when I carried a tray of glasses past where he sat, he gave me the smallest nod. I'm here. It's going to be okay. The ceremony started right on schedule. Dad at the podium, voice already wavering with emotion. The reading of the citation, every word a knife. Marcus standing tall in his uniform, medals gleaming in the sunlight. Mom weeping. The relatives murmuring their approval. I sat in my usual corner spot, but this time I wasn't holding lemonade. My hands were empty, clenched together in my lap, knuckles white. Marcus began his speech. The same beats as always, but with new flourishes. He'd gotten better at it over the years, more polished. He knew exactly when to pause for effect, when to let his voice catch with emotion, when to make eye contact with specific people in the crowd. He talked about being pinned down under fire, hearing the screams of wounded soldiers, making the choice to risk his own life to save theirs. He described carrying men to safety one by one, going back into danger again and again because that's what soldiers do. That's what heroes do. The crowd was riveted. Even people who'd heard this story 10 times before were leaning forward, caught up in the narrative. I wanted to vomit. Marcus finished to thunderous applause. Dad was openly sobbing. The newspaper reporter was scribbling notes furiously. Several veterans were saluting. Then David Brennan stood up. It wasn't dramatic at first. Just an old man with a bad leg getting to his feet, steadying himself on his chair. But something about the movement caught people's attention. Conversations died down. Heads turned. David limped toward the podium. Not fast, not slow. Just steady, inevitable. Marcus was still standing there, basking in the applause, that practiced humble smile on his face. He noticed David approaching and his smile widened. Brother veteran, Marcus said warmly, extending his hand. Thank you for being here. David didn't take the hand. He just looked at Marcus, really looked at him, and something in that gaze made my brother's smile falter. I need to speak, David said. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried. Combat voice, trained to be heard over chaos. There was a confused pause. Dad stepped forward, uncertain. We're actually done with the formal ceremony, but if you'd like to share a few words of support. No. David's tone stopped Dad cold. Not support. Truth. The word hung in the air like smoke. Marcus's expression shifted, confusion bleeding into wariness. I'm sorry, do we know each other? We do, David said. Though you probably don't remember me. I was just another soldier that day. Not important enough to factor into your story. The temperature in the backyard seemed to drop 10 degrees. What day? Marcus asked, but his voice had gone tight. You know what day? David turned to address the crowd. May I use the microphone? Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. The moment stretched out, taut and fragile. Finally, Dad nodded. What else could he do? David took the podium. Marcus stepped aside, his face unreadable. My name is David Brennan, David began. Sergeant, United States Army, retired. I served in the same battalion as Marcus here, in the same engagement that earned him his Silver Star. He paused, scanning the crowd, making eye contact with people. I was there that day. I saw what happened. So did I, Marcus interjected, but his voice was too loud, too defensive. We all did. David ignored him. What happened that day was heroic. Someone did save those wounded soldiers. Someone did make multiple trips into heavy fire, risking their life over and over. Someone did earn that Silver Star. Relief started to wash over Marcus's face. But it wasn't Marcus. The backyard exploded. Not with noise, but with silence. The kind of silence that's louder than screaming, heavier than thunder. Mom gasped. Dad went pale. The relatives exchanged confused glances. Marcus laughed. Actually laughed, this strained, desperate sound. Okay, I don't know what this is, but it was her. David pointed directly at me. It was his sister. She's the one who saved those men. She's the one who should be wearing that Silver Star. Every eye in the yard turned to me. I couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. Could only sit there as the moment I'd both dreaded and desired finally arrived. That's insane, Marcus said, but the protest sounded hollow. She wasn't even in combat. She was admin. I was infantry, I said quietly. My voice didn't shake. I was there. Right there, next to David. I remember you too, Sergeant Brennan. You were the one who kept pressure on Corporal Mendez's leg wound while I went back for the others. David nodded. She made 4 trips. 4. While rounds were hitting all around her. I watched her drag men twice her size to cover. I watched her take shrapnel in her shoulder and keep moving. He looked at Marcus. And I watched you hide in a disabled Humvee until the shooting stopped. Lies. Marcus's voice cracked. These are lies, and I don't know why you're doing this, but I have documentation. Richard Chen stood up from where he'd been sitting quietly in the back row. He was holding the folder. Military records, witness statements, medical reports, GPS data, radio logs. All of it confirms Sergeant Brennan's account. All of it proves that the actions described in your Silver Star citation were performed by your sister. The folder looked impossibly heavy in Richard's hands. Dad found his voice finally. This is some kind of mistake. Marcus wouldn't, he couldn't. I can show you the evidence, Richard offered gently. All of it. It's thoroughly documented. Marcus was shaking his head, backing away from the podium. No. No, this is wrong. You're all wrong. I was there, I saved those men, You submitted false witness statements. David's voice was hard now. You claimed actions you never performed. You accepted an honor you didn't earn. And you've been living that lie for 11 years while the person who actually deserves recognition sat in a corner and said nothing. Marcus? Mom's voice was small, broken. Tell them it's not true. My brother looked at our mother. I watched something crumble behind his eyes, some last desperate wall of self-deception. He started and stopped. Started again. I was there. I was in the area. I did help. You were unconscious in a field hospital during the critical action, Richard stated flatly. Medical records prove it. You sustained a concussion in the initial attack and were evacuated. You weren't anywhere near the rescue efforts. The reporter was writing frantically now. This was way better than a feel-good puff piece about small-town heroism. This is my family, Marcus said desperately. This is our day, our ceremony. You can't just come in here and... Your sister is your family too, David interrupted. And you stole her honor. You stole her story. For what? Pride? Glory? Job opportunities? Marcus's mouth opened and closed silently. I stood up. My legs were steadier than I expected them to be. It's true, I said clearly. All of it. I was there, I made those rescues, and I've watched him take credit for 11 years. Honey, no. Mom was crying now. You're confused, I'm not confused, Mom. I have a Purple Heart in my dresser drawer. I have scars on my shoulder from shrapnel. I have nightmares about the sounds men make when they're dying. My voice stayed level. I have a bronze star that should have been a silver star, except someone mixed up the paperwork and Marcus took advantage of the confusion. Why didn't you say something? Dad's question came out as an anguished whisper. I tried. Once. Marcus laughed at me. You patted my hand and told me it was sweet that I wanted to support my brother. I looked at Marcus, really looked at him. I stayed quiet because I loved you all too much to shatter your pride. But I can't do it anymore. I can't sit in that corner one more year and watch him play hero with my story. The silence that followed was absolute. Then Dad moved. He walked slowly to the podium, to the framed Silver Star citation hanging beside it on an easel. He picked it up, looked at it for a long moment, and then turned to Marcus. Is it true? Marcus's face had gone gray. Dad, is it true? My brother crumbled. 11 years of lies catching up with him all at once. He didn't say yes, but he didn't have to. The answer was written in every line of his body, every breath he couldn't quite catch. Dad let the frame drop. It hit the grass with a soft thud. Mom made a sound I never want to hear again, this wounded animal noise. She was looking between Marcus and me like she didn't recognize either of us. The newspaper reporter had stopped writing. She was just staring, transfixed by the implosion of a family in real time. I think we should go inside, Aunt Carol said quietly, standing up. Give them some privacy. But nobody moved. It was like watching a car crash. Impossible to look away. Richard stepped forward, holding out the folder to my parents. I have complete documentation if you'd like to review it. Everything is verified and official. The military is prepared to revoke Marcus's Silver Star and formally award your daughter the recognition she earned. But that's a process that will take time. Right now, I think you all need to have a family discussion. Discussion? Marcus's laugh was bitter. She just destroyed me. In front of everyone. What's left to discuss? You destroyed yourself, I said quietly. 11 years ago when you chose to lie. I just stopped helping you hide it. He stared at me with something that might have been hate, might have been anguish. Probably both. You're my sister. I know. You just ruined my life. No. You did that yourself. I just told the truth. The standoff held for another moment, then Marcus turned and walked away. Not ran, just walked, through the backyard gate and out toward the street. Nobody tried to stop him. Dad was still holding the broken frame. Mom was still crying. The relatives were making quiet exit noises, gathering belongings, avoiding eye contact. The party, such as it was over. David Brennan approached me as people filed out. You okay? I don't know yet. That took guts. More than most people have. He squeezed my shoulder, the good one without shrapnel scars. I'm proud to have served with you. Those words, simple and sincere, meant more than 11 years of ceremonies ever could have. The newspaper ran the story 3 days later. Front page. Local hero's stolen valor exposed by sister who actually earned the medal. It was fair, factual, and devastating. Within a week, Marcus had lost his job. His book was pulled from local stores. The high school revoked his speaking invitation. His life, as Richard had warned, was over. My parents haven't spoken to me since that day. Mom texts occasionally, short messages that don't say much. Hope you're well. Weather's nice today. Never anything substantial. Never anything about what happened. Dad hasn't reached out at all. Marcus moved to another state. I heard through a cousin that he's working construction, using his real skills instead of his false reputation. I don't know if he's happier. I don't know if he's accepted what he did. I don't know if he ever will. The military processed my silver star in record time, Richard said, probably because they were embarrassed the mistake had gone undetected for so long. There was a small ceremony at a local VFW hall. Just me, Richard, David Brennan, and a handful of other veterans who'd served with me. No family. No media. No banner. It was perfect. I wear the medal sometimes, just around my apartment. Holding it feels different than I thought it would. Not triumphant. Not vindicated. Just right. Like something that was out of alignment for too long finally clicked back into place. Do I regret it? The public confrontation, the family explosion, the scorched earth approach? Honestly, no. Maybe I should. Maybe a better person would have found a quieter way, a gentler path. But I tried quiet for 11 years. I tried gentle. It got me nowhere except deeper into that corner with my lemonade. Sometimes the truth needs volume. Sometimes justice needs witnesses. Sometimes you have to break everything to make space for something real. I lost my family. That's not nothing. Some days the grief of it sits so heavy in my chest I can barely breathe. I miss the version of them that existed before they knew the truth, even though that version was built on lies. I miss Sunday dinners and casual phone calls and mom's birthday texts with way too many emojis. But I got myself back. The version of me that had been sitting in that corner, silent and small and complicit in my own erasure. She's gone. In her place is someone who takes up space, who speaks truth, who refuses to disappear for the comfort of others. That's worth something. That's worth everything. David Brennan calls me every few weeks to check in. We've become friends in the odd way that combat veterans do, bound by shared experience and mutual respect. He invited me to speak at a veterans event next month. I said yes. Richard sends updates about other stolen valor cases he's working on. Your courage made a difference, he told me last week. 3 other people have come forward with their own stories because they saw what you did. So maybe some good came from the wreckage. Yesterday was Memorial Day again. The first one in 12 years without my family's ceremony. I spent it quietly, at a national cemetery, walking among the rows of white markers and thinking about real heroism. Not the polished, performance version. The messy, terrifying, unglamorous kind that happens when ordinary people make impossible choices. I laid flowers on the grave of Corporal Mendez, one of the men I'd pulled out that day. He'd survived the war but died in a traffic accident 3 years later. His headstone is simple: name, rank, dates. No mention of medals or valor, just the fact of his service, his sacrifice, his humanity. That felt more honest than any ceremony ever did. As the sun set and I walked back to my car, my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. It was me. Just those 3 words. I didn't recognize the number but I knew the sender. Marcus. I stared at the message for a long time, thumb hovering over the keyboard. 1,000 responses occurred to me. Questions, accusations, demands for explanation or apology. Instead, I typed 3 words back: I know. Then I blocked the number. Because the thing is, I do know. I've always known. And nothing he could say now would change what happened or make it okay. Some bridges don't get rebuilt. Some relationships don't survive the weight of truth. That's sad, but it's also just reality. I'm done carrying his guilt. Done protecting his lie. Done shrinking myself to make room for his stolen glory. My medal sits on my desk now, Not in a frame above a fireplace, not under glass, not spotlit at some ceremony. Just there, next to my coffee mug and a half-read book and my phone charger. Integrated into my regular life because that's what it is, part of my life, my history, my truth. Some nights I have dreams about that day. Not nightmares, exactly. Just memories playing on repeat. The heat, the dust, the screaming. The weight of wounded men, the taste of fear. David's voice calling out coordinates, helping me navigate through chaos. The shrapnel hitting my shoulder, hot and sharp. The knowledge that stopping meant dying, so I didn't stop. In the dreams, Marcus is there too, in the Humvee, eyes wide with terror. And I feel sorry for him. Not enough to forgive the 11 years of lies, but sorry for the boy who couldn't admit his fear, who needed so badly to be a hero that he stole one story. Then I wake up, and the pity fades, and I remember that he's a grown man who made a choice. Lots of choices. For over a decade. So I get up, make coffee, sit at my desk with my medal, and I write. I've been working on my own book, actually. Not a hero's journey or a combat memoir. Just an honest account of service, of what it really looks like, feels like, costs. Richard says he knows a publisher who might be interested. We'll see. The title is still a work in progress. Right now I'm calling it The Corner Seat, A Sister's Silence and Why It Ended. Maybe not very catchy, but accurate. And accuracy, I've learned, matters more than comfort. The phone rings sometimes, reporters, veterans organizations, people who read the newspaper story and want to hear more. I'm selective about what I share and with whom. This isn't about fame or recognition. It's about truth, and truth doesn't need a spotlight. Though I admit, there's a grim satisfaction in knowing that Marcus's carefully constructed image is dust. That when people in our town hear his name now, they don't think hero. They think fraud. Is that petty? Maybe. But I'm human, and after 11 years of watching him preen and perform, I'm entitled to a little vindictive satisfaction. The important thing, the thing that keeps me steady on the hard days, is that I stopped being complicit. I stopped protecting a lie to preserve a false peace. I chose truth over comfort, and myself over family harmony. Not everyone will understand that choice. Mom certainly doesn't. In her mind, I'm the one who destroyed our family, the troublemaker who couldn't just let things be. But things weren't fine when they were predicated on erasing me. Peace built on injustice isn't peace, it's just quiet suffering. So yeah. I burned it down. I stood up at that ceremony, or rather I sat there while David Brennan stood up for me, and I watched 11 years of careful construction collapse in minutes. And I'd do it again. Every single time. Because the alternative, spending another 11 years in that corner, watching Marcus wear my valor like a costume, was killing me in ways I didn't even fully recognize until I finally spoke up. Now, I'm free. Alone in a lot of ways, yes. Estranged from family, certainly. But free. And wearing my own medal. That's the ending, or at least the ending for now. I don't know what comes next. Maybe eventually my parents will come around. Maybe Marcus will find real redemption. Maybe our family will rebuild something honest from the wreckage. Or maybe not. Maybe this is just how the story ends, with truth told, consequences faced, and a woman who finally stopped shrinking to fit into someone else's lie. Either way, I'm done sitting in corners. The next Memorial Day, if there is a ceremony, I'll stand at the podium myself. And I'll tell the real story, all of it, the fear and the chaos and the impossible choices. Not because I need recognition, but because truth deserves to be spoken. And because somewhere, there might be another person sitting in a corner, staying quiet about their own stolen valor, their own erased story. Maybe they'll hear mine and find the courage to speak up. That would make all of this worth it. Well, that and seeing the look on Marcus's face when David Brennan said, "It was her. I'm only human, after all." And that moment? That perfect, devastating, truth-telling moment? I'll treasure it forever. But let me tell you about something that happened 3 weeks after the ceremony, because it shows just how deep this whole situation went. I was at the grocery store, just doing normal Saturday errands. Pushing my cart down the cereal aisle, debating between 2 brands, when I heard someone say my name. Not loud, not aggressive. Just quiet and surprised. I turned around and there was Jennifer, Marcus's ex-girlfriend from 2 years ago. The one he'd dated for 8 months before she suddenly broke things off. I'd always liked Jennifer. She was smart, funny, worked as a nurse at the county hospital. At family dinners, she'd seek me out, ask about my life, actually listen to the answers. Then one day she was just gone. Marcus said they wanted different things. Mom said Jennifer wasn't supportive enough of Marcus's veteran advocacy work. I hadn't thought much about it at the time. "Hey," Jennifer said, and there was something in her expression I couldn't quite read. Relief, maybe? Or vindication? "Hi, Jennifer. How've you been?" She glanced around the aisle like she was checking for eavesdroppers, then stepped closer. "I read the article. The one about Marcus. My stomach tightened. Yeah. That was a whole thing. I need to tell you something. She was gripping her shopping basket so hard her knuckles were white. I broke up with Marcus because I figured it out. The cereal all suddenly felt very small. Figured what out? That he was lying. About the medal, about the story, all of it. She took a shaky breath. He got sloppy one night after dinner. We were at your parents' house, and he was telling the story for like the 100th time, and he said the explosion happened on his right side. But I'd heard him tell it before and he'd always said left side. It was just this tiny inconsistency, but it stuck with me. I set down the cereal box I'd been holding. So I started paying attention, Jennifer continued. And there were other little things. Details that shifted, timelines that didn't quite match up. And then one night I asked him about you. About your service. And he got weird. Defensive. Changed the subject really fast. You didn't say anything. How could I? I had suspicions, not proof. And when I pushed him even a little bit, tried to ask more questions, he shut down completely. Started getting angry. Said I didn't trust him, didn't respect his service. She laughed, but there was no humor in it. He actually used his PTSD as a weapon. Said I was triggering him by questioning his trauma. The manipulation of that made me feel sick. So I left, Jennifer said simply. Because I couldn't be with someone I didn't believe. And I couldn't accuse a decorated war hero of lying without destroying both our lives. But it ate at me. For 2 years, it ate at me, wondering if I was crazy or if I'd actually seen through him. You weren't crazy. I know that now. When I read the article, I actually cried. Not sad crying, relieved crying. Because I wasn't wrong. She looked at me directly. And because I'm sorry. I should have said something. If I'd spoken up, maybe you wouldn't have had to carry this alone for so long. I thought about that. Another person who'd seen the truth and stayed silent, just like me. Just like probably others we didn't even know about. You couldn't have known it would matter, I told her. And honestly, even if you'd said something back then, I don't know if I was ready to do anything about it. Sometimes you have to reach your own breaking point before you can act. Jennifer nodded, then surprised me by pulling me into a hug right there in the cereal aisle. Thank you, she whispered. For being braver than I was. We exchanged numbers before parting ways. She texted me later that evening. There were probably other women too. Other people who noticed things. Maybe your truth will help them speak up about their own situations. That text kept me up half the night, thinking about all the small lies people keep quiet about because confronting them seems too hard, too messy, too destructive. How many Jennifers are out there, noticing inconsistencies but staying silent? How many versions of me, sitting in corners, keeping peace at the cost of truth? The thought was both depressing and oddly hopeful. Depressing because it showed how pervasive the problem was. Hopeful because maybe, just maybe, my story could be the permission someone else needed to stop being complicit in their own erasure. A week after that grocery store encounter, I got a call from a veteran named Patricia Gonzalez. She'd tracked me down through Richard Chen, said she needed to talk to someone who'd been through this. My husband claims he was Special Forces, she told me, voice tight with suppressed emotion. But things don't add up. Documents that mysteriously went missing. Stories that change. And when I try to verify anything, he gets furious. Says I'm disrespecting his service. I knew that playbook. Marcus had used the same tactics on Jennifer. What do you want to do? I asked. I don't know. That's why I'm calling you. How did you know for sure? How did you find the courage to blow everything up? We talked for 2 hours. I told her about Richard Chen's investigation, about the documentation process, about the moment of decision when I chose truth over comfort. I also told her the hard parts, the family estrangement, the public spectacle, the way nothing would ever be the same. But you don't regret it, she said. Not a question, an observation. No. I don't. Even losing your family? I thought about Mom's sparse texts, Dad's silence, Marcus's exile. I didn't lose my family. I lost a version of my family that only existed because everyone was protecting a lie. That's not the same thing. Patricia was quiet for a moment. I have kids. 2 teenagers. If I do this, if I expose him, they'll find out their father is a fraud. They might also learn that truth matters more than comfortable illusions. That integrity means something. That their mother is strong enough to stand up for what's right even when it's hard. I paused. What do they learn if you stay quiet? Another long silence. Then, can you give me Richard Chen's number? I did. I don't know if Patricia ever followed through. But I hope she did. For her sake and for her kids' sake. Because living with a lie corrodes you from the inside out, even when you're not the one telling it. Especially when you're not the one telling it. The ripple effects kept coming. 2 months after the ceremony, I got a letter, an actual physical letter, from a veteran named Thomas who'd been at the Memorial Day gathering. He'd left right after David Brennan's revelation, too uncomfortable to stay for the aftermath. In his letter, he told me he'd served in Vietnam and had spent 40 years keeping a secret. His best friend had been credited with saving their platoon during an ambush, but Thomas had actually been the one who'd spotted the enemy position and called in the coordinates. His friend had submitted the report making it sound like his own action, and Thomas had never corrected the record because what did it matter? They'd both survived. Except it had mattered. It had eaten at Thomas for 4 decades. His friend had built a career on that moment, had written a memoir, had been honored at veteran events. And Thomas had watched from the sidelines, telling himself it was fine, it was just one small detail, it didn't change anything. But it did change things, he wrote. It changed me. It made me smaller. And watching you stand up for your truth, even at such cost, made me realize I've been doing exactly what you did, sitting in a corner, staying quiet, letting someone else wear my story. He'd filed paperwork to correct the record. At 72 years old, Thomas was finally reclaiming his truth. His letter ended with, "You gave an old man permission to stop disappearing. Thank you." I framed that letter. It hangs in my apartment now, next to my medals. On days when I wonder if the family estrangement was worth it, when I miss Mom's voice or Dad's terrible jokes, I read Thomas's words and I remember why silence isn't peace. The strangest aftermath came from an unexpected source, my cousin Rachel. She's Dad's niece, 10 years older than me, and we'd never been particularly close. She'd always seemed to worship Marcus, hung on his every word at family gatherings. She showed up at my apartment one evening without warning, carrying a bottle of sparkling cider and looking nervous. "I don't drink anymore," she explained about the cider. 3 years sober. "But I wanted to bring something, and this seemed, I don't know, appropriate?" I invited her in, utterly confused. Rachel sat on my couch, turning the bottle in her hands, clearly working up to something. Finally, she blurted out, "I'm glad you did it. I'm glad you exposed him." "Oh. I thought you'd be angry. You and Marcus always seemed close." "We were. Or I thought we were." She set down the bottle. "You know why I started drinking? Really drinking, problematically drinking?" I shook my head. Comparison. Constant comparison. Marcus was the golden child, the hero, the one everyone celebrated. And I was just Rachel. Working a normal job, living a normal life, nothing special. And it felt like no matter what I accomplished, it was nothing compared to his heroism. She laughed bitterly. I developed a drinking problem because I couldn't compete with my cousin's fake medal. The absurdity and tragedy of that hit me like a physical blow. When the truth came out, Rachel continued, I was devastated at first. But then I realized, I'd been measuring myself against a lie. All that inadequacy, all that shame, all those years thinking I wasn't good enough? They were based on a fiction. She looked at me with something like wonder. You freed me. You didn't mean to, you were fighting your own battle, but you freed me from this impossible standard I could never meet because it never actually existed. We talked until midnight. Rachel told me about her recovery journey, about rebuilding her sense of self-worth without Marcus's false heroism casting a shadow over everything. She'd started therapy. Joined a support group. Found meaning in her own ordinary, honest life. You know what the counselor told me? Rachel said as she was leaving. She said that lies don't just hurt the people directly involved. They hurt everyone in the blast radius. Marcus's lie created a false reality that damaged everyone around it in different ways. After she left, I thought about that concept. The blast radius of lies. All the people affected by Marcus's deception in ways neither of us had anticipated. Jennifer, doubting her own perceptions. Thomas, reinforcing his own silence. Rachel, drowning in manufactured inadequacy. How many others had been caught in that radius without even knowing it? The military's formal correction ceremony was scheduled for late summer. It was a small event, deliberately low-key, at a regional veteran affairs office. Richard Chen was there, of course. David Brennan flew in. A handful of veterans from my unit attended, guys I hadn't seen in years. And Mom showed up. I almost didn't recognize her at first. She'd lost weight, looked older, moved differently. Uncertain, hesitant. She stood in the back of the room during the ceremony, didn't approach me afterward while I was talking to other people. I found her in the parking lot, sitting in her car, crying. I tapped on the window. She startled, then rolled it down. Hi, Mom. Hi, baby. Her voice cracked on the words. We looked at each other for a long moment. A year's worth of silence and pain and unresolved grief between us. Dad didn't want me to come, she said finally. He's still so angry. At you, at Marcus, at everyone. He doesn't know how to process what happened. And you? Mom's face crumpled. I'm angry too. But I'm also so sorry. You tried to tell us. At that dinner, years ago, you tried. And we dismissed you. We chose his lie over your truth, and I can't. She couldn't finish the sentence. It's complicated, I offered, because what else could I say? You're my daughter. It shouldn't have been complicated. She wiped her eyes. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't even know if we can fix this. But I needed to be here today. I needed to see you get what you should have had all along. I reached through the window and took her hand. I'm still your daughter. That hasn't changed. Everything's changed. No. The truth changed. We're just finally seeing things as they really are instead of how we pretended they were. Mom squeezed my hand, and we stayed like that for a while, connected by touch even if everything else was broken. She's called me a few times since then. Short conversations, awkward but genuine. We're finding our way back to each other, slowly. Dad's still a wall of silence, and maybe he always will be. Marcus is a ghost we don't mention. But it's something. A beginning, maybe. Or at least an acknowledgement that we both want there to be a beginning someday. The newspaper reporter, surprisingly, became something like a friend. Her name was Kelly, and she'd felt genuinely terrible about being present for such a private family implosion. She'd written the article as fairly as possible, but she knew it had caused me pain. I wanted to write about the real issue, she told me over coffee one afternoon. Not just your family drama. The systemic issue of stolen valor, how it happens, why it persists, what it does to real veterans. She pitched it to a magazine. They bought it. The article came out 6 months after the Memorial Day ceremony, a long-form investigation into stolen valor cases across the country. My story was featured, but so were Patricia's and Thomas's and dozens of others. The magazine won an award for that piece. Kelly thanked me in her acceptance speech, said I'd taught her the difference between truth-telling and truth-telling with purpose. I watched the speech online, in my apartment, medal on my desk, and I thought about how many people had been touched by one act of courage. Not my courage in the war, courage I'd never asked for recognition for anyway, but my courage in telling the truth when it mattered most. That ripple effect. That blast radius, but in reverse. Not destruction spreading outward, but maybe, possibly, healing. It's been a year and a half now since that Memorial Day. I still have nightmares sometimes, but they're different. In them, I'm back in that corner with my lemonade, and I'm trying to speak but no sound comes out. I wake up gasping, panicked, until I remember, I did speak. I did break the silence. The nightmares are just ghosts of who I used to be. Yesterday, I got an email from a high school teacher in Nebraska. She'd read Kelly's article and wanted to use it in her class, in a unit about ethics and moral courage. She asked if I'd be willing to video chat with her students, answer their questions. I said yes. Because this was never just about me and Marcus. It was never just about one stolen medal or one family's lies. It was about the choice we all face, constantly, between comfort and truth. Between keeping peace and keeping integrity. And sometimes, the kindest thing you can do, for yourself and for everyone in the blast radius, is to light a match and let the lies burn.